Video capture. Deactivate. Da da da. Hi. Oh yeah, there we are. Hello. Hey, it's skycat.live. Woo! It is 5 o'clock on the dot to the second. 4:59, 56, 57, 58. 5 o'clock. And it is 2:23. 2024, 5 o'clock in the evening, 2/23, 2024, which is a Friday, February 23, 2024. And hi, I'm just here to say hello. I don't have much for you other than I'm going to get to the gaming. Don't really have too much to say. I went to the doctor's today. I got some packages. I did some work around the house. I cleaned my house. I ran errands. I picked up stuff from the Amazon thing. And now I'm home and I'm ready to stream. And I lost half my day, which sucks. But I'm here and I'm ready to go. So with no further ado, I will get off the big face here and I will say hello, small face. And we're going to go to work. We are going to be playing some EvE, some WoW, and some Vintage Story today, as I have work to do on all three of them. And I will move on right now and begin the process of doing stuff. So we're going to go out mining today. I've got to make sure that both ships are ready. Yeah. And we're going to go check and see if this belt is free. Or I'm sorry, if it's here. Because we may not have a belt here. So when we come to ice belts, we will see that, yes, there is one in system. So we will look at local, and we see the same person we saw yesterday, but we don't see the other person. So anyways, we're going to warp down there. But first, we got to get both clients out. And you're going to there. And you're going to there. Warp, warp.
Warp drive active.
Warp, warp. And, yeah. And, that is all, for now, for a few minutes. I guess I will load this. Yeah, I'll load that. And, we will come to the well. We will loot my mailbox. My mailbox. Got a lot of money now, I think. Hopefully. Like 10 gold. Something. Which I would like to take a look at gear since I'm up in level. I'm sure I can spend 12 gold right quick. No problem. First I will do rock scale cod, maybe. I thought these were supposed to stack. Oh, well. Okay, so rock scale cod. Rock scale cod. Rock scale cod. Isn't that what... Yeah? 40 rock scale cod. Rock scale cod. There's none. There is no rock scale cod. Rock scale cod. Yes, but see, I can't cook it. I need rock scale cod. Yes. Now, you. Come over to shopping. Search. Oh, there are zombies about afoot. Settings, sound, effects down. And we'll pause it for now. I don't really want the time running yet till I'm ready to address. I don't see a booster. Oh, wait. I guess I don't really want to target all those. I want to go out to that one. Yeah, just drop them all. It's fine. This ship will follow. Approach. Keep it range. Actually, I want you to keep it range. Yeah, 1,000. And in a few minutes, we'll be out there. Okay. We do see cooked raw scale cod. There's 12. 6 stacks of 20 for 47 silver for a stack price. So I need 4 stacks. It'll be 2 gold. I'll pay it. It's fine. So we'll take buying 20. Buy stack. Buy stack. Buy stack. Buy stack. That wasn't that bad. Oh, I suppose I should repost too and buy monopots. I need 3 monopots. That's a gold 50. Fucking annoying. Okay, we have spent some money. I thought those were supposed to stack. I thought that's what I read, but I guess not. Oh well.
Hello. Be careful. Safe travels.
50 silver, which helps. That helps recover. And mainly I'm just buying XP. Yeah, that's good XP.
Hey there. Farewell. Have a good one.
XP is decent. Yeah, not bad. So that's good. Let's sell all the rest of it. And then I gotta take a look at the quest list here. Yeah, we got Hills, Brad. I suppose now it would be an okay level to go to STV. Haven't been to STV. That could be something to do. Cooking 175, which I'll get to. Where, yeah, do Alliance get lion meat? Yeah, I guess we do, kind of. It is cheap. Yeah, shit, I'll take it, yeah. Wait. Yeah, I'll just take it to this and we'll go shopping for lion meat. And we'll buy in bulk. We'll buy like 50 of these. Buy stack. Let's stop there. That was expensive, but not that bad. Some of it will be the materials to cook as well. And then, yeah, and I could do the turtle bisque and stuff. I wouldn't mind getting my cooking up so I can cook greater raw sage fish.
Welcome to my inn, weary traveler. What can I do for you?
Oh, I went to the wrong place. I need... Is it hot spices? No, it's soothing spices. Oops. What else? We are... Oh, yeah, Jack. Yes, okay, accept and... Oh, yeah, did we accept this channel is unavailable? I'm sorry. I am not fleeted up. Local, sorry. Sorry I missed your... You wish to sell boost? Yeah, I was like straight AFK. Like, sorry, just, you know, starting up my day. Gotta make sure that I am currently live streaming. I am. And then we'll come and reload and come to... You gonna donate some of this out there? Wish to sell boost? Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you so much. We'll throw both is scan dice. Leave you a jet can. Yes. Fleet. Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna add contact on my main for Jack fleet. Add contact. Add contact, and then we're going to fleet. We're gonna give money to Jack here. We're giving him 10 million. He wants ice. 10 million, and nice. This is gonna make me some monies. Oh yeah, and there's a lot of nice roids left too. Thank you so much. Yeah, and then so let's block the system here. I don't know why my UI changed so much over the day, but it did. So there we go. Block you again. Lock. Okay, I don't know why my shit's all fucked up, but okay, it is. We're just gonna fix it for now. Every day I redo my UI. It's making me sick. Lock. Or looking good, looking good. Gotta hide the system, hiding the system. Why is my UI changed? It's so annoying. Whatever. Whatever's easier. Get fleet. Right on, right on. Let's get to it. Okay, and now I must... What was I doing? I was cooking.
Best deals in all of Stormwind, my friend. Won't find any better. Now, what can I help you with?
I need soothing spices. 20. 20?
Go with honor, friend.
We're gonna make a fire. All the boomers have gotten bored and left. You can see it. A bunch of them aren't home from work yet, but yeah. Oh no, I bought far too much tiger meat, or whatever it is. Well, let's buy another stack of soothing, I guess. It's fine. I really don't care, to be honest. Maybe I can make some money off of it.
Best deals in
or
all of
whatever.
Stormwind, my friend. Won't find any better. Now, what can I help you with? Just browsing my wares, or is there something specific I can help you find today?
Light bless you.
My UI is tiny now because you're in the wrong resolution for some reason. Okay, vintage story. I'm full health, which is good. My tools are broken, which is bad. We'll abandon now. We'll make a whole new set of tools. The axe is okay. I want, not flint, but that other stuff that I had. Yeah, that andesite stone. Where's all that stuff? There was some andesite stone in here somewhere. There's a short axe head. I'll just make it. And somewhere in here is andesite stone, but I don't know where it ended up. I have 50 of that stuff, and it's like gone. It's just full-blown gone. Doesn't make any sense. Where did that andesite go? There's another broken-ass fucking spear. Like, what happened to that stuff? I had a stack of andesite, and it's totally gone. Makes no sense at all. Makes no sense at all. I don't know what happened to that andesite stuff, but okay. This is everything I need anyways, I think. So, well, close to it. So I already have an axe head. Don't need that. And I don't need a hoe head, but I do need a knife blade. We'll turn the sound back up. Yeah, lots and lots of monsters out there. It's like a swarm. Okay, so we take the sticks and we go knife, axe, need a spear. Yeah, it's way too many mobs, so we're just gonna lower that down. And we'll take some flint, we'll make the rest of what we need to make. I threw it. I don't know why I threw it, but I threw it. And it's gone now. Don't know why. Arrowheads, axe heads, a hoe head, and a shovel head, and a spear head. We will make a spearhead. Okay. And then we'll take that and we'll make makes no sense at all. Makes no sense at all. Nah, 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 nah. Makes no sense at all. Nah, 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 nah. I will watch a video from Penguin Zero. Moist Critical. So here we go.
I hope you slept well last night, because you may never sleep again after watching this. I'm going to show you what a real demon looks like in our world. If I asked you to picture a devil, I think a lot
Thank
of you
you,
would
Charlie,
go
for
like
the excellent content
him
for my stream.
from
I'd like to
Powerpuff
sub to
Girls,
your
like
channel.
just that really classic
67,000
red
likes.
monster with
Hells yeah.
horns. But in real life, that's not what a devil looks like. This is what it looks like. Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland
Best
is a
deals in all of
preacher,
Stormwind, my friend.
evangelist,
Won't
whom
find any
I've
better.
referenced
Now,
many
what can I help
times
you
in the
with?
past, that exploits religion for financial gain. He is extraordinarily wealthy by taking advantage of the people in his faith. And he does all of it with a smile on his face and an attitude that resembles just pure evil. He is what I believe to be a wolf in sheep's clothing, as they say. Let me show you one of his most famous interviews, which is going viral again, which is why I wanted to talk about it, where he was interviewed by Inside Edition about his lavish lifestyle.
How are you, sir? We'd just like to ask you about why you don't want to fly commercial. Why have you said that you
Why you don't
won't
wanna fly
commercial? You
commercial?
said that it's like getting into a tube with a bunch of demons. Why do you think that?
Why do
Yeah,
you
he's
think
one of those
that?
private jet preachers that I always like to insult and call attention to the hypocrisy of. People like him, these evangelists or heads of mega churches that live a life of outrageous luxury financed off the backs of those in their congregation who are donating under the guise that it's going to help further their faith or help the church or something like that, when really all it's doing is enabling them to live a lavish lifestyle. It always just makes me sick to my stomach. It runs so counter to the Bible that I have no doubt in my mind they will likely be going to hell without God even giving them a consideration of entering the pearly fucking gates up there. It is deplorable. It is just diabolical stuff. And yet it is so common. I just recently talked about an online pastor who blamed his cryptocurrency scam on God, saying that God made him make a shitcoin to scam the people that follow him, which has to be one of the most blasphemous things you can ever say as a pastor. But he had the gall, the fucking chutzpah, to blame the crypto scam on the Lord. And you're going to see this a lot throughout this interview, and if you ever dive into this rabbit hole of corrupt pastors, they always use their connection with God as the excuse. Well, God actually wants me to have a whole fleet of private jets. It's actually very Christian to be wealthy. And it's just a complete bastardization of what the Bible's supposed to teach.
No, listen to me just a second. Not the people. The main reason is because of the need. If I flew commercial, I'd have to stop 65% of what I'm doing.
Baloney. What a load of horseradish. You wouldn't have to stop 65% of what you're doing if you flew commercial. You can fly commercial and still reach all of the same places. There are more planes in the sky right now than there is poop in my butt. And trust me, there's a lot of poop in there, because I haven't taken my morning shit yet. You can fly commercial and still do all of the same work you've been doing. And it's not like you're doing important work, Kenneth. All you do is you're basically like this Dementor who sucks money out of everywhere he goes. That's not important work. You're just perverting Christianity to fit your own agenda of making as much doubloons as you possibly can accrue in this lifetime.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercial so that you can fly in luxury? How much money did you pay for Tyler
Luxury?
Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Tyler Perry's
Well, for
Gulfstream
example,
jet.
that's really none of your business. But,
Isn't it the business of your donors?
listen, I paid. You kind of caught me off guard here, okay?
Certainly. Well, if you'd like to come out here, I'd like to give you a chance to catch your breath and...
He's floundering here because he knows there's really no way of justifying this when actually confronted with the question. He usually relies on the Bible as a shield from criticism, so all the people in his faith, if they question him, he says, oh, well, you're questioning God. But now he's actually getting interviewed by someone who's done their research and is actually talking to him about how his lifestyle is the complete opposite of what the Bible talks about. And he doesn't really know how to defend it, because there's no way of doing that. It's also very telling the way he views all the people around him by calling them demons in a tube when talking about flying commercial and why he just won't do it. Because he can't stand to be around people in general. He just wants to use them for his own financial gain. It's a fucking sickening perspective. And his mannerisms, the way that he does these like creepy smiles and his gestures, all of it is so menacing.
and have a conversation. We don't want to catch you off guard.
I love Inside Edition. You got to get this now.
Really?
Hey, you listen
You
to
do?
me? My wife thinks Inside Edition is, oh, yeah. Now,
That'll send a shiver down your spine. The way he acts and the way he sounds, all of it is what I imagine it would look and sound like if a demon was ever made flesh on this planet. He is what I would picture the Antichrist looking and acting like. Oh, it's just like disturbing listening to him speak. My wife thinks Inside Edition is, oh yeah. What does that even mean? Like he's clearly trying his best to like suck their cock. Like Inside Edition is incredible. I can't believe you guys would do this to me when I'm such a fan of yours. It's just
I think the people that would watch Inside Edition are the sort of people like this pastor. I think he probably does like Inside Edition. He probably watches it, or he wouldn't have said it. I think he probably he doesn't mind them. He actually probably really likes them, honestly. Oh, this stuff's expensive too. It's like 40 silver. That's so annoying. I don't even know if I can get any skill up from this though. I need to double check. Yeah, it is. It's this. It's. I guess I could blow a bunch of money on cooking. Yeah. There's something I could do. Yeah, I could blow a bunch of money on cooking, I suppose. I don't really want to, but that was a lot, really fast. So, but whatever. We'll go get like 40 more soothing spices or whatever. Or 30.
Best deals in all of Stormwind, my friend.
40.
Won't find any better. Now, what can I help you with?
Okay, we're gonna buy soothing spices. 2 stacks of it, which is expensive. It's like another 40 silver. It's like, eh.
Farewell.
But, I mean, we gotta get up, you know, we gotta get up somehow. Gotta get cooking up somehow. Compress. Compress. the...
Off-putting. Everything about him feels so fake and sinister.
Thank you, Lord. Help me. Let me pray this.
Well, let me just ask you a really simple question. A lot of people think it's unbecoming for a preacher to live a life of luxury and to fly around in private jets. What's your response to that?
Very simple. It takes a lot of money to do what we do. We have brought over 100, let's see, the latest figures just came out, 122 million people to the Lord Jesus Christ.
Can you show me the Carfax on that? I'd really like to see the data to support that claim. What I think happened is you brought in $122 million. That's not necessarily bringing people to the faith, you know what I mean? That's more like bringing the clams to the bank, is what it seems more to me. I really appreciate the Inside Edition interviewer not pulling any punches, just playing hardball here. She is absolutely cooking Kenneth. She is slapping his cheeks on the grill and whipping up a fine ass patty here at the barbecue today. Watching Kenneth squirm is priceless, and you're going to see his defense mechanism, as it is for a lot of these corrupt pastors, is always like, I need to pray, hold on, wait a minute, I'm getting a message from God, it's a transmission into my cerebral cortex, hold on a minute. And then he's like, oh Lord, I pray, wait, hold on a second, Inside Edition, shit, I'm getting overcome with the faith again, he said I need another private jet, oh yeah! Like, it's one of those things where, in the middle of being confronted with an indefensible statement or an indefensible act, they desperately cling to, hold on, I gotta pray real quick. Like, no, I'm a good person because God's talking to me and I gotta pray. I'm so overcome with it, I've gotta pray. And you see that time and time again when it comes to this. It's pathetic. And it's honestly an affront to God, I would imagine, to try and use him as your get-out-of-jail-free card. That shit, again, that's gotta be blasphemous. It's gotta be.
Without the airplane that we have that I bought from Tyler Perry, and I didn't pay
Tyler
anyone.
Perry.
Tyler's one.
You
of
bought
the
Tyler
best.
Perry's jet,
He
you
made
fucking
it-
idiot.
He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help
He made that airplane so cheap for me. Yeah, people sell airplanes cheap all the time. Yeah, that's totally common. Yeah, that's, oh yeah, I just buy cheap airplanes all the time. I was talking to Tyler Perry the other day, and I bought his airplane for cheap. You know, airplanes are totally cheap. Like, I buy them discount all the time. Buy 5 for 10 down at the corner store. Fucking, you know, Tyler Perry gave a pretty good deal on an airplane. Doesn't everybody get good deals on airplanes? I mean,
These great beasts know paths
Case
that you
closed.
can't
It was
find
such a
on foot.
good
They'll
deal,
get
he
you
was
there fast
losing
and maybe
people's
show
money
you
by not
something new at the
investing
same
it in
time.
that private jet. Man, thank God for Tyler. I have no doubt the good Lord put Tyler in the position he's in today just so he could give Kenneth Copeland a private jet at a great deal to continue to spread the good word and the gospel.
Well, my question then, okay, all right, but I want to get to the demons because people are very
To the
concerned about that
demons.
comment.
Give me a chance here, Inside Edition. I love you.
Inside Edition. I
And,
love your eyes.
I don't know what all this was here. It was like a cat playing with a toy. He was just like swatting at her or something to get her to stop. And then he gives her a random compliment out of nowhere, just like a rogue statement. You have great eyes. What the fuck is that? Why are you so unhinged? He's all over the place here.
Here's what happened.
Here's what happened. I fleeced a bunch of Christians.
We
I
fleeced.
don't like Christians. I steal their money.
In
Just
21
browsing
days,
my wares, or is there something specific?
70 hours,
Just be honest. Just say it.
40,000
God
miles,
damn it. I got $40,000 today.
touched 5 continents,
Touched 5 children across 5 different countries.
and preached face to face,
Best deals in all of Stormwind,
Face
my friend.
to-
Won't
to-
find
to
any.
young
Now,
children.
what can I help you with?
with 125,000 people.
Yeah, I don't
Do
believe
you
you.
ever,
What in the fuck are you yapping about? He's... huh? What are you blabbering on about? That has nothing to do with your statement about the demons in the tube from commercial airlines you can't be caught dead around. This is nothing working. What are you talking about? This is, again, dodging it and just putting it on like, oh, we do great work that can only be accomplished through the use of a private jet. We couldn't reach all of these places commercial. It wouldn't make any sense. It's got to be a private jet, a very luxurious one.
I mean,
so
if you're going to be a
closer to God up
thief,
there in heaven.
rip off
It's
Christians.
fucking ridiculous.
They'll
Do
forgive
ever
you.
use your private jets to go visit your vacation homes, for example?
Yes.
You know what they said in the Bible
Again,
about
going back to the
forgiveness.
comment,
For just a few
you said that you
coins,
don't
for
like
it.
to fly
Can get you
commercial
there
because you
faster
don't
than
want to
even
get
the
into a
swiftest
tube
horse.
with a bunch of demons. Do you
Bunch
really
of
believe
demons.
that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't
Yes,
you ever
do.
say I did.
Don't you ever say. Rawr, rawr.
We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers.
He was so close
Principality
to
and
letting the
powers,
mask
like
slip off
strangle-
his face right
strangle
there
her,
in that
yeah.
moment. I really thought he was about to reach over and start strangling her like Homer Simpson to
No.
Bart. Like he gets the finger out and he gets really
Yeah.
stern and serious. That look that he gives her, that would strike fear in the hearts of anyone. His facial expressions are so exaggerated. He's like a Pixar character. The way that he's able to constantly have these wide range of emotions that he conveys like that. The way he flips from infuriated to like smiling at her in the creepiest way possible, it's alarming. Everything about this guy should be sending you into a fight or flight response. As opposed to just throwing money at him, it should be running away from him.
Can you explain what you meant by that term then? Just explain, because it's really simple. You said you didn't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. What did you mean?
Well, let me ask you.
Do you think that people that
No.
fly commercial...
No, we're asking you a question. What did you mean by saying the tube was full of demons? Do you believe that humans are just demons and that you should
Still are
steal their money from them?
Give me a chance to talk, sweetheart.
What's with the tube full of demons? Are airplanes just tubes full of demons that you have to avoid, or?
But it's a biblical thing. It's a spiritual thing. It doesn't have anything to do with people. I love people. Jesus loves people.
That's probably the first truthful thing he's ever said in his life. I have no doubt that Kenneth Copeland loves people. Because people are the ones that finance his lavish lifestyle. They pay for his private jet vacations that he goes on all the fucking time out the wazoo. So I know he loves people. I'd argue there's only one thing Kenneth Copeland loves more than people. Wallets. And sticking his dick in there and just fucking them raw. Taking as much money out of it as he can possibly find. Through misleading them through the faith. And exploiting them, and taking advantage of them. That's the only thing that he loves more than just people in general, would be my bet. So, again, he will not just answer the question of what he meant by being in a tube with a bunch of demons on it, and the Inside Edition interviewer continues to press that, which I really appreciate. He continues to just tiptoe around it. Let me ask you a question. No, goofball, just answer it yourself. Just say what you meant. Say it with your whole chest.
But people get pushed in alcohol. Do you think that's a good place for a preacher to be and prepare to go preach to a lot of people when somebody in there is dragging some woman down an aisle? It made me so mad to see that on television. I wanted to punch the guy out myself. I can't be doing that while I'm getting ready to preach.
So you just don't like to be around the sinful people or the hurtful people. Is that what you're saying?
Not the people, baby. Not the people. Back during the days that we couldn't do anything else, we had to travel commercial.
The saddest period in his life when he had to fly commercial. God bless, I can't believe he made it out alive with that. Yeah, that's horrifying. But again, Kenneth, you're directly referencing people when you're talking about this. You gave an example of a man dragging someone down the aisle. Like, what? You're literally talking about people, and you're like, no, not the people. What the fuck are you talking about? And he brings up, like, alcohol. I can't be around alcohol in commercial. That's not a good place for a preacher. What the fuck? The reason he won't just say what we all know he meant is because he knows that even the most brainwashed in his following would hear that and get a very bad impression of it. Because he is basically calling them demons. And that could potentially hurt his bottom line.
We wrestle not with people, but with principalities and powers,
Powers.
unseen things, rulers of the darkness of this world.
What are you talking about, dude? I realize that you're a fucking pastor or whatever. But you act like this is Lord of the Rings and you're like talking about the shadow. Which I don't think is a very wise way to be in the current real world in 2024. If you sound like a shaman in 2024, I don't know. I guess that's your business. It's your business, not mine. Not my business.
The real devil, just the same as Jesus is a very real Lord.
Yeah, I'm starting to agree, Kenneth. I feel like I'm watching an interview with the devil right now. He continues, again, to just try and start spouting sermons that are pretty unrelated to this whole thing.
Yep.
He then
What are you
talks
talking
about
about?
how many jets they have.
Yeah, how many
And,
jets do you have,
well,
Kenneth?
he still has no way of defending it in any
I want to say
meaningful
to this guy
capacity.
too. I just couldn't. I
Because
didn't
you
remember
can't
that he
really
existed
defend
until
it, 'cause
today.
there is no universe where a preacher needs this level
I
of
remember
wealth
hearing about
to
this
do
guy a
what
lot.
they do. It's gluttonous. That's a
Yeah.
sin, Kenneth. It's corruption, blatant corruption, and it comes from at least
The
partly
church.
from the
church.
donations of just normal people that go to these mega churches or go to these traveling evangelists, that kind of shit. It comes from them trying to better their life, but they're doing it through a con man who's taking advantage of that desire. And it's fucking sad. It always makes me furious. Kenneth Copeland is one of my least favorite people on the planet and has been for the better part of a decade. I've talked about Kenneth for a long time now, and I'm sure I will continue to do so, because this guy is going to most likely live forever, because he is propped up by the puppet strings of Lucifer himself. So this guy, he's probably going to outlast everybody on this planet at some point.
But the main thing that happened was not, that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was I could no longer do what I called to do and be on the airlines. Besides that, I need my clothes when I get there.
And you have some fancy clothes. I mean, for a pastor, you are living a life of luxury. You've got great homes, you've got great planes, you drive in limos, and
I'm a very wealthy man.
you're
I'm
a very wealthy man.
Cool, I guess. If I was someone that was putting money into the church and what I believe would be a man of God, I think the number one thing I wouldn't want to hear is that he just uses it to be a wealthy man with a bunch of really fancy clothes, cars, and private jets. Feels like it defeats the whole purpose, don't you think? I also can't help but focus on his turkey neck that keeps jiggling every time he speaks. It's like paper in like a strong gust
We're
of
fighting
wind
a losing
constantly.
battle with Colonel
His
Curzon.
neck, like there's
Not
so
only
much
is he a
loose
brilliant
skin
tactician,
on it.
he outnumbers us at least 10 to 1. To survive, we need to use his own covert tactics against him. Enter his camp to the east and kill his men. Lots of them. And get out before reinforcements can close on you. To have a chance against Curzon, we need his healing support neutralized. He has gathered around him a large number of medicine men who heal his forces with jungle remedies, and poison our fighters with venom fern extracts. We need those remedies to cure our own people, and we need a sample of those extracts to study so we can make our own remedies. Search the Curzon compound for both. His medicine men will have the remedies, and the extracts are probably stowed in some of the camp's supply boxes.
I do most of the cooking at the camp, and it used to be a lot of work until I bought a mechanical cooking pot from a goblin merchant in Booty Bay. The pot is a wonder. It saved me countless hours until it broke. Can you take the pot back to the goblin for me so he can fix it? His name is Krazek.
Jackass. How was that pre-stealth? Always a bigger fish. Bass Pro Shop is his name? Or his skills name?
Rudder to a boat or something, and it just keeps fucking flapping around and it distracts me.
My wealth doesn't come from offerings alone.
My well.
Because you sell things, books and DVDs.
Yes. And I have a lot of natural gas on our property. Didn't know that, did you, babe?
Now I do.
Yeah, you do. Isn't that wonderful?
You
And
realize
wonderful.
that you still just did a big self-report there, don't you, Kenneth? You said that your wealth doesn't come from offerings alone, which means some of it does. Which means some of your wealth is taken directly from the offerings of those in your churches and those that believe that what they're doing is for the greater good of the faith, not to line your pockets. You openly just admitted to that.
But it will run something in the neighborhood.
Welcome to Stranglethorn. Perhaps you're not aware of this, but that dwarf over there is the one and only Hemet Nessingwary, renowned war hero of the Alliance and master big game hunter. He's not one for welcoming strangers into his camp, but you look like you've seen quite a bit of action in your day, adventurer. Being a veteran of many battles himself, Master Nessingwary has a soft spot for fellow heroes. Go and speak with him. Perhaps he can give you some hunting pointers. Jolly nice to make your acquaintance, adventurer. Haven't seen an adventurer around these parts for some time. I situated myself with this expedition for one purpose, to hunt a great and elusive beast. Seeing that you're a hero of sorts, I am willing to let you take part in the hunt, but you must first prove yourself. I shall teach the ways of raptor killing to you. Ajek will train you with tiger hunting, and Sir Erlgadin is a master of panther tracking. Prove your skill, and I'll let you in on the big hunt. So, you think your hunting skills are in tip-top shape? I can put them to the test in a jiffy. Head out into that jungle and kill 10 Stranglethorn raptors. We'll see just how much of a big game hunter you are. And no, I won't tell you where you can find them. Locating the beasts is half the challenge. Master Nessingwary will be so upset if he finds out. He trusted me to proofread the manuscript of his novel, The Green Hills of Stranglethorn. Everything was going well, but a large gust of wind blew through the camp and scattered the pages everywhere. I was able to gather most of the pages, but many are still strewn about the jungle. Collect the pages to complete each of the 4 chapters. I will help you organize them. Return the chapters to me once you have all 4. Chapter 1 was quite riveting. Master Nessingwary sets the backdrop for the story and makes mention of his hunting companions, including me. But that's besides the point. Let me see which pages are still missing. It seems pages 1, 4, 6 and 8 are still out there somewhere in the jungle. Chapter 3 was my favourite. It tells of Sir Ergadine and Lady Ruak's first kill with a dwarven rifle. And the end of Chapter 3, why such a cliffhanger? Looks to me as though we still need pages 18, 20, 21 and 24 to finish the chapter. Those pages are out there somewhere. Chapter 2 was chock full of exciting tales of panther and tiger hunting. I could just kick myself for letting the pages blow away. It seems I was able to recover all of the pages with the exception of pages 10, 11, 14 and 16. Ah, Chapter 4, the big finale. And what an ending it was.
My mic
We
set.
are only missing 3 pages for this chapter. We need pages 25, 26 and 27 to put Chapter 4 back together.
When I was but a young girl, my father trained me in the art of tiger hunting. You'll find the young felines much easier to track and slay. For this reason, we'll start you out easy. One can often find young tigers near the expedition camp. Test your tracking skills and see if you can hunt some of the beasts down.
If you want to be a part of the hunt with this crack group Hemet has assembled, you're
Crack
going to need
group.
to prove yourself an able panther hunter. We'll start you out easy. Don't you worry. Let's see you kill 10 young panthers to start. Tracking them down is only half the challenge.
In the poor. You can't do that and be broke.
So final question is, a lot of people maybe have a misunderstanding then about what you do in prosperity preaching. So the final question is this. To those critics that say that a preacher should not be living a life of luxury, what is your response to that?
They're wrong.
That's it?
That
Enough said. Hey, checkmate. Now
Where would you
give
like
him
to
more
fight
money for being wrong and hurting his feelings, so he can get himself a new private jet to dry his tears with. He says that he invests 20 to 25 million in the poor. What do you do? How do you help them? Seems like you just take money from everybody. What do you do with that 20 to 25 million that you apparently invest in the poor? I looked it up and I couldn't really find anything on that. There's really no information on it. I'm super curious now. Seems like just kind of a lie. Maybe invest 20 to 25 million in like smaller businesses that serve less wealthy areas or something. I have no clue, but I can't find anything where he's like directly helping anybody except himself actually.
it's a misunderstanding of the Bible that if you go into the Old Covenant, do you
What?
think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
What? What?
You saying that Jewish people
What are we talking about
appreciate
here?
money more than
They
What?
believe in wealth.
Are you
people
saying
would find
that?
that offensive?
Now, wait a minute now. I'm not talking about some people. I'm talking about the Bible.
Shit's getting really weird now, and Kenneth Copeland is clearly struggling and sweating. This has nothing to do with the Bible either, by the way,
Immediately attack
because
Jewish
the Bible
people.
makes it clear in no uncertain terms that this house of worship should never be used as a place for like financial benefit for those involved. Like, you know that moment a lot of people recall from the Bible where Jesus flips a table? They might forget why that happened.
Yep.
So I'm going to go ahead and post this.
To get the money lenders.
Jesus entered the temple courts and drove out all who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves. It is written, he said to them, my house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of robbers. This has been brought up before, and I have seen a lot of slimy excuses and really weird interpretations of that to still justify taking a ton of money from people in the church. But the way I always interpreted that, and really the way I was kind of taught when I was still very religious back when I was growing up, like I mentioned, I actually got baptized twice in case the Lord slept through the first one, like if his alarm didn't go off to watch it. I did it twice just to ensure. But with this, I was always under the impression that the lesson is that the faith should never be used as just a way of making money from people through it.
The Bible also says that it's more difficult for a rich man to get into heaven than it is for a camel to get through the eye of a needle, correct?
The rest of the scripture. But he said, all things are possible with God.
I thought that was a really good dunk from the reporter there that Kenneth Copeland tries to weasel his way out of. I don't think it's a really good excuse, though. That's kind of a cop-out. Oh, yeah, it does say that in the Bible, but it also says anything's possible through the power of God. When that's an excuse you see a lot of terrible pieces of shit use. What's the expression? Sin 6 days of the week, ask forgiveness on the 7th, repeat the cycle? Something like that. He's basically just saying, like, yeah, no, it does say that in me taking all this money from these people, maybe it is sinful, but hey, anything's possible through the power of God. I'll probably still get into heaven because he forgives anything, so who cares? I'll do what I want, and then ask for forgiveness and get it.
Both of my grandfathers were preachers. They were both very poor.
Wow.
They lived simple, modest lives. They were extremely offended by men that made money like you do, preaching like you do. What would your response be to people that think that preachers shouldn't live this kind of a lifestyle? Folks like both my grandfathers.
And I understand that. And I love them with all my heart.
No, you don't.
It's your grandfathers that we're standing on their shoulders.
Not exactly an inspiring thing to say. It's your grandfathers that I have built my empire on top of, the preachers that were actually doing some good work and being genuine people. Well, I was able to exploit that good reputation for myself. I'm standing on their shoulders. It's thanks to them. They're the real heroes. Like, oh my god, they're turning over in their grave right now hearing that statement. That is abhorrent.
Sir, thank you so much for your time
What's your
today. Lisa Guerrero.
Lisa, God bless, Father bless Lisa.
God, Father bless you.
Thank you for her grandparents.
Thank you for her
I love
grandparents.
Inside Edition. I love the
I
people
love
on
you.
it.
He probably does.
It thrills
Yeah.
me to get a chance to have my face on Inside Edition.
Thank you
I
very
love
much,
you, girl.
Reverend. You have a nice day.
Yes,
He
ma'am.
doesn't
That's where the
care.
interview concludes.
Give him your money.
And I think Kenneth Copeland is a real asshole. I think that guy is evil. Everything about him is exactly what I would picture a demon on this earth disguising itself as.
Demon banker.
To a T.
Or demon.
It's almost cartoonish.
In the temple.
How evil his aura is. So yeah, anyway, that's really about it.
Temple thief.
So yeah.
Bye. Why we can't build better cities? No. Tips for the best spaghetti sauce ever? No. Tundra is a rusty mess, or is it? They got away with this, the prime time, from 13 days ago. They got away with what?
What was 2009?
I've never heard of the prime time, so here's... I have. I've heard him before, I guess.
Rent
Thank
for
you for the
a
excellent content for my stream. Prime time. The prime time. I've liked and sub to your channel.
Studio, $1,500?
Yeah, something like
18?
that. I couldn't
Yeah.
afford that. I lived out of a room, and then eventually I lived out of a room from a lady that basically made halfway houses for younger people that couldn't afford to live anywhere else, and she
Halfway
had
houses,
converted.
for people that don't know, is people who are usually getting off drinking and trying to reassimilate into working life.
And she did that specifically for younger people that just could not make enough to live in California. Was the problem, and she was able to do that kind of thing for me, which is great. And I had another buddy who I met through there, and then I think there was like 6 of us living in that house because it was a converted old folks home that she had bought and then did that, which was awesome.
Wow.
So that's how I survived, right? So the grocery bagger at Trader Joe's started at $12 an hour. I said, this isn't possible to live on in Southern California. It makes no sense for one of the largest gaming companies in the world. One day during our shift, we were told a critical task had come in, and we all needed to be on it immediately. The task sheet was a piece of paper, and they handed it out to all of us, and it had like 30 or so steps on it. We were told to read the entire thing and then perform the task. So I read through it, and like about halfway through, in the middle of the task, it said, turn off your computer, get up from your desk, leave this behind, leave the room. And I read the rest of the task to make sure that there wasn't anything more, because it said read the entire task, and I left the room. The last 2 people who left the room got fired. The rest of us went to day crew. They were dissolving the team. That's how they lost their jobs, because they took the longest to get to that point in the test. That was it.
Oh my god! So I didn't even read that. Oh, I didn't.
Hello,
I like misread
adventurer.
that. I
I
didn't
am
realize it was
Master
just
Engineer
it was
Scooty.
a race to whoever just left the room for or last.
Yep. And
Oh
the
my
way that
goodness.
the way that they posed that was, those are the people that don't know how to read tasks. So you're going to day crew. Everybody else is getting fired, and that was it. And
Imagine
when I
getting
went,
fired
Oh,
for being
wow.
meticulous like that as a QA.
Yeah, if you actually read the
it's
instructions,
even worse
you
too,
kept
because
your
after I went to
job.
day crew,
Why not? Why not?
They didn't even talk to me about like the pay increases or anything like that. They're like, "Hey, you're going to day crew now," and I noticed my next paycheck was.
Why not set a bomb like that, though? That's the kind of bomb I would set. And if you didn't read it, you're gone. You didn't read. You didn't read. You're not doing your fucking job. Bye.
Smaller. And I was like, what the hell's going on?
They
And
set a
said,
bomb.
Oh, yeah,
They
you
set
lost
a
50
bomb.
cents an hour. That was a night crew differential.
Oh.
That was it. I just lost
Yeah.
$1,000 a year because I went to day crew. And that was it. You know.
And during that time, 50 cents. Like, I
$1,000.
mean, if you're going from 10.50 to 10, like that's a meaningful difference.
Yeah.
That's
it's
the difference between getting an
$1,000 a year.
egg
Yeah, that's
in your ramen or just ramen. Like that's like real difference.
Yeah, no, it was horrible. It was probably the worst experience I had in my life, but I was too young to realize that was like really not okay, right? I didn't learn that until much later, because this was my first big job. I had been working freelance before this, so I was used to kind of shitty environments. And I was like, okay, I guess this is just how this works. And I didn't realize that this is wrong until I think halfway through StarCraft 2. We had our manager, like our lead of QA, our director came down. And morale was really low because we had been on StarCraft 2 for over a year at that point of overtime. And we ended up doing 2 years of overtime because the team had this weird, the lead of the team had this weird idea that QA could get ahead of development. So we just worked crazy hours on shit that was not ready for test. It made no sense. Right?
Hold on, can you just like give me like what's a 3-sentence argument for how QA can get ahead of development? Can you just like
None.
throw that out
There's
for me?
None. There's none at all. They never had an argument. They're like, yeah, we're getting ahead of development. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. They're like, we're doing it. And I was like, but
What are we testing if we're ahead of them?
so we would end
The
up testing
singing
stuff that just
crystals are
wasn't
unique
ready,
to Stranglethorn.
and then punting it back
And
to
are
Dev,
very
and then Dev would be like,
valuable to
why
certain
did you
parties.
test this?
I can
Fucking
move those
Blizzard.
crystals, but the cursed venture company makes it hard for an honest entrepreneur like myself to gather any. I'd like to hire you. The basilisks in Stranglethorn eat the crystal. This gives them their hardened skin, and sometimes decent quality crystal can be harvested from it. You can get it from any basilisk, but the less nasty ones are along the shores south of Zulkunda to the north. Oh, I see, it's a Krazek's crockpot. An ingenious piece of work, but it can break a spring or throw a gear now and then. Let me see what's wrong with this one. Ha ha! Its steam charger is rusted out, it has a cracked knuckle gasket, and its fobulator is missing teeth. I'm surprised the pot could even boil a turnip in this state. Can I fix it? Of course I can fix it, but there's a price. Oh yes, there is always a price. There is a mountain cave in Dry Whisker Gorge, far to the north in the Arathi Highlands. In that cave is rare ore, bloodstone. The bloodstone in this cave is not of the highest grade, but even low-quality bloodstone is valuable to those with the knowledge to use it. I would like some. I will fix your crockpot, but while I work on it, bring me samples of bloodstone. Bring me enough, and I'll even give you a bonus. Oh, and if you don't have the skill to mine it, find someone who does. I've gotten reports of a group of hunters that have set up camp upriver of the venture company mining camp on Lake Nazfariti. Now, normally I wouldn't care, but improbably I heard that Hemet Nessingwary was one of the hunters there. He's certainly well connected, if you catch my meaning, and you never can be too safe. Why don't you go check out the camp, adventurer, see what they're about? Damn trolls! They've been killing off our agents in the jungle. I've already lost a good number of my best guards to skirmishes with them. The costs are piling up. How will I explain this to Baron Revelgaz? Decisive action. Think, Kebok. You weren't assigned to the post you have today for sitting around. I've got it. You, adventurer, is it? You'll help me, won't you? There's money to be had. Here's the deal. You bring me the ears of 15 blood-scalp trolls, and I'll compensate you well. He's done it this time. Bad enough that Gelriz is muscling out the moguls who were appointed by the trade princes. Now he tries to cut in on the most notorious pirate. Revelgaz won't have it, and he's told me to take care of the problem in my own way. My way? Theft. The venture company geologists near Lake Nasfaridi are deeply interested in the blue crystals they have been finding in the mines. Bring me samples of the stone from their geologists. I don't care what you have to do to get them. Yes, I do have something you could do, actually. Lieutenant Doran and his followers up in the north need their regular supplies from us. They haven't been delivered, and with the trolls attacking, I'll need someone to do it. Doran's camp lies northwest of the road at the entrance to Stranglethorn from Duskwood. Give the supplies to Private Thorson. If he's not in the camp, then he'll be patrolling south of it. He'll take care of them. Mind you, if you fail, you'll owe me restitution. Baron Revelgaz has had me keep an ear out for rumors of the strange and out of place in Booty Bay and Stranglethorn. I don't usually put much stock in ghost stories, but I heard some sailors in the tavern talking about a haunted island off the coast. Water elementals and a raving goblin ghost, they say. If you're going to go talk to Revilgaz, could you relay that story to him? Interesting. Some time ago, I seem to remember reading a book once that suggested... of course, a troll legend it was. If what Krazek reports is true, perhaps I will soon be able to add the Stone of the Tides to my collection of ancient artifacts and relics. If there is indeed a goblin mage and water elementals haunting the island, it could mean the Stone of the Tides can be mine. I want you to locate this haunted island, find out what's going on. Oh, and if you perhaps want to find out more about the Stone of the Tides, take this script to the Stormwind Library. They should be able to find you a copy of the book I first came across the legend in. Could it be that Gazban actually discovered the stone?
1 a.m. I'll turn down the sound. I wish there was a way to make a macro to kill the sound.
And we just kept doing it. We're just spinning our wheels doing nothing. It made no sense. So
that sounds so emotionally painful, testing things that are already like pre-known to be broken.
Yep, it was awful. And so while this was going on, morale just shot through the floor. People were losing their minds. Actually, I watched a couple of people get divorced on that team because they weren't home all the time with their spouses, and like it started to collapse, right? People's morale went nuts because it was over a year. So after this happened, our director had to come down to like rally the troops, right? And he comes down and we're all sitting in front of him in chairs, and he's trying to give his speech to everything. And halfway through the speech, he stops and he says, "But I want to let you know that you're not the rock stars, that the devs are rock stars, and any of you could be replaced at any time." In the middle of this morale boost speech, this was the first time I'd met the director for our department. And I'll never forget that shit, because my lead, because I was on the editor team in QA, my lead got up and walked away, and he motioned for us to leave too, and then everyone started to leave. They bailed on him in the middle of his speech, and he was like, "Well, what's going on? What did I do wrong?" And HR got so many complaints that he had to come back and apologize, and during his apology he said it again. That was the second time I got to meet him, and it was just, it really set the stage for me to be like, wow, QA's really treated like shit, right? Like I'm not treated like a person here, and I did everything I could at that point to leave the department. And over the next 4 years, I eventually got my chance, and I actually gave a document to Ali Vitani to build, he was the director of Battlenet at the time, to build a application security team for all of Blizzard's websites globally. And I got that job. They made the team, and I became the lead of application security. And there's my There's my Battlement coin, man.
So, can we roll that back just a quick second on that last one? Because you do say, because we've had a brief discussion in the past, a couple of these like online banters about QA being considered engineering or not. Is this really like the turning point where you feel like QA has to be treated like engineering or else, I mean, however inhumane that was like the turning point?
I'll give you an example of why they should be, right? I am a special exception. I have a lot of skills for things that general QA normally wouldn't do. But as an example, I saved 30,000 hours of tester time on Diablo 3 console because I built custom hardware to allow us to do automation on the console itself. It was a bridge from the PC to the console that mimicked inputs, the controller inputs, and they wouldn't allow me to use anything, so I had to use AutoIt to do it. But I actually wrote custom firmware to get that done in the first place and built the devices myself out of parts that I bought from China. So I still have those. They're called Bifrost because it's a bridge. So think about that I think at that time it was about $11 an hour, right? And they didn't even reimburse me for the parts, so I still got the damn things. So you look at something like that and you see, okay, let's just treat them like monkeys with keyboards. Let's pay them an unlivable wage. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Now, I'm the exception there. Not everybody was able to do those types of things. But you have people that are so knowledgeable about the games. They know absolutely everything ins and outs for it. To be able to test these types of things and report these critical issues and discern what is actually going on so that other development sites can actually fix this. So yeah, QA is dead. And the best thing that I ever saw was when they started doing embedded QA, which I saw for Overwatch 1. Overwatch 1 was phenomenal for that because they had a development team and they had an embedded QA team, and they were efficient as shit because of it. It was awesome. It was great to see. And I had hoped that would spread out to the rest of the business, but it didn't. And a lot of it came down to fears that QA would, what was the term? It was like a fraternize with the enemy kind of thing. Like they're going to abandon ship and join development and all this. It was this weird military brochacho shit that made no sense. It was really, really strange. And I will never understand.
Fraternize or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the strangest word to describe
making
really
a
product good.
It was really, really weird, and it pissed me off like you wouldn't believe. And like outside of that, there were also things like QA generally looks down on, right? Like people look down on them. And at the time when I first started Blizzard, we had different colored badges for different teams. So Night Crew, we had brown badges. QA had yellow badges, and everyone's like, "Oh, I got to get a yellow badge because it's like a status thing. If you don't have a yellow badge, you're just like kind of worthless." And I remember talking to a guy who had a blue badge, which was development side, and he was talking to me. He was really interested in my ideas, and then I saw him look down, look at my yellow badge, and disconnect the conversation. And that happened a lot, dude. And it was literally just like this weird kind of like class-based badge environment. And to Blizzard's credit, they eventually did away with the different colored badges because it became very toxic. That kind of environment became super toxic, you know?
It's like a Brave New World almost. You're the beta class, and this is the alpha class, and you're just forever a beta because of it.
Yep, and they eventually got rid of that system. They switched over to blue badges, but I had to live through that, right? And I know a lot of other people did too. And that stuff sucks, man. Like that stuff sticks with you, and it stuck with me. And it's the reason that I run my indie studio in the way that I do, is to make sure that this kind of shit never happens to the people who work for me ever. And I have kept to that every single step of the way.
So let me ask you a question.
Just taught me what not to do, you know.
Since you saw obviously you see that everyone should see the value of QA, right? There's no amount of automation, blah, 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 that you can really replace QA with, right? It's very, very important to have that. But you obviously you were very technical to begin with. You were able to make these things, which a lot of people, even today, even in my chat, even in your chat, that are all developers, that would find it extremely difficult to do, building firmware, making these auto clicks, saving all this time. Do you make room? Do you allow paths? Do you encourage
gonna go
QA
pee. I'll be right back.
that you have today to also wear the mantle of a dev, but in the realm of automation?
They should.
give them the working and space to do that.
Yeah, if I had more people on here, if I had a need of more like of QA to do that, I would absolutely do it. There'd be no reason not to. Invest in those people, because I'll give you the best option for this, and this is gonna be kind of a weird call out. Amazon Game Studios was the best place I ever worked for anything related to that, because they have a really good structure for QA for Amazon Game Studios. So like at Blizzard, the way that it worked is you could become a QA, and then once you got to a certain part of your career, you had two options: become a manager or become a producer. There was no path forward for QA. If you were an amazing tester, you suddenly had to be a manager. You needed people skills. What if they don't have people skills? What if they're just a really good QA person? What if they're just amazing at testing and building test plans and doing that, right? There's no route. So you lose that asset into a role that they probably aren't going to be as good at, and also they have to do it because they want more pay. That doesn't make any sense. So Amazon Game Studios, they structured it differently for you could basically stay a QA your entire career. And those jobs ended out at like $250,000, man. Like they were not like small chump change kind of QA jobs. They were big deal QA jobs for that kind of stuff. And yeah, it was huge. So I saw that and I was like, what I realized then was I don't want to work for a AAA game company. I want to work for a company that owns a AAA game company. Yes. And it showed me very quickly, like, this works because Amazon is a business and they own a game company.
Yeah, they're not in the business.
My hope was with the acquisition.
See, Blizzard has ego. AGS is trying to provide a product. They're publishers. There's a big fucking difference. Now, they're also developers, though, like in New World as an example. But AGS is still mainly like a publisher. They're good at making games. I love New World, but they're not like, they're not amazing at it. New World obviously tanked. They're not. Lost Ark tanked. I think Throne of Liberty might be okay in the West. I don't know how well it'll do. If it's full blown gotcha and kind of bullshit, it might not do well. And so with Blizzard, it's about not just sales and Activision and dominating the market. It's about and all that. It's about dominating the market and ego. And I would say at a lot of these other places like AGS, sure, they have an ego. They want us to buy their product and they want to be happy and they want us to be happy and they want to be like developers that are respected in the community. And they do have egos and they do have like human, they're humans. But they're more publisher side, and on production, we're not talking about directors here. Not like Ghostcrawler or any of those WoW Blizz devs. We're talking about, or even Bobby Kotick's or anything. Well, yeah, like Bobby Kotick is actually kind of what we're talking about here. We're talking about publishers. They're producers. They're not there to tell the game how to run or to make the game. They're there to produce the money to get it done and make sure that they have what they need and that they can be cutting edge tech and all this other stuff. And so now, I would say one of the reasons why I like AGS more than Blizzard is I know that AGS's goddamn ego is not caught up in this. But, I mean, Blizzard stinks of old ego problems. Stinks of it. Old toxicity and old biases and old beliefs and stuff. And it's weird because I think one of the things that was keeping a lot of Blizzard afloat was this weird, ironic thing that a lot of the people playing the WoW games are kind of conservative. And that I think the conservatives thought for some reason, and they might be right, too, that Blizzard was kind of a conservative company, but then Blizzard went woke. Blizzard went very woke. Blizzard formed the social contract and plagued the world with it. Blizzard went so woke, and we know this is because of their lawyers and fear. It's not because they believe in, putting lesbian relationships in Dragonflight or gay relationships in Dragonflight or any of that stuff, or weird gender stuff, or paintings or any of this. It's that they're scared of being sued. And they're producers mainly now. They used to be developers, but now they're producers. And they're scared of being sued and they're lazy about their games and they're trying to capture the minds and hearts of the people, but they aren't doing well enough. There's no bread and butter to their games. There's no meat. It's all bone now. And like this game's still good, which is why I'm playing it. But I would say retail. After Dragonflight, I was so done with Dragonflight after 30 days, 40, 50 days, something like that. After about 2 months, I was done with an entire expansion. And that's when you know that the game's dead. It's dead. If you're gone in like between 30 and 60 days, like I was, after the whole expansion, and I beat that thing out. I got Lore Master for Dragonflight, and like it did not take me long. And I realized that they're not developers anymore. They're producers. They're very much producers. Now this was a long and sort of roundabout way to where I was going. I should have just kept swimming, but I wanted to actually, like, I've never done this trip this way before. It never occurred to me to do it this way. Ooh, it's Firefin. 2 of them, I think. Wait, no, 1. Well, that's a good start. I don't need that croc, but I do need the fishing pool, so shit, yeah. Good place to start. Oh wait, I want to auto lure in my FB, and you also turned it up too high. Turn it down to like 32, and I want to, for the fishing stuff, I want easy lures, and always lure, and oh, I can auto loot? Oh, I can auto loot. Well, I mean, it is on, though. No, I don't need that. Use action. Look for an action bar to use for cash. And partial outfit, mounted, open quest items, and alright, I don't think I need anything. There we go.
See the same from
Blizzard's
Microsoft,
ego is
because
why
now
they
they're
do
into the
stuff
same
like that.
kind of situation, and their first action was to fire 1,900 people, and it just devastates me, dude. Like
I like the bomb that they set. That bomb they set though about reading the instructions, and if they had, if you're making like 50 to 60 to 120,000 to 180,000 as a senior developer, depending on what your grade is and how long you've been doing it. If you're making between $60,000 and $200,000 a year, which is a lot of money, you should be reading every piece of paper they hand you. You should be carefully, like, full-blown, that's a career. You should be. It's kind of like passing the bar. You should be reading everything. It's expected of you, and I like that bomb that they set. Now, he hated it because he was the target of the bomb. I actually don't mind that particular bomb. That's the kind of managing tactic I would use. I need to make sure you're paying attention to me. You cannot, like, if I'm paying you this much money on a salary, you cannot just coast along, You can't coast along. Okay, we need 15 blood scalp ears. I guess I'll start here. But I was gonna do something lower. Yeah, we're gonna go do the lower ones first because I'll out level those. I don't actually do this yet. Yep. No binds, nothing. Yep, just keep running. Yep. I used to come here on Hunter a lot and Shadow Priest and kill people. Just ride up with a friend and just kill anybody leveling here. That place is a war zone usually. There's a guy. He's doing well. Nope. Ah, can't get up it. Oh. I don't want to aggro him. I don't know. Can I get up? There? It kind of seems like you can, but no. Maybe here? No. Where is it that I'm intended to get up this stupid thing? Here? Okay. Is it here? Yeah, it is here. It's like a path. Stupid thing. Ooh, look at all this money. Free money, I'm just gonna take it. Screw it. Oh, I should buff though. Just to get aggro. Or horde. it's people my level. Yay. Gonna go do the easier stuff first because it'll be more fun. I think I'm actually supposed to look for this guy first, though. Yeah, they want me to look for Private Thorson on that route, so I'm gonna do that first. I don't know if this is faster, but it was more interesting than doing the Darkshire run because it's the actual zone itself, as opposed to having to circumvent Darkshire. Oh, this is... I'm gonna get ganked, aren't I? This place is a war zone. That mage looks like he could use some support. I need to drink anyways. This place is like a fucking war zone. They're gonna buff him. Yep.
You're not going to get that talent back. A lot of the people that got fired, man, they're all over my Facebook. They're people that have been there 10 plus years. Buddies of mine that have been there like 13, 15 years.
Ooh, I like that sound.
Where are you going to get that talent back? You're not.
Nice.
Yeah,
that kind
that's
of
such a brain
understanding of
drain that you can't redo. And the worst part is that
You'll
Blizzard
never get it back. Yep.
was magic 15 years ago. That was like in my head personally. That's where like the magic was coming to an end. As far as like my love for their games, it's kind of gone down since then. But it's just like you're losing that group with whom had the magic still.
Yeah, and it's so devastating because I can understand. Oh, we look at it as a business, right? We look at it as a cost.
Yeah.
Games don't work that way. Games, you have a name of a you bought a name, Microsoft. You bought a name.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you fired the reason that name was special. And that's not coming back, man. Like you can't get it back. And that's why you see so many of these other studios. Like if you look at remember when Hearthstone launched? Like massive sensation, right? Did amazing.
Yeah.
Reason it was doing so well is Ben Brode was the game director for that game. He loves card games. He's so invested in that. He wanted it to be all as amazing as he possibly can. He built the best team for it. Awesome people that all love card games, right? When he left Blizzard, he went off to go make his own company called Second Dinner. Second Dinner's first game, Marvel Snap. That's why Marvel Snap exploded and did so well, because he loves card games. And now Hearthstone is in a state where a lot of people don't really enjoy it, right? And it shows very quickly that when that passion leaves, you still got the name, but you don't got the game. And that's
you saw that when they had the Diablo 4. They had the devs on there, and they couldn't even really play the game well. You could see that they're disconnected from it. And you can also see that with Elden Ring. Elden Ring is created by a guy who
doesn't play Dark Souls.
that he would love.
Yep.
And like that's it. Like that is Elden Ring is the game he always wish he had. You know, or technically it's Dark Souls, but like go all the way back. But that's why those games do so well. Is it's because it's created by someone who loves the thing itself. They're not there to make profit. They're there to make the thing they've always loved. And profit usually follows when you make a really good game. But still, there's magic there that you can't get back. Yeah.
There's three things that I always say pay off. Being passionate about the thing that you're working on, treating your community and your customers with respect, because they matter more than anything, more than anything else. You support them, they're going to support you.
Oh, I'm
and
way west of where I need to be.
Same.
Oops. Okay.
If you do those things, it's very hard to lose. It is incredibly difficult to lose. You still could, but it's much harder. You know?
I mean, there's always a loser in life, no matter how well they're set up. But you're right. Like if you have people bought in, you have customers that are excited. I don't see how you could lose. Honestly, it'd be crazy for you to lose at that point.
It's difficult. Oh God, Bezos is here. The ad break. No.
oh yeah. You usually take a little moment to do any sort of ad break. We can wait for a quick second and not let. Anything? Do you want to read these tweets or read through this tweet line? Do you want to go through that or?
Sure.
I don't want to interrupt what you're doing. I didn't realize you were. I know you stream most these days. I just don't know which days you stream these days.
Yeah, you're good. We'll wait for the Bezos and then we'll go through it because I haven't read through all of this guy's stuff yet. I've read through a number of it. And I was like, this is rough, dude. Because like, I get it, and I saw it, and I experienced the same stuff. So I am unsurprised.
I've seen this gay fake promotion, and then hearing you getting the daytime shift, learning that you quote unquote got a time promotion, but then lost money.
Yeah, no, it's rough, man. And that wasn't the only bad experience I had there. It was enough that like I eventually left, and I didn't want to leave, even though I found out I was paid 36% of industry standard.
Beaver.
Even though, even though the conditions were terrible, I didn't want to leave. I had to. And that's a very awful kind of a thing,
I do want to highlight one quick thing, though, that you said, which is really, really funny. in the dev world, one of the worst companies you can work at is Amazon.
Yeah.
Which
That's interesting.
I think goes to show how bad, at least this is my perception, I could be wrong, but how bad the gaming industry is that in the web dev world, the worst place you can go is Amazon, and your best experience was at Amazon.
Yeah. I think
there's definitely a disconnect. It could be how
There's a reason.
local. There's like a local vertical. Sometimes they're much better than like say the company at a whole. So that's like a real, that could happen. But it's also just funny that exists.
There's a reason for this, though. I got 8 seconds left on ads, and I'll tell you.
Okay.
Waiting on it. All right, there we go. Bezos has receded. So yeah, the reason why I had such a good experience at Amazon Game Studio was actually because most of them were former Blizzard. A large amount of that team was. It was people, we joked it was Blizzard refugees, man. So a lot of people had left Blizzard because Amazon Game Studio is 4 minutes away. By car. It's like right there next to the Irvine campus.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's a great change.
Yeah, so we all left and we got like way more money. But I remember the reason why I had such a good time is my boss was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And in the first month that I was there, I went to him and I was like, hey, I don't think I'm doing a good job. Like, I need to have a talk with you. I don't think that I'm, excelling in the things I'm doing. I don't think I'm doing very well. And he said, go home and take tomorrow off as well. It was Thursday. He said, take tomorrow off as well. You're going to get a 4-day weekend and it's not coming out of your PTO. And I was like, what's going on? And he said, you were so overworked at Blizzard that you don't know what it's like to work a normal job. You're not used to a normal human pace, so you think you're underperforming. You need to reset. And he was 100% right. And he knew because he was also former Blizzard. And it changed everything.
Oh,
for me,
that's such a really
Absolutely
deep
everything.
thing to
It
say.
reset everything for me, and I was able
What
to
happened to
go back
you,
into the workforce and
Blizzard?
actually kick some ass and not worry about that because he was right.
Money.
Dead right.
Dang.
Because it's an awful environment, man.
It's so wild to think about how much influence a good manager has and how hard it is to realize how much influence a bad manager has.
Oh yeah.
It's funny that you would think they're both equally obvious, but it's clear they're not equally obvious.
No. It hit me really hard, and like I think that kind of set me up for success there, and I was able to like go forward and be like, no, I'm doing good stuff, and I was able to focus on doing the work instead of doing the job, which is like to me a very different thing. The work and the job are generally very different. So yeah, no, it was great. It actually was awesome from there. I'm talking to Primogen, by the way. The Primogen. By the way, are you going to the Streamer Awards? You doing it?
Dude, did you not look at the seating arrangement?
I did look at the seating arrangement. I want to make sure you're showing up.
Yeah.
You know?
Who's rubbing shoulder to shoulder at there?
You're gonna be able to see me shit my pants live, like within 5 feet away.
Not even. I will be able to pat your back as you shat your pants. I'll be like, good job, you got this.
There's 2 ways that I shit my pants at the Streamer Awards. Either I win and I go up on stage, I trip, shit my pants, and cry. Right? Yep. That's one way. Or I don't win, but I'm standing up because I think I'm about to win, and the light goes over me to someone else, and then I shit my pants and cry while standing there. There's 2 ways that this happens, right? There's no other way around it, frankly.
The spotlight hits you, you stand up, and then it goes to Doug Dug, and you're like, nah.
I was on Doug Dug's stream the other day, and I messaged him on his chat, and I said, I hope you win so that I don't have to go on stage and shit my pants and cry.
Well, worst of luck to you. I wish you the worst then.
Thank you. It's too late. Right. It's too late to unvote me. So it's if it happens, it happens.
It happens. Well, I hope you prepare. You know what the best part about doing any of these kind of awards things is you have to go on stage. It has to look low effort, and you have to be funny and spontaneity. A lot of spontaneity going on.
Yeah.
But you have to pre-plan all of that.
So let's see this.
Good luck on that.
I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be great. I'm just gonna wing it. It's gonna go up. If it happens, I'm just gonna wing it. I'll be like, hello, that'll happen, and it'll be great.
At least you have a lot of practice talking, At least, words will come out. Now, whether they're coherent and well thought through, probably not. But at least words will come out.
They will. I hope it's words.
All right, shall we read this? Because I haven't read this yet. You want to read this?
Yeah, I'll read it. So he said, so enough time has passed now for me to talk about why I decided to leave Blizzard. A mixed year with great teammates, but a management that mistreated, lied to me, gaslit me, gave me a fake promotion, and HR that refused to help. Buckle up, friendos. So this is going to be rough. Oh, by the way, that whole thing of there and HR that refused to help, HR is not there for you. HR is there to protect the company. Never forget that.
Is that true universally? Because that's been my experience universally. Has been HR's there to protect
HR doesn't
the
give a
company,
shit about
never
HR's
to
there to protect the company from you. That is how that works. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay.
PR.
I want to
It's
start
public
by saying
relations.
that all of the people I got to
They're
work
there
with
to
on Team 4
defend the
Overwatch
company
were
against bad
incredible.
public
I can agree with that.
relations from
Overall,
you.
Like Team 4 is awesome.
As a worker.
100%. They
Making
were
them
warm,
look
welcoming,
bad.
fun, and friendly.
That's all.
And so goddamn
That's all
talented.
HR
There were
is.
so many great people on my team.
Public relations. It's PR. To understand, this is something fundamental for all those people out there that might ever want to run a company. I know because I'm a CEO's son. And my mother, she was a CEO of a 40-man company she built herself. And like I've seen it before in like PR. I'm sorry. HR, human relations, right? HR, human relations. It's the same thing as public relations. It's the same thing. If you're thinking of HR, you are also thinking of PR. They are not there to defend you. They are not there to keep you safe. They don't care about what happens to you. They don't care if you lose your job. They don't lose any money. They don't care. They're going to stay with the company if you lose your job. It doesn't matter what happens to you. They're not there to protect you. They're going to lie to you and say that they are and that they do. And they might even do. They might even care. They might, if they're good, they do care about you. But like, but most of them don't. They're just there to protect the public relations of the company. That's their entire job. So if you are being underpaid, that's a problem that can make them look really bad. PR fixes it. If you are sexually harassing somebody or cubicle crawling, HR is supposed to fix it. But understand, HR isn't there to fix it. HR is supposed to fix it, but HR is just there to make sure that the public doesn't find out and that the public doesn't, that the stock price of the company is not affected by the public's ill will or dislike or bad reputation for the company or any of this other stuff. So no, HR is not there to protect you or help you. They are self-serving. They are there to essentially make sure that the image of the company is always stellar and always really beautiful in the public's eyes, and the public doesn't technically care what's going on in the background as long as nobody's being raped or stolen from or paid less or or sweatshop or something like that. The public doesn't usually care about where a product comes from. It's a really tragic thing, really tragic truth about humanity, but it is something that we should address, I think, as humans. We don't care where something comes from, hence we have blood diamonds, underage sex work in places like Indonesia, like, I don't know. It just sucks. It's like, and this is all of humanity. It's not just us. It's like, and we have it in America too. We're not excluded or whatever. And so, yeah. And, that is like the bottom line, like PR in HR are the same thing. It's human and public relations. They're the exact same thing. There's no difference. And if you struggle with the notion of what HR actually is at your company, a better way to look at it is PR. It's the company's PR, not your PR. Yeah, they don't give a shit about your PR or your life or what happens to you. They only want the company to look really, really good to the stockholders. That's their job. It's a piece of shit job too. It's like sit around, basically do nothing. They'll file they'll take complaints and they'll make sure that the people are happy and ooh, that was a, what was that? That was a something. So I'm kind of stealthy here. Watch it. God damn it, I'm full. It's alright. Get back up. Compress. So, yeah, again, boiling it down, HR and PR are the same thing. They're the exact same force. They're they don't care about you as the worker. They only care about how good the company looks. And this is something that fundamentally I knew when I was a kid. I think I have a lot of very good insight to corporate culture because my mother kind of comes from that culture, you know. I grew up with corporate CEOs kids as playmates and stuff, because it's like that culture, not rich necessarily all the time, just people who had, like, you know, upper middle class jobs. And I kind of know the corporate sector really well. I grew up in offices. I could operate as a secretary. I can operate as an editor. I can operate as a software developer. I can operate as a fucking phone tech person who can string phones together. I can string computers together. I can deal with clients, and I can talk on the phone. I can conduct business, and I can do sales. I was in sales, and I was a cashier for 10 years. I have a lot of corporate skills. For some reason, it was just a skill set I always kind of built. But I don't know, you know, I don't know. It's an interesting skill set to have. Yeah. But yeah, and so something like, and you know where I understood about HR from was, believe it or not, was from audio recordings or books from you know, L. Ron Hubbard, who talked about how much he disliked psychiatry and how much he disliked PR and HR and the CIA and spooks. He didn't like spies either. I have a lot of the same biases that L. Ron Hubbard did. The man was a goddamn pederast, and I fucking hate him. But I did have a lot of the same leanings in my social views that he did, which is that the CIA and the spook sector are fucking parasites. I call them the drunks and the fibbies. They're basically fucking liars. They're like the worst piece of shits in the government. You know what I'm saying? They're fucking like, I'm supposed to like American spies. I don't. And I realize that's not patriotic, but I don't care. I don't like American spies, and I don't like the CIA or the quote-unquote intelligence agency at all. I think the Central Intelligence Agency is a fucking misnomer. I can't think of anybody dumber in the goddamn government. You know what I'm saying? And they've done evil shit like kill John Lennon, the lead singer of the Beatles. So, like, you know, and other really wonderful people like Martin Luther King. And so I don't know why they're like this, but I do know that, like, a lot of it has to do with the public relations or human relations, which is the image of the government, the image of the conglomerates, the image of the hegemony, or the fucking the aristocracy, or the whatever you have, or the royals, or the blue bloods, or the money people. It's all about image. They're bad people and they do bad things, so they're obsessed with image. Now, not all companies are bad. Like Amazon Game Studios or Blizzard aren't technically bad, although there's been some suicide and rape and murder stories out of Blizzard. Just like Ubisoft and fucking, you know, I don't know. It's just crazy. But I don't think they're necessarily a bad company. You know, I wouldn't say. Not the people that work there necessarily. There's some bad eggs, but the whole company is probably not totally bad. They're just corporate culture. They push each other super fucking hard. And so, like, these wolves, these like wolves of Wall Street type people, they're like, you know, they're like wolves, and they constantly bite each other, and they're like on predator mode all day. And I don't know where we can reconcile that with, like, you know, I mean, but that is our American business culture, and it's maybe not so good if they fail. If that's their culture, I'm inclined to kind of let them have it, as long as it doesn't hurt the fucking people, which they constantly do. They constantly hurt the environment, the people, the fucking, like the interest is hurt. We have a prison industrial complex right now. They're constantly hurting people. They poison the water. We get things like Flint, Michigan, and I know it sounds like red herring, yellow journalism stuff, because some of it is, but like overall, like, or the dead coral reefs, but overall that stuff is happening. There is a giant ball of garbage in the ocean. There is, you know what I'm saying? I've seen it. It's there. I mean, it's not a lie. It's not some fucking like libtard lie or whatever. It's not a lie. That garbage ball is there. And so, like, I don't know. You look at the ravages of the corporate culture and what they did in the last 20 or 30 years with that McDonald's plastic fantastic wrapper culture of plastic, and it's a big ball in the fucking ocean now. Warn about last compression. Boost will be gone in about 10 minutes. How do you want me to I was gonna donate ice. How do you want me to do it? I'm gonna trade him half this load because I don't care. I still made money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna trade him half this load. Is Jack the one in the Orca? I have some weird stuff going on this one. I want to do it on this one. Yeah. So we're gonna dump this one, and I'm gonna trade him. He's the one in the Orca, right? Yes, but yeah, but why don't I see any other people? Seems weird. I need a I need timestamps. That was at 2:44. Yeah. Boost ending in 4 minutes. Okay. Do you wish, like, I think I can trade him. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you so much. I will trade him. Yeah. I'll trade him, Jack. I'm gonna fucking trade him. I can't trade him, can I? No. Why can't I trade him? Seems like I should be able to. Is he not here? Is that why? I don't really understand why I'm not seeing the Orca. It's very weird. I'm on main, like, I don't really understand. I see a Mac and some infiltrators, and that's it. I don't see this fucking... How should I donate ice? Leave a cargo container on something, or... Kiki. Oh, should I bring it to your Orca? Want me to bring it to Orca? Want me to bring it to Orca? I could play Vanguard. I don't really want to, though. Making this money, man, still the same out. Gotta make this money, man, it's still the same out. Gotta make this money, man, it's still the same out. Why are you far away? You should be the closer one. Compress, compress, yes, compress, 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 compress. Compress, 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 compress. Okay, compress. Okay, where am I in the world? I'm stealthed up by Stranglethorn Tigers, and I'm watching the path for an NPC that patrols between that and that. Yeah, so we look for supplies to Private Thorson. We just kind of keep an eye on it. My character is paused, which is good because I don't really want time like getting away from you there. I am healed, however, which is good. How are my... Ah, good. Those things will come up pretty soon, I think. We'll turn on the setting, or the sound, I mean. We'll go louder now. Whoa. It took a while for that rooster crow. That rooster crowing, like, caused my thing to almost fucking crash. What should I get now? I suppose I should look at growing further and towards, like, copper and stuff. I suppose now I should look for a furnace in the thing, and let's see what that takes. No furnace, huh? Oh yeah, so the progression guide. So, napping, right? We got napping down in the Stone Age. Learn to master pottery. Clay forming produces many pottery items and also tool molds. As with napping, hold left shift and right mouse with clay in hands to create a clay forming surface. A selection of recipes will be offered. Once you have selected a recipe, you have to form it. Use the left mouse button to remove voxels and the right mouse to add voxels. So they're saying that peat brick is gonna make stuff, and I didn't know that. So, but I stumbled on that. I didn't know to go get it. Yeah, this peat brick, I think. Yeah, there. Peat bricks. So we go put down some peat brick on the ground. Apparently, I don't know. Oh yeah. Wait, no. I don't know. I don't know why I'm putting those down now. I don't know. I don't know where this guy is. Where are you, Private Thorson? You're annoying. There he is.
This is a dangerous place, adventurer. Be careful around here.
Nice, I'm gonna ding soon.
These landmines will help us defend ourselves from that animal Curzon and his men. Thank you for bringing them. If you need further work, I can probably find something for you to do, and you won't have to deal with those goblins, HM.
Oh, he had another quest for me. No. Well, Jungle Secrets. Do I have Jungle Secrets? I don't know. I don't have Jungle Secrets, no.
This is a dangerous place, adventurer. Be
Run
careful
back to
around
Rebel
here.
Camp to Lieutenant Doran for Jungle Secrets and Bookie Herod. Jungle Secrets. I don't know what that is. Okay. So, run back. Yep. Run southwest to Nessingwaries. Do investigate the camp. Locate the hunter's camp. Grind northwest on the south side of the river. Do Tiger Mastery. Okay, so we're going to run southwest to Nessingwary to the river. Okay, and then, so we did this, investigate the camp, locate the hunter's camp, grind northwest on the south side of the river. For what? The crocolisks, I guess? Yeah, the river crocolisks and stuff. Yeah, all that stuff? Okay. I'm in his combat for some reason. Why? Because of a frenzy? Come on. This stupid combat. Oh my god, he glitched. Okay, so good. We're full health again. It's about to be dark. I want to light those torches because they're no good to me otherwise. Yeah. So, remove peat brick. Q. Oh, yeah, okay. So, okay, so we're going to learn pottery. Well, I'm starving, so I'll look around for loose food or anything that we might have here. I guess I'll cook some tubers. That should do. Oh. Okay, so stealth up and doing well. think it's probably best we just both go... Oh, I have compress again? Oh, I guess I do. Nice. Oh, nice. Nice. There's a rogue. Oh. I want to kill them. Dirty Fred and the boys. I wanna open on him and then fairy fire. But I want to wait till he pulls. I don't know. I don't know if I want to start shit with all these people. Never mind. There is like 6 people here. What was that? Ah! He was hunting me, that fucking dick. I have track human, right?
The asteroid is depleted.
Is it a buff? Can't tell if I have it or not. There are... I guess I better put track humanoid on the bar. Oh, I'm full. .40 Hunter. I'm so glad I didn't open. There are so many people here. Why? You took my tigers, you son of a bitch. Okay. Dig up some, find and dig up some clay. Clay can be found anywhere. Oh. Oh. Scared me.
and I'm grateful for their support. Unfortunately, however, I spent most of the year stressed out of my mind, working for 4 people's jobs at once, and having management make promises they had no intention of fulfilling, and I ultimately felt like I had no choice but to leave for my own mental health. In July 2023, I was invited to a meeting by art leadership and production to let me know they were interested in promoting me to lead VFX artist of the cosmetics team, skins, emotes, POTGs, etc. So plays the game. I had only been there for 6 months and told them basically, if you're sure, lol. And yeah, that's a fair assumption at that point. It's like, I've only been here 6 months. Why are you giving me so much, permission? Like, what's happening here, right? I'd be wary of that as well. Said, but before accepting, I was adamant that we were all on the same page about the full role, what it meant, what I would be doing, and also what the promotion would come with, pay increase, title changes, and confirmed all of those details before going further. These conversations included other lead VFX, art directors, associate art directors, production directors, and also HR, and we were all happy, and I started the job effective immediately, with the details to come at the end of the week, in writing. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
No, you don't do that. So there is a very similar situation that happened with me when I was in IT on a senior red team position. They wanted me to move over to a new job that was dealing with specifically finding all the botters because I was very good at it, and they refused to give me any of the information about the pay or the role until I started the position, and none of it was in writing yet, and I left instead. And the reason I did is because the moment you start that position without it in writing, they can construe that as maybe you've accepted the position already and you're just accepting all of the terms, and there's all this other kind of weird bullshit, and then it turns into a legal battle. It turns into a problem with that. So I said no. Instead, I have all of my paid time off saved up, which I had the maximum, and I cashed that shit out at my current rate, which was a much higher rate, mostly because I had friends in payroll, and I asked them what the job was going to be, and it was a lot less, even though my manager wouldn't tell me.
Ooh, really? That's wild. They tried to give you a downgrade. Like, I don't really often hear about downgrades. That's kind of wild. I've had a very similar thing because I worked my previous company before my current one. I would say it's akin to game stuff because I was working somewhere between 60 to 100 hours a week. Like every week, I'd work 14-hour days, just nonstop.
Feel it.
Dude, it was a rough time. It was a rough time. Me and my wife were first year married, and I'm working every hour of the day, every day. And I remember during that time, I was, you're now team lead. You're now doing this. You're now doing this. And, there was no change. And then finally, I was just like, okay, this is getting kind of weird. I've been doing this nonstop, and I'm getting absolutely nothing from this. And so when I finally was like, by the way, I'm leaving. I'm going to Netflix. They're like, oh no. Hey, let's like get your pay up. Let's do all these things. I'm like, no. I know how this works. Like that's not working because you didn't do it to begin with. It doesn't mean you're gonna keep on doing it going forward. You weren't honest to begin with.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what it was. It was like because I'm a hacker, right? I've been a hacker for like 20 years, and you start to get a lot of bullshit detector when you're a social engineer, and like part of my big part of my job is being a social engineer, right? So like my bullshit detector was going off the charts. I was like, dude, no, this is one of those like fight or flight responses where it's like, I know they're ripping me off. I need to reach out to my contacts. I reached out to my contacts. I found out they were ripping me off, and I was like, nope, we're gonna screw you right back and leave, and just did it. And I didn't actually have the job at Amazon lined up for that. So I took that paid time off money, which was paid at the full rate because I hadn't gotten the other role yet, and I used that as runway to go get the job at Amazon while I was sitting at home. Yep.
So did you know you wanted Amazon, or did you actually leave the job going, I don't know what to do, and then Amazon just like fell into your lap?
I left the job saying the best option, because I never anticipated leaving Blizzard. I never wanted to. I at that time in my life, I didn't have my resume and my cover letter on the market, which, by the way, you always should. If you're in tech, always have your resume and cover letter on the market. Always be shopping, no matter what. And I learned
my
that
general rule of thumb is that if they message you personally, I almost always take an interview. If I get some spam kind of marketing, like you can tell, and sometimes it even comes with underscores and stuff where they meant to put your name in, like then at that point I won't do it. But if someone sends me a personal letter, I will minimally give them a 30-minute chat about the job. That's like my general rule of thumb.
Yeah, I don't do that now, but I used to do that. That, like, when I was still on the market doing that kind of stuff, but now it's like I'm running a thing, so like I don't want to stop doing that.
Well, yeah, I mean, is there any job someone could offer you that you would want to stop running your own thing that's successful to go run someone else's thing? Right? I don't know if that's
And the reason why it'd be no isn't like for me, because maybe I could get better whatever, you know, at another place, but that would be letting down every. Well, it's not even just that. It'd be letting down every person who works for me.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
I'm not going to ever do that. Like, I don't. What, you know, an incremental increase for me, but devastating for every other person that relies on me. What's the point of that? Nothing. You know, that would be awful. And no, not even close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm stuck with you guys
totally
forever.
Feel that. And that's the thing, is that as you build out what you're doing, you get to be that manager that you didn't have. You get to be the team lead that people didn't have. You get to have all of that stuff, and you get to be that guy. And so you get to, you know, pull a bunch of people out of something. And so it's like, how do you
This vintage story. Today I'm going to be
Thank
teaching
you,
all
Mischief
about
of Mice. I'd like to
platforming
sub to your
and
channel.
kilns. So where to begin? This, the dirt. It's not actually dirt. It's blue clay in soil. And we're actually looking for this stuff specifically for most of the things that I'm going to be discussing in this episode. You might also have a good option for fire clay as well, but it can be used for a lot more things, and therefore could be a bit more valuable to you, so you may end up wanting to save that for those special projects. But nonetheless, when you find some clay, you're going to want to dig it, probably with your hands or a shovel. Either one will work, just a shovel's going to be a bit quicker. So what to do with it then? You take your clay and you sit down and you have yourself a nap. Okay, well, maybe not. You're going to start clay forming. That's where you press sneak and right click with some clay in your hand. If you don't have enough, you won't be able to complete whatever project you start, but you might be able to get part way through and come back to it later. Just make sure that wherever you start your project is an acceptable spot for you. That being said, you've got a plethora of different options to choose from. This being blue clay, you're going to have this list here. Now, you'll notice that there are a couple different options. There's a single, or you can make 4 at a time. You can make some now and a bunch later if you don't have the materials to make the quantities that you're looking for in the future. So a lot of these will have this option. That's because some of these can be placed in quadrants. We'll get into that as we've started making some of these
Nicely
things.
done, adventurer.
But for
You
now,
are
I'm
ready
going
to
to
move
choose
on.
4 raw
You are
bowls.
learning,
And
adventurer.
before I start making
Let us
those,
test
let's
your
actually
skills with
take
the
some
mature
of this
cats
fire
now.
clay that I've also
Kill
got,
10 Stranglethorn
and I will
tigers
sneak
this
right
time
click
out.
here, and you'll notice that some of the options have changed in this case. I now also have a clay oven as well, and some raw fire
Blue
clay
clay oven.
shingles. In the other one, there were some blue clay shingles. They're just going to be shingles that you can use for making different shingle or roofing blocks, but they're just 2 different colors. And I'm only going to make a single cooking pot. These are the 2 things that I recommend that you start off with when you're first doing some clay forming. There may be a few others as well, but these ones usually serve me quite nicely. Now, you can just start right-clicking to place things in individual pixels. You'll notice that there's like a little green outline. You can also hold Alt as before, like when napping, to start removing things by pressing left-click. But if you want to make things a little bit faster, you can press the F key by default, and you can choose your palette size so that you can add or remove a single pixel, 4 pixels, or 9 pixels at a time. And then there's also a copy-paste option, but you have to have a layer completed before you can even do that. But you'll notice here that I've just finished a layer and it popped up to the next one. If I go to the 3x3, I could continue on, or singles, or doubles. Instead, I'm going to duplicate the layer that we had before. And I just hold down right-click and it'll automatically place things. You can see, as I'm doing this at the top there, it says the available voxels per pieces that I'm actually adding in. Then I can go to the 3x3 and I can remove a 3x3 chunk at a time. And we now have 4 raw bowls. I can put them down individually or in quadrants just by sneak placing them. Then I can always just pick them up with a right click. Some of the raw items may end up needing to be broken to be picked up, but don't worry, they won't break unless you haven't finished your project, in which case you might want to finish your project first. Now, finishing something like this clay bowl over here, I'm going to duplicate the layer, and you can see that it just kind of speeds things up considerably, so I'm just holding right click. Oops, I went a little too far. Not to worry, I can just remove stuff from that layer, and then I can add in individually things to complete this last layer of the bowl. And there we have it, 1 raw cooking pot. Between those bowls and this cooking pot, you can get light sources, as well as much better food levels. And you're going to want to actually cook these in a pit kiln. Now, pit kilns basically are a pit in the ground that you cook in. That's pretty much it. You're going to be cooking these items. So you put down this, you take some of these, and you can put them in there just by sneak placing. What you're going to need is a bunch of dry grass, which you can harvest from just any of the regular grass around with a knife or scythe. Then you sneak and place the grass until you can't place any more. I'm trying to place more and it won't let me. Then you... this. The dirt. It's not actually dirt. Clay in soil. And we're actually looking for this stuff specifically for most of the things that I'm going to be discussing.
Place that.
Yeah,
You can't.
and that's actually, I've implemented a couple of things that I've seen that I saw at Blizzard that did work. Like, we had this thing called Email Mike, where if the system completely failed you, you could actually send an email to Mike Morheim as any employee in any position anywhere in the company, totally discreetly.
Who's Mike? Who's Mike? What is his position?
Mike Morheim. He's one of the founders of Blizzard, who's CEO, man.
Yeah, well, you gotta say those because not everybody knows.
You don't know
Blizzard.
who Mike Morheim is? Oh my
I said
God,
not
this man.
everybody. Okay, my goodness. Come on, Thor. You think everybody in your chat knew who he was? I bet you there's one person who refuses to say that they don't.
That's probably true.
they're just like,
Mike.
oh yeah, totally Mike.
That's fine.
Yeah, so
That's
come on,
fine. No, it's-
co-founder.
yeah,
What are you,
Mike-
a loser?
Mike Morheim is one of the founders of Blizzard. So he's CEO, and he cares very passionately about the company. Very, very much so. And so he had a thing called Email Mike, where you could send an email at any time to him, no matter what position you were in the company. You could be CS, you could be a janitor, it doesn't matter, right? And he would accept your email and he would talk to you. And he did it all the time. And if it was very serious, he would handle it. And I had to send one of those at one point, and he did handle it, right? So, like, those types of things do happen. And so I implemented the same thing in our studio, where I have a ticket system that any employee of mine can go and send in a ticket directly to me, goes to nobody else, it's just me and them. And that's totally fine, you know? And I want to have things like that I knew
Open
worked,
communication.
even at that kind of crazy scale, very massive company, you know?
That's respectable.
And you put that
We
in
have something similar at Netflix where we have something called the Open Q&A, which is a Google Doc, and you get to ask a question, and then one of the C-suite or sometimes
got
a
my
VP,
point.
like someone really high up that's particular to that specific strategy that you're asking about, will write a response, and then the history goes on forever. So we have like Open Q&A for the last 5 years, all the doc questions ever asked, all that, all there. So and if you just don't understand something, or you want to say why aren't we doing this, or why does this happen, you will get an answer. It's a good system.
I have a horrifying story for you in that line.
Let's hear it.
So Blizzard used to do the same thing at like Christmas parties and stuff like that. They do these Q&A sessions, and sometimes they do these big meetings where they'd get like a big hall and everyone would be in there and we'd all be talking, and you could go up in front of everyone with a microphone and ask questions, right? And
I love where this is going.
It's just like an open mic thing. And so we were having all this internal discussion about Here's the Storm, because Here's the Storm was built on the same stuff as StarCraft 2, and as such it was just as uniquely vulnerable to map hacks. It was exactly the same vulnerability. In fact, you could take a map hack for StarCraft 2 right off the market, change the memory address locations that it would point to, and you had a working map hack for Here's the Storm. And if you don't know what a map hack is, it shows where all of the opponents are on the map, even if you're not allowed to see those opponents, which gave you a significant advantage. Think League of Legends, but you can see the whole map at the whole time.
Yeah.
Awful, right? Horrible. So internally, the security team and the risk team, I was part of the security team at the time, the risk team, we told them, like, you need to fix this before this goes live, because you want this to be an esport. This can't be an esport if you do this.
Yeah.
It's impossible, right? And they were like, no, you don't know what you're talking about, all this kind of stuff. They didn't fix it. And it was bad, dude. Like, it was really bad. So during one of those meetings, one of these dudes comes up and he asked the question. He goes, "Well, what are you guys going to be doing about map packs?" And one of the C-suite guys, real smugly, I don't even remember which one it is, he goes, "Well, that's what we have a risk team for." And the guy said, "Well, I am the risk team. So what are you going to do about it?" And the room just ate it, dude. Like, it was so, because the guy who walked up was a risk team member, and the only solution to that problem is you have to wait for a player to report somebody else that has cheated at the game, and then you have to manually review that game to see if he reacted to something in Fog of War. There's no other way to detect it. It's horrific. Which is why, if you look in StarCraft at the ends of the seasons, right, you have all these names that are like barcode names, and they don't get banned to the end of the season. That's why. Because it's manual. It's awful. There's nothing else you could do with that. Because they're out of process map packs. Yeah, they're out of process map packs. There's nothing you can do for detection on that.
Damn.
And why is it even possible? Because they stored all of the location data for all the units on all of the clients, even though they were in Fog of War. But not a great way to do it.
That doesn't even sound like that hard of a problem. I mean, you already are sending down the data probably with TLS, encrypted and all that. So it's not like they can view the network packets.
So
it's just really down. It's just really down to, like, don't store things that aren't in memory yet.
The problem is you have to remember brokering servers. It's run on brokering servers, which means all of that data is on every one of the clients, man. That's it. It doesn't hold anything on the server itself. It holds it all inside of the clients. The brokering servers just transmit the data, and that's it. So F.
F's in the chat.
Yeah. What does that mean? So a brokering server in this situation doesn't actually store any of the data on itself. It just transmits the data between the different clients. The clients are always aware of where all those units are, and they have to be based on that infrastructure. The only way to try and fix that is to try and do a client server model where the server holds all of that data, and the client is just kind of a dummy, right? Which is how League of Legends does it, which is why you can't use map packs in League of Legends. There might be a small buffer zone around the Fog of War area where you can't see units, where it is still technically in memory, so that they can cache it so when a unit walks out of Fog of War, they don't pop into existence. Yeah. So that's pretty normal.
That's what I would assume. So that way, like, if you did get to cheat, you could only cheat, like, 4 feet in front of you. You couldn't cheat the entire map. And it's just like, well, I mean, an advantage, but any player with skill would dominate the player without skill, right? We could all go, okay, yeah, we get that.
And someone actually brought up that sounds like peer-to-peer. It basically is, but it's obfuscating everyone's IP addresses because the brokering server stops your IP address from leaking to the other players. Effectively the same model, but with the brokering server in place.
Yeah, that's why whenever you play StarCraft 2 and one person disconnects and then the whole game gets all gets all crazy, it's because there's that situation going on. All right, you want to keep on reading? Let's hear more about this. Let's go.
So these conversations included other lead VFX, art directors, associate art directors, production directors, and also HR, given the all happy, so we talked about that. The new role was all of my existing responsibilities and workload as a senior, becoming a line manager of 3 people immediately, managing
What's a
our
line
entire...
manager, just so we understand what a line... Because I actually don't... I only understand that in terms of restaurants.
So I don't know what a line manager is. I've never heard that term inside the gaming industry, so my guess is that he was a manager for 3 people. Like, maybe that's what they're using supervisor for, because in the teams that I was on, we had a thing called supervisor, and a supervisor was like a baby manager that was like a manager to like 3 to 5 people, so maybe that's what that is. You get direct reports as a supervisor. We called it a supervisor. So I guess his was just a line manager was his position for that. Yeah, like kind of like a team lead, but not paying you like a team lead. You know what I mean? Yeah. Managing our entire outsourced VFX pipeline in China. That's a rough one. That's a team.
The way he described it was very funny.
Job too.
Yep, because you're going to be at the wrong side of the world for that.
Perfect.
In fact. Yep. So plus additional lead things, planning much more meetings. Friday of the past week comes. Nothing but the production director does announce my promotion to lead to the whole team on the Thursday. It's official. It's happening. The whole team knows. I even tweet about it because I'm so excited. We're all Gucci. So he actually tweets it out here, and he says, they sent an email about announcing my promotion. He's so excited about it, right? Said, on my first week as lead, my new manager tells me that we are going to have to fire one of my new reports because he won't RTO.
RTO means real-time officer?
RTO. I don't remember these damn terms. I've been out of pocket for so long. Return to office policy. That's what it is.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That's spamming it. Return to office. So when you're, I guess during the pandemic, everybody went to go do that, and this guy doesn't want to return to the office. He works from home. Wants to keep working from home. He won't RTO. Won't return to office. Fire him. This happened to a lot of people. So I hate acronyms, by the way. So he said, he's waiting for medical accommodation because he is a carer for his parents.
Yeah, I mean,
then,
that's a
yeah,
valid
laughing,
complaint.
we're not going to do that for a junior.
Ooh.
That is a lot more normal than you think.
Yep.
And I hate it. I hate it a lot.
Yeah.
Like,
Is it just is there really like a culture of like looking down on every experience rung?
yes.
Is that why there's so many titles like assistant director or associate director versus a team lead versus a supervisor versus a manager?
The way that I felt about it is high school never ends, man. And it was like that through most of my career there. It felt like I was working, a lot of the times it felt like, not every team, mind you.
Yeah.
But a lot of times it felt like I was working with a bunch of people in high school. And there were a lot of cliques, there were a lot of bullshit, there was a lot of looking down on other teams, there was a lot of group culture kind of shit. And then I went to Amazon Game Studio, and that was all gone. And I was in a room with a bunch of adults. And it was night and day, man. Like
so
night
can
and
I
day.
ask you a quick question? Because
Sure.
this Mike fella sounds like he didn't really, I guess, subscribe to that kind of model. And he was one of the founders / CEO.
Yeah.
Then how does that type of culture bloom if you have somebody that is opposed to it so high up? Like, was he just
Because
not
they
firing the people high enough up to like prevent that?
Yeah.
Because culture flows
So-
downwards, right?
It can. Once you get to too large of a structure, it creates these festering pockets, right?
Yeah.
So what ended up happening in this case, and I remember when Blizzard got sued by the state of California for all
I
the
don't remember. They've been
wrongdoings.
sued a lot of times. But
Yeah.
was this the
They
one
got
with all
sued,
the
but-
marches and everything? And there's, I think it was
Yeah.
like something with sexism. Was that what it was?
All
I
of
can't
that
remember.
stuff, and it was bad, dude. Like, it was
Yeah.
really bad. There was a lot of horrible stuff that went on. It was awful. When that happened, I'm actually in a Facebook group called Blizzard Alumni, which is all the people who used to work at Blizzard. And Mike and his wife actually wrote like a big email to everybody, like a big message to everybody, apologizing to all of them, because he didn't know. A lot of the wrongdoings that were going on, he was insulated from, because middle management would trap it in there. And I saw the exact same thing when I tried to report things up that were awful. And I eventually had to do an email Mike. And when I did an email Mike, it was handled in 24 hours. When I had been waiting weeks before that, and they'd gum it up in middle management to protect people that are, inside of their group. So you get these bad little pockets where not everybody's bad, but this pocket is bad, and it festers.
And it insulates it, yeah. And then you have this buffer zone where the person upper can't even hear it or see it because it's fog of war. You have fog of war, and they don't have map hacks.
That's exactly what it is, man. And it's really devastating to think about. And there's what I learned from that, and why I run my studio the way I do. I run my studio like a D&D team, 3 to 5 people. That's the development team. If it's the right size for a Dungeons and Dragons team, you don't have miscommunication. You can all sit at the table together. The whole team that's working on whatever it is you're working on, you can sit together and work on a game together. And that's it. Because once you start expanding beyond that, these types of things can happen. Doesn't mean they will, but they can. And you need to have a lot of other checks and balances in places to stop these sort of festering hives from growing, right?
Let me ask you a quick question. Were the VPs, like, I think a very healthy thing that you can see in orgs is that VPs and, like, super high-up people meet with individual contributors, like, once a month or once a quarter, right? So there's this kind of reaching down that reaches across the, if you will, the blood barrier to go into an area in which they don't get insight into. Was that happening at Blizzard where people higher up were crossing boundaries?
So Mike did that. Mike Morheim would do that.
Yeah,
so what he would
obviously
do is
Mike did that. He was good at that. But anyone else?
He would do things. No. He did this thing called CS for a day or QA for a day, and he would actually go down in the trenches and do their job for like 24 to 72 hours and just fix everything. And like he'd be like, "Why? This doesn't make any sense. Fix this."
Yep.
And it would be things that like CS would be complaining about for like 9 months, 10 months. And it got fixed in a day because Mike Morheim stepped down and did their job for a day and was like, "This is inefficient and stupid. Stop it." And
I'm just shocked that he didn't
was
know
the only
any
one
of
who
these
did it.
things going wrong. Like,
It's hard, man. You got a 5,000 person company.
Yeah,
you can't
fair.
see every piece of that, And it's even building a corp now for myself. There are little pieces that happen in our our Discord's got 77,000 people in it, right? Massive
What?
community. There are moderation actions that go on every day that I know nothing of because I'm on stream all day. Like I'm running the stream, and the mods handle it, and we talk about some of them later if they're egregious enough. But some of them, they're the only ones who see it, And like that's kind of how that goes. Eventually, that can spiral out of control. it can turn into a situation where maybe one of those mods is cherry picking or allowing toxicity to fester or covering for some people, right? Which is why we have a system in place where any moderator can send me a ticket so I can fix it. If there is a problem like that, I can go and do the investigation and we can handle it, right? So like as your structure grows, you have to put these checks and balances in place. But the larger it grows, the more blind spots you have. And I think that's really what affected Blizzard the most in that regard. And it sucks, but large org, man. The only other way to fix this is you got to have a lot of oversight, ton of oversight.
Yeah, and Discord is, your problem is uniquely challenging because everyone there is effectively volunteers, right? At Blizzard, everyone there was, in the sense that you're 77,000 people there. Those are all people who just want to be, they're interested in what you're doing, and I'm sure, you must have a small set that you're actually working with day to day that are paid, but, a large portion are just people there because they're interested. And so at Blizzard, though, every person there theoretically was paid, I assume, whether it wasn't that good, but they were still paid nonetheless.
Unless you're like an unpaid intern or something weird.
Yeah, unless there's something truly messed up. But you'd think, that feels easier to manage than Discord. Discord is just a Wild West. Half the time it is the Wild West. I have to rely on people just to make good calls because you can't, just because there's no pre-screening for you to enter into the Discord. So that requires a lot of just, you have to trust people to make good decisions. Whereas
it's like
at a
customers
company,
coming in the
you
door,
have
but it's
the
on the
pre-screening. Yeah, that's what just makes it. That's where you're probably right. In the sense that I think everyone looks at a problem that's difficult, and if you've never really thought about it and lived it for the first time, it feels simple and obvious to fix. Yeah. And I'm sure, in the actual practical application, it's damn near impossible. And Mike probably truly just didn't actually have control or even have the ability to affect the change. I still even whenever I hear that, I still think about this. Call me crazy, but it just feels like if I were in that position, I would have to say, okay, I can't affect change. This is clearly continuously going wrong. The only way to fix this is that I have to do a mass middle management layoff. Even all the good ones, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a dick, but something's wrong. And there's some broken thing in here. We have to try something different.
I think there's a better way. And I think the better way is to hire an outside team to do investigations inside the company discreetly. That's how you'd have to do it.
Ooh, some sort of almost like some sort of hacking, offensive hacking, but it's offensive HR.
Yep, you'd have to hire an outside company to do investigations within the company. It's an external audit, so they have no ties to anyone inside of the company. They have no bias in that regard, and then you do that. That's the only thing that you can possibly do. Would it be effective? Maybe, but that would be the only effective thing at that point.
Dude, that's such a great idea, but so hard. How would you get it? Because you'd have to get people organically placed in higher positions throughout the company that are undercut. This is like double agent stuff you got going on here.
Well, think about it this way, right? Just think about Amazon. The way that Amazon is structured. There was no bullshit there. There was no drama that I saw, right?
Yeah.
And I was there for a while. I was there for over a year and didn't see even a lick of that, right? But I'll tell you one thing. Their security systems were fantastic. If you went to your desk without badging in, if you tailgated someone, a member of the security team would be at you in 30 seconds. Every time. And they'd be like, you need to get up out of your desk and go badge in. Right now. I have never seen that anywhere else. And that shows me a company that is properly set up. So if they have that level of physical security in place at all hours of the day, all the time, they likely have other set layers of security in place. It's not a mom and pop shop. It's not a massive company run, like that. It's not. It's actually a company.
Okay, fair. All right, we can move on to this next one.
Okay.
It's wild. It's wild. I could keep talking about this forever. That's why I'm okay, we should probably
we
keep
could.
going.
So another lead on the team offers to deliver the news for me because it's my first week as lead, and the person we are supposed to fire is one of my closest friends on the team. He is given until the end of the month to either relocate or leave. We're all distraught. I'm now doing my senior role, my lead role, and now all of the work that this great VFX artist was doing. They then refused to hire on an intern, another one of my reports, who is incredibly talented and we all love, so I add the work they were doing to my own plate. I got ads again, I'm gonna wait.
Okay. Oh, you got ads. Okay, yeah, we can wait. We can
Jeff
wait
Bezos jump scared you. For those who don't know, I run ads on my stream.
Ads too. I have ads too. Do you think they're aligned?
I don't know. Maybe.
Are our cycles aligned right now?
I don't know. We are. We've crossed the stream, so it makes sense.
Yeah. Wild.
We've crossed the stream.
Discord unites us, even in ads.
It's true. It's true. But yeah, when I run ads, I do breaks for everything. I put a big Jeff Bezos head on there. It's quite funny.
Hey, by the way, what day are you arriving for the Streamer Awards? I'll be there on Friday, I think around 1. I was going to come a day early and leave a day late.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm doing it daily. So Friday's the 16th. Yeah, I'll be there. We should hang.
Okay. Yeah. Do you know Sushi Dragon?
Dude, yeah.
Yeah. Him and I were gonna do something. You wanna come crash the Sushi Dragon IRL stream and go eat sushi and hang out?
That sounds cool as shit, dude. His augmented stuff is crazy.
Yeah, it's super crazy. We could do a pretty fun little thing.
Yeah. No, I'm down. I'm super down. That'd be a lot of fun, man.
Yeah. You know, he lives in Bozeman. My alma mater. That's where I grew up and stuff. Yeah.
I grew up in Orange County, but I grew up in like Tustin. That's kind of where I was at.
What's Tustin?
And then I moved. Weird, you know. Mostly, it's like Irvine, but with crime. You know.
Oh, fantastic! That sounds like a good time.
It's right across the freeway. You know where the crime happens. The barrier there. Yeah.
Dude, is that not the weirdest thing that does actually happen? We had that in Billings, Montana. There was a railroad, and we actually had the wrong side of the tracks. And one side was like clean and nice, and the other side it was just like "Welcome to Oakland," right? Like it's just like you cross that bridge or the railroad track, and it's immediately worse. I had a shooting at my job.
Yeah,
I was a lifeguard. We had 2 girls watching a kiddie pool, and you know I lived in Montana, so it's a different world. And some people jumped the fence and beat up the girls, and so they said, okay, from here on out, girls can't watch the kiddie pool by themselves. So, someone has to go and watch the kiddie pool with them. And so they selected me, and I kid you not, this is the exact phrase. I'm not making it up. I'm not sugarcoating it or exaggerating it. My boss at the time, who worked for the state, pulled me aside, handed me a switchblade, very illegal, and said, if any Indians jump the fence, you gotta stab them.
What? What kind of madhouse did you live? What?
That was my job when I was 18 years old, teaming with testosterone and a switchblade. Like, hell yeah, we got a switch. We're just going down.
I'm amazed you survived.
I know.
What kind of?
It was the craziest part of my
environment
life.
that is. That's nuts, man. Jesus.
Anyways, sorry. Okay, we can go on now.
I'm totally just derailed now. Yeah, no, goddamn.
We can talk more about.
So he's doing all this extra work now. Yeah.
Yeah.
A month goes by, and I've now sent an email or Slack message every other day to find out what's happening with the pay increase and title change. So his pay has not increased despite doing all this extra work.
Yeah.
His title has not changed despite it being announced.
And he lost a teammate, so he lost the intern. So he's actually doing even bonus work now.
Yep. He says, I'm told it has to wait until August because that's when all the promotions happen. But don't worry, it's all happening.
Oh, no.
No, dude. That is... that bothers the shit out of me. No, that's not good at all. That's really scary stuff. I then discovered that I am earning less than 50% of every other lead VFX artist at Blizzard. So much so that as a lead, my salary is lower than every person I am managing. I send more emails. I'm told it's because I'm in the UK, and my salary is based on market value, not my value.
Oh, dude. So I'm going to throw something out there, okay? I think that location-based pay is kind of stupid. It really bothers me. Like, I get a 5% pay to decrease or a 15% pay decrease because I live in Rapid City, South Dakota. Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt me. Like, I'm not like, oh gosh, it's the worst thing ever. But still, it's like it's also super stupid.
That being said, when I worked at Blizzard, I was a senior red team specialist, and I was paid 36% of industry standard inside of my own area. So
yeah, you lived in California, you lived at the place, and you still got crushed.
The job that I went on to after all of that was hacking power plants for the federal government, so it's not like I was lacking the ability.
Yeah. I think you had the skills to pay the bills, but
just a little bit. Yeah, they just wouldn't pay. You know, that was the whole point with that. Yeah, that was my last job. Yeah, I was hacking power plants for the federal government. I worked for the DOE. I also have 3 black badges from DEF CON. I'm a hacker. That is what I. Yeah, that's my career. Yeah.
You actually hack. This isn't like fake hacking. Like you.
Although somebody did say on Twitter that I was a hobbyist hacker in my earlier career, which was very funny to me. I was like, yes. What a hobbyist, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically it has to be a hobby for you to be that good also. It's not only just full-time, it also has to be a hobby, so...
It is.
I mean, arguably...
Technically correct.
Semantically correct. But kind of a dick move, you know, like...
A little bit dick, yeah.
A little dick right there.
There we go. That's very funny. So another month passes, and I get And August turns out to be no, it's actually September now.
Ooh,
for some reason, but don't worry, it's coming. It's definitely a promotion, and there's definitely a pay increase. I continue to be overworked and exhausted, but hopefully, fool. There it is.
Hey, to be fair though, the only place you don't have hope is hell, right? That's Dante's Inferno, right? Right above the pathway to hell is abandon hope, all ye who enter. And so hope, a good thing though, can lead to this type of stuff.
The problem is he's in a emotionally distraught state. He's beat up from the work. He's not able to fight, so the only thing he has is, well, maybe it'll be okay. Maybe I'll just keep doing this. Maybe it's going to work out. I'm already in. I might as well go all in, right? And I had the exact same experience when I was at Blizzard.
Oof.
And I broke out of that because my bullshit detector went off too hard.
Yeah.
And that was it. And
I feel so bad for this guy. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's the same. So like this echoes the shit out of what I went through, so I understand. And it's a pattern of an issue with a lot of people there. So another few weeks passed, and it's getting to 3 months being a lead. So I sent an email out to everyone, directors, VPs, HR, leads, you name it, telling them that if there is no written information by September 1st, I will stop doing the role immediately. Suddenly people have something to say. This entire time, HR have not responded once, and they're finally inviting me for a quick call. It is this call, and HR asks me, what promotion? I have no idea what you're talking about. At this point, I raised a formal complaint. I had months of messages, emails that I sent to HR explaining that I was talking about, and they finally reply with, you seem to be confused. There is no promotion. Leadership is a lateral move. It's just a change of responsibilities. There is no pay increase.
Can we get a quick TO? Can we get a quick timeout here?
Yeah.
Leadership is a lateral move?
No, it's not.
I mean,
No,
well,
it's not.
one. Okay, so let me counter that. There is at least one counter that if you go from, say, principal engineer to director, one would argue you have a similar impact radius, and that's maybe a lateral move.
There's still a title change.
But there's a title change and a responsibility change and a work change. You know, one could argue it's a lateral move if you have the same impact. You just have an impact in an orthogonal way, if one could argue. But this does not sound like he was not a principal person going to a role of equivalent thing. He was being promoted and gaining new things and now starting to manage people.
Yep.
This sounds like the craziest thing I've ever heard.
The general standard of Blizzard was monthly reports with people too, which means he had 3 months of direct reports from people that he was managing, and then he was told that he's not getting a pay increase for this in any way.
Yeah.
After being told, see, here's the thing that I want to know, right? He was receiving these communications. Were those verbal communications or were those email communications?
Yeah. Because email would be email and Slack, because Slack is audible or auditable.
Yep.
And so those, I mean, I assume those would come with legal responsibilities versus verbal ones. I mean, you got the whole he said, she said problem.
Because he said, I had months of messages, emails that I sent to HR to explain what I was talking about, and they finally replied with all of this. He had months of messages that he sent to HR.
Yeah.
Who was sending him these messages under what communication style? Here's the biggest thing to you guys. Always get it in writing.
Yeah.
If it's not in writing, it doesn't exist. If they say something's going to happen, so you say, cool, I'll do that once it's in writing. That's it. This is not happening until that's a contract. I won't do that work until it's on paper. That's it.
The thing I like to practice personally, a lot of times whenever there's kind of this type of talk that's happening, frequently, like, you know, because a lot of times there's just like informal talk about, hey, what's going on? Hey, would you like to look into this? Hey, would you like, you know, that will always happen at some levels. And so frequently what I'll do is right after that, I will follow up with the Slack message and being like, hey, you know, I do feel like this is a good move. Are you sure we want to move in this direction? You know, like, I get them to agree in a more formal sense ever before moving on. Just because, you know, not everything requires paper, because some of it is just literal, like, I'm changing what I'm doing for these set of reasons, and I just want to make sure everyone knows that I'm doing this. But I always try to make sure that there's a paper trail of some sort, like, this is why I've made all my decisions ever.
Yeah, no, it's super important to do that. It's always important to make sure that the other party is bought into the level that you can turn around and go, no, you said you'd do this. Here's the paper trail. Now what are you going to do? You know, and that's it. Make a legal paper trail for yourself, always. And I don't know if he did that here. It sounds like he didn't, right? So he said, I was livid naturally and asked that any normal, rational human would, quote, why would anybody want the promotion then? Which obviously then did the old, I can see you're frustrated and I can see how you misinterpreted this. Oh, Jesus, man.
If someone tells me I know how you feel, I see you're frustrated, there's nothing makes me want to, like, physically slap a person more. Like that's where I cross that boundary. I'm like, I'm too hot to even talk right now.
When that happens, and then you just back off. You're like, okay, there's two options here. I cool off or I murder a person, right? And I don't want to murder a person because that sends you to jail. So I'm just going to stop. We're going to wait until I cool down for a second, and then I'm going to talk to you rationally and directly about how much I want you to shove your head up your ass. Like that's pretty much how that goes, right?
It's the modern empathy movement, right? They use all these words that sound like they care about you, but it's just like somehow so much worse. I'd rather have someone be like, "You didn't notice that, idiot?" I'd rather have you say that than be like, "Oh, I feel you. Oh man."
Yeah, I understand.
100%.
I feel the way that you're feeling, and I totally understand what it is. Maybe we can circle back on this later. I don't want to boil the ocean. It's the dead.
We talk about this in October. October's our month to talk about this. We'll come back.
October is the month to bring these things up. Yeah. And then in October, it's like, the new year is very close. So let's talk about it then. After the Christmas move, all of the stuff in the holidays.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
then we got Chinese New Year afterwards, so we got
Chinese New Year is just a really tough time right now. There's a lot of things going on globally, and it's going to get in the way of that. Business management stuff. God, I hate it, dude. I know it all. It bothers the hell out of me. I've lived it. So the investigation from the formal complaint comes back after a few weeks, and after some careful deliberation, decides that HR did nothing wrong and followed all processes correctly.
Really?
So I handed my resignation about an hour later, but it doesn't end there. Because HR then told me that because of my role as a lead, I had gained inexplicable knowledge that would put me on a business risk to work anywhere else. So they're activating a non-compete clause that restricts me from working anywhere at all for 3 months. And you may be rightfully thinking, oh, so this is a paid 3 months, right? You can't stop someone from working at all for 3 months without paying them. Incorrect. That is exactly what they did.
Sounds like extortion.
Yep, that is exactly what they did, and unfortunately completely legal, because get screwed, I guess. And that's it. And that's the thing.
Because he was in the UK, right? So he's in the UK.
Yep.
I didn't realize that the UK... I mean, that's crazy that you can enact that and even across country boundaries like that.
That's what I'm wondering. So I'm wondering, at that point, I'd hire a lawyer. If I was in that type of a situation, I'd be like, you're doing what? Okay, you're going to talk to my legal team now. We'll see how this goes. Because I'm not well-versed in EU law. One of my moderators is. He's actually a copyright lawyer in the UK. Okay. But, that seems wrong. And I would talk to a lawyer, right? My legal advice is never to give legal advice. I say talk to a lawyer.
That is the best legal advice ever, is to go find someone that knows the law.
Go talk to a lawyer. Yeah.
Generally, my general rule is that if you feel like something's deeply wrong and you cannot explain anything other than it just seems like a massive human rights violation, go talk to a lawyer. Just go.
You say he can't afford a lawyer? No, you can. You'd be surprised. Because a lot of the times what you can do is you can talk to a lawyer under certain constraint of say, like, hey, I'd like to talk to you about an issue, and we can see if we can go from there. And a lot of those introductory things are either not very expensive or are free, depending on what's going on.
Yep.
And if it's a legal battle like this, there's a lot of laws in the UK that absolutely cover your ass as a worker. Like, Europe does not screw around with that. The UK specifically doesn't screw around with that. So,
and then on top of that, a lot of lawyers will be glad they large corporate things like this are huge paychecks, and a lot of lawyers will go in and be like, I take 20%. That's that. Right? Yep. I've seen a lot of people say, we'll just go through this because we're going to win this one.
Yep, and we'll take a percentage of your gains, and that's it. And you'll win something, and we'll win something, and everybody goes home happy. So there are situations like that, and you'd be surprised. There are even some that will do it pro bono. There's even systems in place based on the country that you're in that may fight for you on behalf of the country and say you cannot treat our citizens this way. There's all kinds of stuff like that, man. So there is never a time where you should be like, oh, I can't see a lawyer because I might not be rich enough to see it. No, talk to a lawyer. Find out for sure what your options are.
Because you have a 3-month unpaid vacation at this point. So it does sound like no matter what, things are already going to be bad enough. You should talk to a lawyer.
Yeah. So if anyone has continued so far, thank you for listening. So, here we go. I said I can't survive for 3 months without pay. I have a mortgage, and they looked at me in the eye and said, well, you probably shouldn't have signed the contract then.
Smiley face.
Within a few minutes, I was locked out of Slack email, and that was the end of my time at Blizzard. And that's exactly how that goes. They kick you right out. When I was in QA, we went through the first mass firing Blizzard ever did, called the Blizzard 600. And the way that it went down was horrific. When we were coming into the front doors, into the building, all the managers were there that morning. Everyone's like, what the hell's going on? And they directed you to the right or to the left. If you went to the right, you were going to HR and you were fired. If you went to the left, you were going to your desk. Problem with this, not only is it horrible to see this happening, right? There was a back door to the building that was used by like 50% of the staff. So after all of this went on, the managers had to go around to people's desks and find the ones who had gone in from the back that were supposed to be fired and go pick them up from their desks in front of everyone. The rest of the team, about an hour later, we asked the managers, hey, can we have the rest of the day off? This is horrific. And they said no. We walked out anyway.
Did they at least give you, like, say, a task of 30 items to do and see who could leave the fastest?
No, not that time. That one was just fire everybody, like, with a shotgun, dude. Like, it was just, like, random people on random teams. In fact, we were picking up work for people for, like, 6 months after that, finding tasks that, like, just disappeared. And it directly impacted the games, like directly impacted that, because there was just shit that just didn't get picked up, because like a whole section of the team would be gone. All the people and their supervisor just gone. So who's going to know? Who's going to know about that, right?
Yeah,
so
just people going, wait, what happened? Why? Yeah. I thought we were looking into this.
So when these types of things happen, when they fire someone, they fire them. Just gone, you know, and it's devastating. It's 100% devastating.
Wow.
So let's see. I also want to sincerely thank everyone who purchased a mentorship session.
One.
Did I skip one? If anyone has continued so far, thank you for listening. I don't know what the point of this is, but I need to get off my chest. Blizzard had every opportunity to do the right thing, and they continually failed at that. And yeah, no, I agree with this. The problem is once you start down the route of you have pissed off a clique, you've pissed off a group, you have bothered an in-crowd inside of that environment, it all goes downhill from there.
Yeah.
Because those little festering groups network with each other in a way that you can no longer win. And when that happens, the only thing that matters is yourself and getting out of there and putting yourself in a proper position. And that's this kind of a thing is what was happening to me. So I bailed out before they could pull the trigger on me, before they could screw up my life. And I said, nope, uno reverso, give me all my money, I'm out. And that's it.
Dang.
And I bailed.
Yeah, luckily, I was on the other side of the clique. I was on the good side at the previous company, but I was still, even by management, getting
blasted by stuff.
Yeah, it was not very great, but nonetheless, the people on the other side of the clique. And, here's the hard part is when I was really young, I definitely fell into the asshole range, for sure. And I look back on a lot of mistakes I've made. And knowing what I know now, I wish I could talk to myself and
don't be
explain,
an asshole.
Like wisdom.
I've never been.
Man, it's hard because I think when you're on the other side of things, it's not directly hitting you, so you don't really say anything. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's so easy to fall into it's not necessarily my problem. Yeah, this other person is screwing up. It's not, it hurts. It sucks. Yeah. It feels bad now that I'm older and maybe a bit wiser in my years.
I went all abandoned on that because I grew up in early Blizzard, back when Blizzard was first starting, right? And those core values mean a lot to me. The way that I always feel about it is you sign a contract, you follow that contract. That's how that works, right? If you're going to do it, do the job. And those core values were part of that contract. And I watched over the years as people did not follow those core values or twisted them into weapons to hurt people that were just trying to do their jobs correctly. And I always fought for it. And it put me in a lot of really, on a lot of bad sides with people. But positioning yourself in a way where you can't be defeated, you can still fight those types of things. It's just very hard. Like, one of the ones that I fought against was when I was in QA, there was an issue that happened where I had to go send an email mic, and the people that were involved were QA localization. QA localization were the victims of this, and they were individuals that had green cards, right? So they lose employment, they get deported. That's the whole thing with that, right? Oh. So the position, so they can't fight. Yeah. Because if they fight, they could be on the bad side, and now they have to go back to the country that they came from.
Was that H1B?
That's horrific.
Is that what we're talking about?
I don't know what the term was for them. Yeah, I don't know what the term is. All I knew is they would get, by the way, if they lost employment, it's over.
I'm shocked that is. I understand the base principle of it, which is like, hey, you live somewhere else, you want to be able to. Yeah, it's H1B. It should be H1B. You live somewhere else and you want to be a part of whatever country. Every country has a version of this, and like it's great that we allow work opportunities for people who are highly qualified to be able to do these tasks that we can't find anyone to do. Right? Like that's a good principled idea. But man, the fact that when a company hires them, it can turn into complete extortion. It's just
and
crazy.
in this scenario, they felt powerless specifically because of that. So I went down the normal route. I reported to my supervisor. I reported to upper management. I waited 2.5 weeks. I went and talked to people that were affected. They had heard nothing from anyone, and I said, now it's time for me to do this. And I fired off an email. 24 hours later, the person who had actually done all of this was fired, and all of his QA localization people were talked to, and they were apologized to, and their jobs were like totally fine. Everything was good, and that was it. And it was just like you could see that click collapse because of a system like email like it was. Yeah. That's why I do that today, because those types of the click collapse. You need a good person that is both engaged with the company and empowered to solve problems, to be in that kind of a position. Sure. And once they are, they can rip right through that bullshit and just remove it, dude. It's like draining a cyst. That's all it is.
We got one last one to do, and I think this one's very sweet, the ending to this.
Sure.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Thor.
Wait, what are we talking about? What? What's going on?
Tweet. The very last tweet.
Oh no. Wait a minute.
The last one's so sweet. We didn't read the last one.
So I also want to sincerely thank everyone who purchased the mentorship session, this one.
Yeah, we haven't read that
portfolio review with me at the end of last year. It quite literally saved me. And I meant that I was able to not go into debt, and I am so hugely grateful, and hope you all felt like they were worth it. Yeah, that's really
sweet.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice. I'm gonna go like every single one of this dude's posts.
Yeah, I'm gonna join you on the like spam. He's gonna look and be like, dude, this one guy just really liked all my tweets. What's wrong with this guy?
Yeah, dude. Gross, dude. Look at this guy like spamming me. No, this is the reason why this hits me so hard is because it's very similar to what I saw, and it's the moment you can tell it's the moment when they don't care about you anymore, where they realize, oh, we've got enough out of this person, it doesn't matter now, and because we've got enough out of them, we can just treat them like dirt. And it's exactly where I was when I left. It's the exact same thing, dude. And it's just devastating to see that. And I know that it's happened to so many more, because when that lawsuit went through from the state of California, that Facebook page lit up with hundreds of stories.
Yeah.
Like, there's 800 people in there. There was like 1,200 stories. And some of them were way worse than the things that I saw, and some of them were way more minor than the things I saw. It was a massive spectrum of just insane bullshit. And I feel really badly for Mike, because he didn't know how bad it was. He was totally insulated from it. And imagine building something over your life's work, this beautiful thing where you just want to make these cool games, and you got all your buddies, and you build this thing, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and you think that you're doing objectively good. You've got all these good systems in place, and it rots out from under you, and you don't get to find out until you're retired.
It's pretty much like termites. Like, your house looks nice. Yeah. Everything about your place looks great, and then one day you have to rip up a floor tile, and you realize your entire foundation is rotted.
It's just so rough, dude. And it was just, it's really sad. It's really goddamn sad. So yeah, and to be real with you, the grand majority of people that I know who have moved on are much happier, man. I'm way happier now. I get to make all the things I want to do, and I get to right those wrongs for other people that join the industry. Get to help people get into the industry in like a healthy way, and share these types of stories. So if they're ever in that kind of situation, you get that shit in writing, and you don't trust HR. That's it. That's all
I think
it is.
one of the sad things, because I see a lot of people being like, U.S. labor laws are crazy, and people defending this and that kind of way. I think the sad thing about this is that, I'm sure there's laws that could help prevent certain aspects of this, but all laws have some level of ramifications and things that it will change, or a lot of times it's like a ball you squeeze, and certain things come out, and certain things go in, and it just makes me sad, because the true problem is that when power comes into play, sometimes people can do wild things, and it's really sad because, like, obviously the people who made this company made it because they loved games, and they built amazing games, and to see something so good just collapse is always just so sad, because it's like an end of an era. It's kind of like what's it called? It's like Lord of the Rings, how that's the end of an age, right? This age cannot exist again. There may be a new age, a better age, but the age of Blizzard we're watching it go from one to another.
Yeah. And it's funny because, like, I want you guys to know, some of you out there work in HR. You're not bad people. You're doing a job. But the role that a lot of people don't understand is that HR is there to protect the company. And many people believe that HR is there to protect the employee. And that's not the case. It's to protect the company from the employee. It's to protect the company when something goes wrong that is going to harm the company because someone has harmed that employee in a way that could be legally problematic, right?
Yeah.
And that's, I think a lot of people forget that. It's not a treat HR badly, HR's the devil. That's not the thing. They're human beings as well. But their role is to protect the company from mistakes, frankly. Mistakes and legal problems that they could get into with the employees.
There are some. I mean, to be fully fair, there are also situations where two employees are having an issue, and yes, the HR is there to protect the company from being exposed to the issue of the two employees. But their secondary job is to ensure that the two employees can have some sort of resolution that is good for the team, good for the org. There are some things that are like just employee focused. Yeah, there's good employee focused things that HR does, but you're absolutely right. At the end of the day, you're not number one. The company's number one, and I don't blame them. That makes perfect sense. Like, that's going to exist in there is nothing we can do about that not existing. It could come up with a new name, it could be this, it could be that. It's just, that's what it is. And there's some people on Netflix that I genuinely think are great HR people. There's one I can think of right now that she has helped me many times throughout my career because, I'm maybe more of a vocal individual, and so I've not shied away. Yeah, I've not shied away from the old HR office once or twice. And she's been incredibly helpful. In fact, at one point in my life, I was getting blackmailed not too long ago due to a stupid decision I made 15, 20 years ago. And so, I had to talk to HR about that because, well, guess who was going to be receiving some messages for some things I did 20 years ago? Well, guess who was really, really helpful during that and actually defended me? That was really, really nice. So,
I'm talking to the Primogen guys. Yeah, for everyone asking.
So, I'm not going to tell you what the stupid decisions I made 20 years ago was, but let's just say it's a very fireable offense today.
Either,
Yeah, I know, it's a very fireable offense today. I was stupid. I'm a dumb man, but...
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm talking to the Primogen right now. So Primogen he's got blue hair. Yeah, you know him as the blue hair guy. Yeah, he's the Sonic of programming, actually. Yeah, he's converted into Sonic. As you can see, he's blue hair.
If you keep this up, I'm going to have to start flossing. You got to stop right now.
He codes really fast, right? That's why he's Sonic. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true. Blazingly fast. Yeah.
Blazingly fast. Dude, I genuinely appreciate you doing this. This was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. I'm always down to talk about this kind of stuff, and it's always, for me, it reinforces why I went indie, man. It really does. Because, I remember when I left Blizzard, and,
What?
I've known everybody at Blizzard starting out, forever, right? So, it's, me, Metzen, and my dad, we had lunch on the day that I quit. And I was talking to Metzen, he's like, why'd you quit? And I was like, and I was going to go to tell him, and he goes, was it the bullshit? I was like, yeah, it was the bullshit. He goes, damn, Blizzard bullshit. Yeah.
I mean, is it not always the bullshit? Who here has quit?
Yeah.
Because, there is the rare... I've quit once because it was boring work. Every other time, it's the bullshit.
I've only ever quit
better,
for bullshit.
Right?
Yeah.
Something better can come along. That's sometimes happened, but I've never quit without a job other than just bullshit.
It's one of the things that I talk to my community about is there's a difference between your job and the work. The work can be incredibly compelling. The work is the thing you actually do.
By the way,
the
guys,
job is things like management and all the structure and all the meetings and all the bullshit that goes around that. That's not technically you doing the work. You may love programming. You may love automation. You may love doing HR. You may love doing whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Doing the thing. You love it. But the job includes all the extra shit that isn't the work. And a lot of people, they're like, oh, I hate everything that I do. I want to quit my job and I never want to do this, career ever again. It's like, no, stop. You hate the job. You may love the work still. I would keep that
so true
in mind. If you want to ever quit a job, maybe just quit the job. Don't quit the work. Move somewhere else. And you may find, that you actually still love doing that work. You just want it in a different environment or with different people. It's very important to understand that.
Yeah.
Is that Primogen rating me now?
It is.
Secretly, and there's Charoots and Strabe now. Oh God.
Unfortunately, I got work meetings and such to do.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm trying to build a service with 5.9s, so I've been experimenting a lot. Unfortunately, all the APIs and everything are in JavaScript, and so I just have try catches and if state. It's crazy. To make something 5.9s is already hard enough. It's a hard one to do when you have to catch errors that you don't even know exist.
But now you have to do it all in JavaScript. Oh.
Yeah, I know. Imagine
upsetting.
if it was in Rust, by the way. I mean, it's not like I don't have blue hair.
I mean, we could just make you do everything in Ruby on Rails. Would that make you happier? Would you like that?
Yes. That would teach you. Oh, really? You're complaining? Ruby's on Rails for a week. Go.
Yeah, there you go. Get it. Into the pit with you. Go work at that. Yeah. God damn, dude. Well,
hey, I appreciate this very, very much. Thanks for joining me for this.
It was a good interview.
Long, so thanks for taking the time. What, like 2 hours or something?
Definitely.
No, I think it's really valuable because I think it shows some insight into bad work environments, especially like for the community, is to talk about these kinds of things, because a lot of the times you won't see this stuff. We're entering a time now where many people are more comfortable talking about awful things that happen in the workplace, and I think it slowly over time changes work culture because it acts as an inoculation to new employees. It shows them, no, this shit is wrong. Go talk to a lawyer, right? Like that's just how it goes, and it should be that way. Frankly, it really, really should be that way.
I'm gonna heart out.
This team. It's hard too. It's hard to make change because one thing that it's rarely talked about is that to make change, it requires you to take a risk. Yeah, someone has to take the risk. Are you willing to take that risk?
Yes.
Yep. And I took that risk when I made AppSec at Blizzard. Like, I could have gotten fired for going and talking to the director of BattleNet because it was in QA. It was just QA kid, and they had this whole thing about
yellow
breaking
badge
rights.
Andy walking around trying to
Look, what's this yellow badge doing in here? And I had to go and contact him and be like, can you let me into the area? I have a piece of paper for you, please. This little 13-page document, I was like, I printed it. I hope that's okay.
You came in with the printed one? Oh, that's so good.
I gave him a print. I was like, here's this document. I think you should make this job, no matter what it is. And he said, thank you. And he smiled at me. And I was like, cool, I'm going to leave now. And I just, that was it. And then 2 weeks later, he was like, hey, you should look at this role. And I was like, oh, I will. I'm in the middle of a task right now. I got to finish the task first. And he goes, no, you should really look at this role. So I looked at the role and it was my role and I applied.
You're like, wait a second, I wrote that. That's
wait a minute. That's mine. It was pretty wild. And that's how I went to BattleNet, man. That's how I escaped the hell that was QA.
Nice. Well, hey, you have a good day. Thanks for doing this with me.
Yeah,
appreciate that.
Absolutely.
This is Thor, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know. Well, they're now all on your stream. But yes, this is Thor, the one, the only. See you in a week.
It's me. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude, we're gonna hang out.
Yeah.
We have to eat something. I don't even know what.
Yeah. We're gonna eat so many things.
So many things, and I'm gonna get there, and I'm gonna wear a suit during that night too.
Okay, are you wearing a suit? I was going back and forth between wearing a suit or wearing my hoodie.
Okay, that would be really funny. But they did say red carpet attire.
Okay, I have a suit.
That being said, I did reach out to QT Cinderella and I said, does that mean that I can wear a wizard robe made entirely out of red carpet? And she said, Lamau, yes. And then I realized that she had called my bluff. And carpet is very heavy and warm, which was... I didn't expect that, so... whoops.
You don't meme on a memer. Everybody knows this. Yeah. This is like what?
It's a mistake.
What are you gonna have a land war in Asia next? Like we all know these things.
It's not good. It's not gonna turn out well. But no, So I got a suit. I now own 2 pairs of pants, 6 shirts, and a suit.
Nice. And don't you own a piece of land as well?
No, I have a house.
Yeah, but doesn't it come with a little bit of land? Do you own the land, or do you own the house? Do you own the land?
I own it. Yeah, I own the house, but
did you know that
got
means
like a yard?
Yeah, no, but that's official. You may not realize this. The proper English definition of a gentleman, like the oldie time one, is that you own a suit and a piece of land.
I'm a gentleman.
You
now.
are a gentleman.
I've evolved, shit.
I became a gentleman last year.
I'm a gentleman now.
It's amazing.
We're gentlemen.
We're gentlemen now. This is what gentlemen look like in 2024.
You are a scholar and a gentleman, my friend.
Fantastic. Gentle Thor. No.
Gentle Thor.
Oh, it's so
the
cursed,
gentle
dude.
goblin.
Oh, gentle goblin. No.
The gentle goblin honestly sounds like some sort of weird. Like there's something weird going on there. I don't know what it is, but it just feels like a way you describe a disease. It's a gentle goblin, really.
No. It's more like a speakeasy. You go in and everyone's like a goblin, and they're still drinking and it's fine. You just don't look at them.
That's what it is. It's like an inn. It's like an inn in an old game. The gentle goblin.
Yeah, the gentle goblin.
Yeah.
I'm putting that in my next D&D campaign. We're having a gentle goblin.
You should. All right, I gotta go. I for real gotta go.
All right, you have a good one.
All right, take care.
See you, dude. Enjoy your Netflix.
Will do.
Deep into that darkness peering,
Long I stood there, wondering, doubting, fearing.
No, I don't want to do this. Yeah, let's hear what he has to say about, this is, Tales of Symphonia. Madular. Tales of Symphonia.
A sequel to a beloved game that doesn't quite hit the mark. Some key features removed while other less substantial ones have been implemented. Revisiting some areas from the previous game, getting a chance to see how the main cast has made out since the ending of Symphonia, and giving that cast some closure while introducing us to a new generation of Symphonia protagonists. Slight over-reliance on annoying motion controls, a story and characters that don't
did
quite
some
measure up to the
prospecting
original,
and
but
surveying.
an adequately satisfying conclusion to the Symphonia saga.
And I
Those were
learned
my
that what I'm looking for is
expectations
not
going
out
into
here,
Tales of
it's in
Symphonia,
green.
Dawn of the New World.
And not
Nothing
in, like,
unreasonable, right? I
mountain.
didn't know anything about this game, aside from the fact that it isn't well loved like its predecessor, but that's fine with me. Some of my favorite games of all time are 6 out of 10s, and while I try to be honest and straightforward with my criticisms, I find there's something to appreciate about even the most mediocre games. And, as a game in the Tales series, my assumption was that there was some standard of quality that Symphonia 2 would measure up to. I mean, the game was co-directed by the people behind Tales of the Abyss, Tales of Vesperia, both of which are considered
Or actually, I'm
fantastic
gonna go to
games,
the
so I asked
bathroom. Terribly sorry, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom while I'm docked up and it's safe, you know, and I'm paused on everything, and I'm safe in Stormwind right now. And I'm gonna take the opportunity to go to the restroom for just 2 minutes. I'll be back. Sorry for the delay. I just, rather get it out of the way while, while I'm docked up. BRB. Okay, so sorry about that. Okay, unduck, and I want you. I thought I unducked already. No, I guess not. Okay, so
Warp drive active.
I now speak to myself in that moment, and to answer that question, I say this. Well, not the worst game I've ever played. Tales of Symphonia, Dawn of the New World, is the worst gaming experience I've ever had. It is a game that mocks and spits on the legacy of its forebearer. The sheer level of incompetence exhibited in the writing of this game and
it's weird because I thought Tales of Vesperia was actually decent. It wasn't amazing, but it was decent. It was playable. It had good characters and a good story. But that was the last time I played a Tales game. I heard Tales of Arise is super good, but I don't know about Tales of Symphonia, Dawn of the New World.
Something that has left me
Sounds
personally
terrible.
affronted. I laugh at bad games and I look for the positive in mediocre games. I try to find room for improvement in good games, but Symphonia 2 doesn't fit any of those categories. It transcends standardized quality measurement techniques. It's been difficult to find the words in order to write this script, because there's a range of experiences you'd probably need to have in order to fully grasp what I'm about to tell you, but I'll do my best to convey that frustration
well, just
to the
show us.
uninitiated.
Why not just show
It's
us?
not
Fuck
simply playing this game, it's playing this game as a fan of Tales of Symphonia that has plumbed the depths of my despair.
Yes, Tales
you
of
might tolerate this
Symphonia.
game,
Yeah.
you may even like it, and while it takes a great deal of self-control to not
okay.
initiate a holy crusade against you and your kind, I've tried to understand this stance. These so-called fans of Symphonia 2, and best I can figure is that through a combination of having played the sequel first, having played it while young and impressionable, and having very low standards, you've altered your reality. I envy you. To find enjoyment in such a scourge as this is perhaps a blessing, but it is one I cannot relate to. This has been a precursor, a warning for my review. I don't like this game, and I will not be kind to it. I will be fair where warranted,
Meanie.
but not kind. This is my Heart of Darkness. This is Tales of Symphonia, Dawn of the New World.
Horror has a face, and you must make a friend of horror.
Before talking about the game in detail, a brief look back. Dawn was announced back in, well, actually, I can't find anything about its announcement or development history. Unlike some games where people are interested in preserving the historical record, I guess everybody just wanted to forget about this piece of shit. Sorry, remaining objective. Well, I can find that it was formally announced in North America via Nintendo Power Magazine back in early 2008. Despite my understanding, the game wasn't actually ever advertised straightforwardly as a sequel, rather as a hybrid sequel spin-off. The game promised to have a darker toned story, returning cast members from the original game, and a monster collecting minigame? I can't imagine anybody asked for that, but hey, a good game is a good game. And with the Tales series having skipped Nintendo consoles for several entries, we owners were excited to have not only a grand JRPG adventure on the console, but an entry in the beloved series. When the game came out, it got mediocre reviews and was promptly forgotten in favor of the then upcoming Tales of Vesperia, which is still considered one of the best games in the Tales series. Dawn had a re-release on the PS3 alongside the original Symphonia in Tales of Symphonia Chronicles, but it's scarcely mentioned when a discussion of Tales games comes up. Having recently played, reviewed, and loved Tales of Symphonia, I felt it was time to revisit this game that I had missed back in the day. I was confident that, despite its reputation, there would be some redeeming factors here. There were no redeeming factors here. Determining how I should structure this video was a struggle. In my Tales of Symphonia video, I provided a synopsis of the story while periodically stopping and focusing in on one particular facet of the gameplay or story. This seems to be a pretty fun format when talking about JRPGs. Fun for me to write because I get to take things at my own pace, and hopefully fun for the viewer as I can take you on a journey through my own experiences playing. The problem with that format in this case is that Tales of Symphonia Dawn of the New World is a miserable, laborious experience that gave me no less than 47 boredom-induced headaches through its runtime. The idea of retreading those steps as I've already experienced them fills me with a deep sense of existential dread, but more to the point, it would be irresponsible of me to subject you, the viewer, to that experience.
Yeah.
Instead, I've decided to deconstruct this game into its individual parts and analyze those bite-sized pieces. I think things are more
Best
palatable
deals in
this
all
way.
of Stormwind,
And look,
my
don't
friend.
get me
Won't
wrong, I'm
find any
familiar
better.
with
Now, what
YouTube's
can I help you
long-standing
with?
tradition of having angry reviewers exaggerate their negative experiences with a piece of media, but I give you my word, I'm doing my absolute best not to be hyperbolic here, just entertaining. And lastly, if you're planning on getting on my case over the numerous comparisons to Tales of Symphonia 1 I'll be making throughout the review, well, tough shit. If they
Which
didn't
is
want
an
this game
okay
compared to Tales
thing
of
to do.
Symphonia,
That's
they
okay to
probably
do.
shouldn't have put
Yeah.
Tales of Symphonia
In the
name.
title. Yep.
They say brevity is the soul of wit, so that in mind, please excuse this witless explanation of
14
Tales of
Asian's
Symphonia's
legs.
plot. So there are two worlds, Silverant and Tetheala, which were joined together long ago and have been since torn asunder. The evil Lord Yggdrasil, once the hero named Mythos, created this two-world system in order to keep his sister, Martel, alive in a state of suspended animation. It's probably best not to ask why. I made a 2.5-hour long video on that game if you want some answers. Our hero, Lloyd, and a band of unlikely friends friends set out on a quest to reunite the two worlds, a mission in which they're eventually successful. The game ends with the worlds reunited and the promise of a brighter, if not still uncertain, future before them. Y'all know how I feel about that game. It's a damn classic, but more to the point, that ending leaves enough to the imagination that a sequel could be warranted. A lot of the time when a game finds unexpected success, you get a sequel shoehorned unnecessarily into the mix, but I didn't go into Dawn thinking that would be the case. I mean, there's a lot to work with in that ending. We could explore how exactly the worlds have been reunited, geographically and politically. What's the current state of interspecies relations? Oh, hold up, that don't sound right. I mean, like, half-elves and humans, how are things going in that regard? How's the original cast grown up? Have they moved on, followed their dreams, forgiven themselves for their shortcomings? Are there small pockets of crucious resistance rising up against the current power structure? There's an opportunity to make this journey a much more quiet and personal one, with less of a bombastic, childish need to overcome cosmic threats, and maybe pursue something a little more immediate and down to earth. Well, for all the plot beats Dawn could have started out with, I don't think I ever in a million years would have predicted the direction they'd go. Lloyd is evil. He's in command of the Church of Martel, which has effectively become the armed forces of Silverant, and is hunting down and destroying pockets of resistance against total church rule. Now, I can see how some people could be personally offended by seeing Lloyd in this state. Kinda like how people reacted to Luke Skywalker in one of those new Space Guy movies. I don't fucking know. I only watch high-quality science fiction, like Galador, Defenders of the Outer Dimension, and Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. But it's an unfaltering faith in Lloyd's goodness I have that prevents me from having a meltdown over this plot choice. You know something is up. Maybe Lloyd's being impersonated, or he's been possessed like Colette was in the first game, but by God, only the most flagrantly disrespectful writing would actually cast Lloyd in his right mind in this evil way. So suffice to say, I'd consider this an interesting hook, at least for a while. I mean, just the implications of Lloyd becoming a terror after seizing power, regardless of whether or not it's really the case, and I'm positive it isn't, it's an interesting dynamic. During one of his attacks on Palma Costa, Lloyd kills the parents of one Emile, who becomes our main protagonist. If you're wondering why I'm mentioning Emile without screaming, killing, ripping, shredding, punch hole through drywall and make neighbor call police again, it's because Emile gets a section later, so I'm holding on to that 40 hours of pain and frustration this little twat has caused me for a later date. Emile meets up with another banger of a character named Marta and a character named Tenebrae, who's not a summoned spirit, but rather a centurion, which are basically like summoned spirits, but aren't, and they live in the same caves and dungeons as summoned spirits, but were just, like, conveniently never mentioned during our travels in the original game. Emile, Marta, and Tenebrae travel across the world, trying to hunt down Lloyd among some other mundane objectives.
I remember this whole
Tenebrae
thing.
Characters from the original game and solving problems localized to a particular town or area. On paper, it plays like any other Tales game you've indulged in. There's a map screen where you walk around, dungeons that require you to solve puzzles with a device called the Sorcerer's Ring, and separate battle screens where action-based combat takes place. It's only when digging into the minutiae of Symphonia 2 that we're treated to the game's more insidious features. But first, something I can be a little more positive about.
The visuals were good, huh?
Just immediately upon looking at Dawn, I found the visuals to be more appealing than the original game. This is going to be a point of disagreement for many, and I totally
I think it looks
that,
good,
but
yeah.
the
I think it actually
art
looks
from the
okay.
original doesn't do much for me. I said as much a few times in my review for that game. I also found the limited animations hamstrung the cutscenes a bit. Dawn has some of these late standard definition area graphics that I just find appealing. They still try to not so sneakily use sprites and planes where possible to save on performance costs, and face textures are just flat JPEGs, but these types of graphics are somewhere between technically competent and stylistically appropriate. They just scratch some kind of itch, you know? It's like a slightly less impressive Xenoblade Chronicles. Blown up to high resolution, I find the graphics actually hold up quite nicely. The character models look good, with scarves and hair floofs obeying the laws of anime physics, and some of the subtle background effects look surprisingly great. Stuff like wind being tunneled into a cave, rivers of lava glowing on the horizon, smoky volcanoes, all stuff you're likely to miss, but add a nice sense of atmosphere when they remember to do it, of course. Unfortunately, more often than not, areas in Dawn lack any kind of movement. They feel very static. more static than the original game, and there's no excuse for that. I hate to mention it twice in the same paragraph, but I mean, come on, this was the same console that housed Xenoblade Chronicles. They can be better.
Be better, be better, be better, be better.
Also, I feel like my wish for motion-captured visuals came in this kind of twisted monkey's paw type of way, because there are a fair few cutscenes that are mo-capped and they look pretty good, but the ones that aren't are even more noticeably stiff and wooden than those in the original game. That's a low bar. I mean, look how utterly lacking for expression everybody is. Half the time they just stand there with their hands at their sides even while speaking. At least the chibis in the original game used a lot of hand movement. Sometimes they had those little bubbles with the sweat drop or whatever it's supposed to be above their head. The average cutscenes in Tales 2 are presentationally stiff and dialogically even stiffer, but more on that later. I have one more bone to pick with the visuals, and that's the clarity of arts in combat. Arts, or techs, are skills that your characters can use in combat by pressing a mapped button combination. In the previous game, these arts were shown with crisp clarity when used. Trails of energy, colorful beams, particle effects made it abundantly clear when arts were being used and which ones were being used. This is important. If you're hitting a button combination during a tense fight, you don't want to be second guessing whether or not you use the right move, or if it even came out at all. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happens in Dawn more often than not, because the moves aren't telegraphed or displayed very well at all. A lot of them just boil down to a generic sword swipe that barely looks different than your bog standard attack. It may not be a major issue, but the moves in the original game really looked distinctive. Sword Rain, Tempest, Demon Fang, even without the luxury of the move name being displayed at the top of the screen, you can tell just by seeing the characters what's being used. I challenge anyone to do that in Dawn. The moves are messy amalgamations of jerky movements and swings. I probably put more focus and time into this game than 99% of the poor suckers who bought it, and I still can't remember what most of these moves even do. Just use any of them at any time. They're essentially interchangeable. So
they don't matter.
Visuals. Yep. And yes, this is one of the more positive segments of the review. The way the structure works in this game kind of reminds me of Dragon Quest XI, if that game were completely devoid of competent writing or pacing and starred a magnitude 10 bitch boy. What I mean by that is, in both games there's an overarching conflict that's supposed to drive the main characters forward, but as you travel from town to town, you're faced with immediate problems that temporarily command your attention, often introducing characters or plot developments that become relevant on a grand scheme before wrapping things up with a neat little bow and then moving on. Petty swipes aside, the real functional difference between these games is that Dragon Quest XI actually lets you play the game. You're allowed to steep yourself in the world, explore, get to know the world, and thus care about it without being told you're supposed to care about it. There may be cutscenes when you enter a new area or meet a new character, but you can rest assured knowing you'll have plenty to do when they're over. And if you really can't deal with it, well, you can just skip them. In Dawn of the New World, there is cutscene after cutscene after cutscene. Walk somewhere, you'll get a cutscene telling you to go somewhere else in the city. Go there, you'll get a cutscene telling you to go to some dungeon. Go there, you'll get a cutscene telling you that you're not prepared for whatever reason, so it's back to town, none of which are skippable. In a broad sense, excessive cutscenes are a bad thing for a game to have, especially if superior storytelling options are available. There are obvious exceptions to this rule, such as in games where the writing or story are so entertaining that having control arrested often results in enjoyment. But in general, I think for a game to be a good game, it should be good at the things that good games excel at. One such example would be environmental storytelling. It's a subtle method of expanding the plot and world in a way that only video games can do. It makes you an active participant. It respects your intelligence and in exchange places the responsibility on you as a player.
You can
but
say
of
which
course,
you
this
can see
isn't
which way
always
it's
going to be an
blowing and
option.
stuff.
Sometimes a cutscene is necessary to introduce new characters, develop some plot point, or otherwise drive the story forward in a way that forces you to stop playing. When cutscenes go from enjoyable to frustrating is when they become excessive. For example, stopping the momentum to give you some information that isn't relevant to the main story at all, or stopping you 3 or 4 times for things that could have easily just been one scene. Dawn of the New World is king of redundant, frustrating, and pointless cutscenes, and it interrupts the structure and flow of the game so often that I actually started dreading playing through certain parts of the game. I was falling asleep at my desk trying to get through this shit. It's just so completely inane that when something approaching intrigue finally does come about, you just don't have a single fuck left to
Oh
give.
no!
Maybe you don't believe me. Madular, all
Well, I
JRPGs are like
lived.
that. It's not a big deal. Okay, here's an example from Chapter 6 of the
Fuck.
game. First, you head to the city of Meltokyo, where you're directed to the Temple of Earth. The temple just suffered a cave-in, and also Emil passes out because he's bitch-made and does that a lot. So, it's back to the Meltokyo Inn. We're then directed to the Temple of Lightning, where, just like the Temple of Earth, we're not allowed in. So we're directed to the Cyback Research Academy. Before we can get new instructions, Emil feels sleepy. So we have to go to the Cyback Inn. The next day, we go back to the Cyback Research Academy, at which point
Homeboy calls the fucking video game character straight bitch made. It was actually some of the funniest shit. When you call the straight character bitch made. I was crying. So many video game characters are straight bitch made. They like all these dumb things that would never happen to me happen to them. Straight bitch made.
And can finally enter the Temple of Lightning, where we can actually do a dungeon. It's a piece of shit dungeon, but by God, it's not more running around, getting interrupted by cutscenes, and being told where to go. And
That's
who to talk to.
Tales.
This
That's
whole
what Tales
rigmarole
is.
Took hours.
It's
I'm not
hours
kidding.
of
Playing
just
this game is like clocking into a 12-hour
exposition.
back-breaking shift at
Like
Lowe's,
movie,
although
yeah.
that work might actually be
I feel like
more
Tales of
enjoyable
Arise
and
probably isn't
fulfilling
like that,
because at
but
least you have
the rest of them
coworkers to
are.
take your mind off the agony. But hey, at least there's a big open world map to explore in between these points of interest, right? I mean,
No.
Symphonia had an iconic world map filled with nooks and crannies to explore, optional towns, dungeons, and
Yeah,
all
it was
that.
cool, you know.
So surely that's returned. Maybe they've even improved
Ooh,
on it.
floating
Well,
wreckage.
slapped my wiener and called me a brave little toaster. There's no world map. There's a menu where you select a destination, at which point you can watch Emil make his way there very, very slowly. Any potential feeling of adventure this game may have had was absolutely squandered the moment they decided to make the world map a selection screen. I don't think it's necessarily an inherent weakness in a JRPG. Sometimes games are better suited for this style of map, but not this one. This game desperately needed adventure. This game desperately needed variety. And it gets not. We get a dickload of cutscenes and 30 seconds
That
to breathe
sucks.
on the world map as you anxiously await your next set of cutscenes. So all of that to say, I don't think the structure of the game is so bad. We've seen how Dragon Quest XI can make a full 10-course meal out of a relatively simple structure. Rather, it's the content within that structural framework where the game fails. It's boring, overly simplistic, and has no respect for your time as the player. You're the game's errand boy, walking back and forth eternally, unable to even kill some time in the world map to regain your energy in between busy work
West.
objectives. This is
I want
just
to go
one
west.
of many
Oh wait,
areas
yeah,
where the game
yeah, it doesn't
fails
matter
miserably.
actually. Should have forgot, but I am going north. I'm going like northeast. Yeah.
The battle system might not
I
look
like that
so
funky
different
song
from
he
the original,
does,
but there are a host
actually.
of changes made here. One or two of them aren't even actively detrimental, so that's very impressive. Like most Tales games, you enter a separate battle screen after initiating combat on the overworld, and I'm not really sure where to squeeze this piece of praise, so I guess I'll do it here. There's a much greater variety of enemies walking the overworld to symbolize a battle. In the original, there was like these robot dudes, a little caterpillar, what a cutie pie. In this game, there's quite a few. Just a small upgrade I've noticed. Speaking of upgrades, you can now move freely in the battlefield rather than being restricted to horizontal movement. By holding the block button, you can disengage from the current enemy and rearrange yourself. By getting
So now-
behind an
now
enemy
I'm
and
in
hitting them, you
green.
can break their guard and deal critical
I'm looking
damage.
for a mountain
However,
in
if you
green, and
tag
this
while
wasn't
free
it.
running,
I'll
you'll
have to go
take
northeast. I thought it would be
significantly more damage
southwest,
too.
but
I
it
like
was
that addition.
it was
Anything that
northeast.
increases the general complexity of the fighting system and adds more risk versus reward is good with me. There's also a much greater focus on aerial combat in Dawn, which I consider neither
Ooh,
a
what's
positive
that?
or a negative. You might get some mileage out of it. Personally,
Shirt
I never liked
cobblestone.
taking fights to the
Okay.
air because A, you have no control over your character's trajectory, so you're at the mercy of gravity, and B, most of the bosses where strategy actually would need to be employed are so bloody heavy that you can't even launch them with an aerial attack, making the whole thing feel kind of useless. So that's what they've improved, both objectively and arguably. Now, what did they wreck? Oh baby, here we go. First of all, remember how Symphonia had 9
love this
playable
fucking
characters in all? Lloyd, Genus, Colette, Rain, Kratos, Zelos, Sheena, Presea, Regal. Every single character was fully playable, each with their own unique set of moves, items, titles, what have you. Know how many party members are playable in Dawn? Care to guess?
3.
Go ahead. Nope.
4.
Start a little bit higher than that. Don't lowball me. Okay,
4.
less than that. Less. There you go. 2 measly playable characters. You come
Oh, I thought it
across
was
all of
2.
the original
I thought it
game's
4. I mean,
characters,
I
and
saw
not
4.
once are you actually allowed to play as them. You're
I
not
don't
even
mind
allowed
that.
to equip them with gear. They have preset stuff, which also means the loot variety is seriously diminished. I know they didn't strike that balance perfectly in the original game. Hell, there were times where I get equipment that outclassed what a character already had twice in one dungeon, but certainly it's better to have an excess of gear than to have too little. Also, crafting is essentially rendered useless because you can only craft gear you already own. I repeat, you can only craft gear you already own. The thing is, and I know this is complicated, there's no point in making something if you already have it. The purpose of crafting is rewarding your inquisitiveness and thrifty spending by presenting you with better gear than would otherwise be available. It's not like there's durability or something. There's really no reason you'd ever need 2 of the same weapon or boots or whatever. Also, I don't mean to go off script here, but there actually is a reason you'd need 2 of the same boots, and that's because 2 makes a pair, right? Which is how many feet you have. Anyway, I'm getting a little off track. That's only tenuously related to combat. So what else did they fuck up? Well, you attacks suck now. You can do slightly improved moves if you cast like 6 spells of the same element in a row, but Emil can't use magic. So unless you feel like fumbling through the combat menus and forcing Marta to use first aid 6 times in a row when you're already at full health, you attacks are effectively just a panic button to slap whenever you're in trouble. There's also no EX gems. I never mentioned EX gems in my review of Symphonia, but they do add a little bit of spice to the combat. Previously, you could assign your characters with different specialities and attributes, causing their stats to evolve differently and learning new moves in the process. That's just gone here. No improvements, no replacement system, just wholesale threw it in the garbage. In that vein, techs now just unlock with new levels rather than with repeated use, which means you can't guide your character to a particular playstyle, like in the original where you could choose between, say, Omega Tempest or Psi Tempest. Yeah, that's no longer a possibility. You'll take what techs the game gives you, and none of them are all that spectacular or fun to use anyway, so whatever. Like Symphonia, there are certain moves that can knock your characters or an enemy senseless, signified by these little stars circling their head. During that time, the affected character can't move or attack. The difference here is that while in Symphonia, being hit in this state automatically smacks the character out of it, in Dawn of the New World, it's over when it's over. You can be hit 1, 2, 8, or 400 times in this state, and you'll still be loopy. It seems like a small thing, but it is unbelievably annoying. An enemy seriously
Wait, I got
has
an
enough time to
upgrade.
just carve
That's
off
funny.
your entire life bar when you're in this state, especially in the beginning when you're totally defenseless. And
Oh,
let
that's
this
good.
be a segue into my biggest criticism of the combat. The enemies are damage sponges. Seriously,
Yep,
it
as
seems
usual.
like you have this pitifully small life bar in
Yeah, you
comparison
suck
to
at
the
damage,
enemies. Some of
but
the
you have all
basic
this gear
enemies
and
side
stuff
quests
and
can take
abilities.
like 10 minutes to fight.
Doesn't
and
matter
it's not
'cause
even
you
a
just have to
challenge,
hit them
really.
over
It's
and
just
over
a
and
matter
over
of
and over.
moving around the battlefield,
What's this?
treating
It's a
yourself
bear.
alcohol gels when
Run.
appropriate, and taking a couple of shots at them,
What?
chipping away at that gargantuan
Oh,
life
shit.
bar, one
I
little
aggroed a bear.
Pee Wee Herman smack at a time. And this gets much worse as the game goes on.
Oh,
I think there's
God,
a
I gotta
reason
let it go.
most game
Gotta let it go.
genres, JRPGs included, have trended towards a more fast-moving and brutal combat. Not to say there isn't a place for slow, methodical combat, but this notion of long equals hard, very fucking funny, is a non-starter. There's no triumph in defeating a boss that takes 4 times as long as it should to defeat. I guess you could argue that there's relief, but not triumph. It makes it so that when you have one of those unwinnable story fights where you're supposed to lose, you honestly can't even tell the difference. I mean, the enemy AI in Dawn is so dumb, you can stand in one spot
What
for
was that
minutes and they'll just
sound?
keep missing or glossing over you. I haven't
I
seen
don't
a
wanna
single
know.
enemy with those badass combo moves like, say, Ewan had in the original game. The enemy AI may be stupid, but it pales in comparison to the stupidity of the ally AI. No cool combos there either, but more importantly, they just won't fight sometimes. Like, I'll have a monster ally that'll just stand at the start of the fight arena and just adamantly refuse to take part in the battle until I corral an enemy closer to him. It's frustrating to realize halfway through a fight that you're the only one actually doing anything. So what else? Well, they've stripped away some combat
Where'd you go, you stupid rabbit? I lost you in the bush. Oh,
dark bottles, constantly reminded that the
rabbits can lose you in the bush and stuff.
Fuck complexity, make everything brain dead, no child left behind type shenanigans. Which is fine if it's an optional, very easy mode, but this is just the game on its base difficulty. Removing unnecessary mechanics or tweaking parts of a game is fine, but it's not enough to destroy and remove. You should be able to build back better. Replace the mechanics with something more intuitive, meaningful, or fun. That's what streamlining is at its best. Trimming the fat or blending components without having the player be consciously aware they're in for a less complex experience. Something like going from Daggerfall to Morrowind. I know both games have their fans, but most people would agree that Morrowind retains much of the mechanical complexity from Daggerfall with less superfluous design. Dawn of the New World is an abject failure as a streamlined experience. It removes
Gotta
things
go
that
to the
worked
mountain
well, it simplifies
now.
a combat system that wasn't unnecessarily complicated in the first place, and, though perhaps a little off topic for this section, it overhauls the world map system with something less geared towards adventure and exploration. It makes things simple, yes, but at what cost? At the cost of most of the things that identified Symphonia as an RPG in the first place.
Whoa.
And yet, for all the things that were unnecessarily removed, only once we take a look at the things that Dawn carries over from the original that we truly understand the tragic misstep that is this whole game.
Wait, I want to go back
Think
and
of your
stash.
favorite
I didn't think
JRPGs
about
from
it.
childhood and beyond, and you're likely to form a picture in your mind of a town or village from that game.
I'm 30. You probably don't want me around you. I'm cute though. Built good.
Mineral Town, Sector 7 slums, Halure, Arnie Village, the list could go on. Memories of towns are often the first kind associated with JRPGs for a number of reasons. Towns represent safety, warmth, camaraderie. They exhibit varied designs, environments, and music. The familiar feeling of reaching a new town after traveling through the wilderness, seeing this urban environment rife with charm, character, and possibility. It's a true delight. And so you're asking yourself, did Dawn of the New World fuck its towns up too? To that I respond, unimaginably, my friend. From the opening of the game, it's clear that Dawn's MO is reintroducing you to towns and cities you already know from the previous game. And look, I don't think that's such a bad idea. Re-experiencing memories in the form of Symphonia's towns with a few tweaks and additions in the context of this new coalesced world actually has a lot of potential. Some might see reusing assets as lazy, but I think as a strategic development choice, it could have been done to great effect. Have new towns and cities for us to explore while giving us a chance to explore some older ones. Maybe a little coat of paint here and there. It has potential. What you absolutely shouldn't do is just slap the towns as they were into the new game with nary an extra hut, inn, or store in sight. And what you really shouldn't do is actively prevent players from entering 90% of the interior locations that they could in the previous game. You know what Dawn did? You wanna guess? If you said slap the towns down as they were in the previous game without any kind of tweaks or additions, you'd be right. If you said disallowing the player from entering the interior locations that they could in the previous game, you'd be right too. And finally, if you said didn't introduce a single solitary new village, town, or city into the world, well, I regret to inform you that you'd be right about that as well. So weak, so lazy. To take something so beautiful as the JRPG town and mock it in this manner. It sickens me to my very core. Hey, remember in my Symphonia review when I said that Asgard was a comfy town? I like the city a lot. The wind is blowing, which makes it feel a little cold. A little cold is good, you know? Sweater. Well, when I said that, I didn't mean to imply I wanted to spend 5 hours there, but that's exactly what Dawn saw in my statement. I mean, in the original, you find a new town or city, usually the next plot beat has shuffled you along by what, half an hour? It's probably being generous. In Dawn, you are anchored to these areas for hours as you solve inane problems, wandering back and forth, triggering cutscenes. I clapped. I literally clapped as I left Asgard in the beginning. I arrived hours into my save and left 8 hours in. And that's not even the worst offender. Remember Isolde from the first game? You probably don't, because it's a shitty, boring shanty town where nothing interesting could ever happen. But nonetheless, that didn't dissuade the Dawn of the New World development team from setting hours of irrelevant story nonsense there that does precisely nothing other than make you hate Regal. I mean, 15 hours into Symphonia, we were confronting Crucius in the Tower of Salvation. We were learning about the Renegades, their 1,000-year struggle against the Angels, the deceptive Chosen system, the nature of the Desians and their relationship with the Church of Martel. It was bombshell after bombshell of massive revelation, and yeah, it wasn't always handled with grace or subtlety, but it mattered. It drove the plot forward. You actually cared about the world and what was happening in it. Now, what are we doing 15 hours in Dawn? There's a frog that's causing fires around Isolde, so we're walking around town asking people about the frog. See, this is what I meant when I said Lloyd being a villain is a great hook for now. It doesn't stay a great hook because they adamantly fucking refuse to inject any kind of drama or intrigue in this game, and as a result, all of these township locations just have no identity because nothing interesting ever happens in them. So back to the original game, Iselia has a strong identity. It's destroyed by Desians, it's where Lloyd is exiled, it's where the journey begins and ends, and that's just one village. How about Palmacosta? Governor General Door's obsession with saving his wife leads to a spectacular confrontation where we learn about Lloyd's convictions, we speak to a man on his deathbed, we make promises we can't keep. You're not present for anything interesting in Dawn's towns. It's usually something like find a guy somewhere in town who knows about the thing, or talk to this guy and then this other guy ad nauseum until their spat is settled. It's worse than bad. It's boring. It bored me to tears. I'm crying right now. I'm literally weeping as I read this script. Bring me tissues. I'm sad. I'm bored. And every time I finished a session of playing Dawn, I had like this entertainment constipation where I just couldn't enjoy anything for the next few hours. This type of shit just saps my energy. Let it be known why I tend to focus on games I actually like. There's nothing positive about this experience for me, you know? I like to see devs succeed. Everybody wins when they make good games, but not this. This is a war crime, and we're not even at the worst parts yet. Not even close. Like the Towns, Dawn of the New World soundtrack retreads familiar ground, largely consisting of tracks based on those from the original game. Unlike the Towns, the music isn't a complete and utter failure in this regard, with most tracks being remixed or otherwise having certain sounds emphasized with new synths. Now, make no mistake, it's not anything to write home about. I think some tracks do a decent job of updating the original sound, bringing some fullness forward that was otherwise lacking. But some of the updated tracks just completely misinterpret the tone and atmosphere of the original. In the case of the former, there's Lewin's theme. It retains the cozy charm of the original, but the notable additions of a fretless bass provide some backbone, and a scale playfully moves up and down throughout the track. I also like the remixed version of the track Shining Dew. It's not a significant change, but the subtlety and atmosphere of the track is enhanced with some little touches, such as the addition of a vibrato, making the flute sound less fake and Fisher-Pricey. And just to briefly touch on the battle track, it's a straight up improvement. It sounds great in this game.
Oh, they did the same song? Wow.
But as mentioned, not all of the remixed tracks hit the mark. The song Search a Seal has been sabotaged. That mystical, ethereal synthesizer has been wholesale replaced, and the quiet strings providing the suggestive melody in the background have been brought to the foreground in full force, killing that feeling of something hiding in the shadows. feels too busy to invoke the same feeling of mystery, despite being used in the same context. Then there's this game's original music, which definitely falls into the minority of tracks. Like much of Symphonia's soundtrack, most of these original tracks are strictly fine, serving their generic JRPG needs where required. There are a few standout tracks. Richter's theme contains some synthesized guitar, which is something I'm usually not a fan of, but its tone combined with the industrial percussion actually sounds kind of cool, like some early Nine Inch Nails or something.
Oh my god. I played that so badly. I forgot that my buffs were gone. So I rebuffed and it killed me. Ooh, that's little DMCA.
Another critical component of the JRPG experience, good dungeons make all the difference. Statistically speaking, you're likely to spend the majority of your time in any given RPG engaging in good old-fashioned fisticuffs with the denizens of many dark caverns, temples, and cisterns. In short, a good dungeon forges its own identity through unique environmental design, music, and in the case of the Tales series, are usually complemented with some thematically appropriate puzzles, providing some much-needed respite between combat encounters.
I was gonna take the free ride.
Suck ass, and here's why. It's because they're stupid and they're dumb and they're ugly and I hate them. No? You want objective? You want fair and balanced critique? Okay, let me scientifically measure why the dungeons suck. Let's get down to brass tacks. A non-insignificant portion of the dungeons in this game are actually just dungeons from the previous game, but their substance has been scooped out with a melon baller and replaced with more combat encounters. Never have I so earnestly desired the familiar sight of a block-moving puzzle, but such is the case in this revamped Temple of Fire. It'd be dishonest to say that these Redux dungeons are the majority, or even that there aren't any puzzles here too. They're not, and there are. So the Sorcerer's Ring makes its triumphant return. As you can see, I'm controlling it with a perfectly legitimate Wii remote on my Nintendo Wii console hooked up to a television set. And it's right at the apex of not being utilized for any interesting puzzles and not being utilized for the sake of motion controls. In every single case, whatever flavor the Sorcerer's Ring takes on for the current puzzle requires you to aim the cursor at the screen and press the shooty button. It lacks any of the utilitarian qualities it had in Symphonia, you know, like powering machinery, stopping robot enemies over power pads, shrinking the team down to cross spider webs, access rat holes, and move across small beams. Nothing like that. Here it shoots wind, in theory. You can tell it's wind because the game tells you that's what it is. You shoot bells in order to open a door. Good thing it was wind and not literally anything else that could ring a bell. Really sells the windiness of this dungeon, doesn't it? Now the other puzzle here is that you have to fight these enemies in front of doors in the right order. If you don't get them in the right order, you can fight them some more. Like most things in Dawn of the New World, they take about 4 times too long to kill for the fights to be fun or expedient. However, this is far from the worst offender in terms of monotony. No, that most sacred honor probably goes to the abandoned Izalia Human Ranch, which features a switch puzzle so mind-bogglingly boring and overlong, I actually entered a state of nirvana while playing, a sort of near-death experience. That deep peace was promptly shattered after I realized the exit I was looking for was this tiny vent shaft that looks like it's part of the foreground. I even actually tried to go on it before and it didn't work. You just have to approach it from a particular angle. Thank you, Symphonia 2. Very cool. Ultimately, the biggest problem with this game's dungeons is the same problem with the game's towns. Nothing interesting happens in them. There are few consequential bosses, scenes, no significance to an area that makes it unique among others. It's just a gobbledygook blend of generic assets with an obnoxious, obtuse puzzle to stretch 15 minutes of gameplay over 2 hours.
If I'm to choose between a shitty puzzle and no puzzle, then I'd prefer not to choose at all.
Also, just gonna squeeze this in here since there's no proper category for it. Why did the cats look so fucking creepy now? What happened to their lovable Pillsbury Doughboy joviality? Now they look like marionette dolls from a scary attic. We don't go up there anymore. Now, you might read monsters and think I'm talking about the enemies here. I'm not. They're fine. There's an okay variety of combatants. I don't really have much to say about them. No, what I'm talking about is recruitable monsters. That's right, in lieu of a large original cast of characters, each with their own equipment and unique playstyle, the developers reached into their bag of tricks and pulled out a feature that not one fucking person who has ever played Symphonia asked for: a monster collection game. Think of everything you like about Persona or Pokemon, and you'll begin to understand the long list of qualities that this burning trash fire lacks. Sometimes monsters can join your party at the end of a battle, you can accept a pact with them, and they'll fight for you. They play no real part in the story, they act very statically in fights, and in nearly every case, whatever human party members you have available will outclass even your very high-level monsters. Oh yeah, remember the Wonder Chef? He's back, but his recipes aren't for you. They're for your monsters. Feed them to a monster enough and it might evolve, but keep evolving them and you'll accidentally find out that after their last evolutionary form, they just devolve back to their original level 1 incarnation. Why did the developers assume anyone would want to do that? Also, what happened to the Wonder Chef? This once proud lamb sauce king may as well be in a droopy T-pose, he's so fucking low energy. It makes me sick. This guy should be shouting risotto recipes at you and making you nervous. Here he's just a wax museum bastardization of the character who spins because rotating a model is cheaper than having your animation department create something charming or special. And hey, kids are fucking stupid. Throw in some miserable facsimile of the recipe system with this dime store ass monster collecting minigame, they'll eat it up, they'll buy it. They love spending money on garbage. That's why they bought the Nintendo Wii, isn't it? So yeah, basically I don't really like the monster system. It's a truly bizarre addition to
It's
the
good to hear
Symphonia
somebody
formula,
say it.
and one that doesn't pay off in any meaningful way. I would have much preferred a full roster of well-designed characters to take their place in combat, and I think it's fair to say most people would probably feel the same. One positive thing I will say is that the game periodically rewards you with an item called a manuscript, which gives large experience bonuses for different monsters. So if you decide you want to try out a monster you've recruited but it's under-leveled, you can boost it up to the current party standard pretty quickly. There are some balancing issues though, as one of my monsters was nearly twice the level of the rest of the party but barely outclassed anyone in terms of damage. It makes me feel like levels and stats don't actually matter all that much in this game, perhaps only marginally compared to the first game. But regardless, leveling up monsters allows you to choose an evolution path for them. If this sounds impressive, well, cool your jets. It's not. Basically, you can choose to have like an Ice Wolf or a Thunder Wolf. Actually, Thunder Wolf sounds badass, so it stands to reason I just made that up. As I mentioned, having different elements affects you attacks in different ways, but the idea that you try strategizing in this game is ridiculous. It's like driving the speed limit to get out of a zombie apocalypse city. I just want to get this shit over with. I just want to get this shit over with. My girlfriend found me my typewriter late one summer's night with that phrase printed on over 500 sheets of paper.
How do you like it?
Well, okay, I'm making that up, but I often did feel as though one more hour of play would drive me to the brink of insanity. So the idea that I'd spend my time with some leisurely in-game pursuits such as mini-games is a real scream. I've got good news, or bad news, depending on how you look at it. The game felt absolutely no need to follow up Symphonia's legacy of having a large variety of fun, unique, and wacky mini-games to break up the monotony of the main story. There are a handful of mini-games, and they are as pathetic and lazy an attempt at the format as you've ever seen. There's this one where you have to avoid being hit by bursts of wind, and then there's this one where you swing the Wii remote as soon as prompted to catch a fish. You don't get any kind of tactile feedback. You don't see a funny animation where your character lands a boot or something. You can't do anything with the fish. The screen just fades to black and the story moves on. Now, if this were a minigame in a Yakuza game, I'd probably find myself somewhat bitter and disappointed, but the key difference there is that I actually want to spend time playing a Yakuza game. So in this game, I consider it commendable that they gave so little of a fuck about the quality of their own minigames. Thank you, developers, for making this Band-Aid a particularly easy one to rip off. 10 out of 10 on the minigames front, for all the wrong reasons. While I can appreciate being spared more game in terms of minigames, I'm afraid I simply can't overlook a set of botched side quests, and botched doesn't even begin to describe Dawn of the New World's take on side quests. How are the side quests? Well, there are no fucking side quests. Okay, that's not strictly true, but it is in the sense that you'd be familiar with side quests having played Tales of Symphonia. Some of my most strongly positive critique of that game came from its handling of side quests, of which there are many, and of which most are high quality. We've got everything from fun, innocent little scenes to costumes to heavy character-based sub-stories that greatly expand our understanding of the main cast. Wherever you look, there's a new side quest to stumble across. Many are timed and only appear at certain points through the main story, so you're strongly encouraged to retread old paths, taking a break from the main scenario to breathe and pick up some new objectives. Not only do these side quests add a lot of variety, they also encourage you to replay the game, since there's effectively no way you'd find them all in just one playthrough. So how does Dawn of the New World capitalize on this legacy. Strictly speaking, it doesn't. These traditional side quests have been replaced by something called the Cats Guild. Like the original, in each town you'll find booths run by the cats. Talking to them will allow you to cook for your monsters to evolve them or to engage in Dawn's version of side quests. Basically, you have a list of optional encounters that can be selected from this menu. The window dressing is different, but principally these side quests are all the same.
That?
You're
It's a cracked
transported to a
vessel.
maze-like area, each one thematically
I found a
different,
cracked
where you have
vessel.
to kill
What
a
did I
sequence of
what did I
monsters
get
and
from it?
return to
Nothing,
town.
or?
I think this could have been a decent substitute for the Symphonia-style side quests,
It was
but like most
horsetail
other things in Dawn,
poultice.
it's not. First of
You
all,
do
these
heal
areas are
wounds.
just visually bland, and there's simply nothing to them. They're just mazes, like hitting that generate random dungeon button in RPG Maker. Yeah, that's about the caliber of quality we're talking about.
that's cool.
More frustrating than
Nice.
that, though, is that the complexity of these missions never approaches anything like what the original game had on offer. Whether it's linear or has you wandering around these maze areas, the objective is always the same. Either kill this monster
Sun's
or kill
setting, I
these
should go
monsters.
home.
And the monsters aren't anything exceptional. They're exactly what you'd find in a dungeon during the main quest. They're not special, the side quests never do anything to advance the story or expand on the characters, which is much to the contrary of Symphonia, where side quests were rather integral to your understanding of the characters. I mean, they altered affection values between characters, changing the outcome of the main story. There's a significance in that. Your rewards for completing any given side quest in Dawn are just a complete and total
My
joke.
spear
Weapons
is
that can
gone.
be purchased in town for a pittance, accessories that you probably already own 3 of, or a small
My
handful
spear
of
is gone.
coins to add to your fortune. They serve something of a purpose in the beginning
Well,
when
let's
the
make a
combat is
new
still
one.
pretty brutal, allowing you to grind with a bit of variety and backdrop, but after that initial hurdle, there's no reason to pursue these side quests. I did almost every one in the game, giving Dawn the benefit of the doubt and hoping that it'd find some way to surprise me, some kind of interesting reward, but that time never came. At best, I can say it was like taking a coffee break at work. Just being able to spend some time away from the main story was a bit of a reprieve, and that's great, isn't it? When the biggest compliment you can give a game is that you didn't have to play it the entire time. Speaking of main story, let's get into the nitty-gritty here.
You're like, why play these bad games?
Alright, well, you already know that Lloyd attacks Palma Costa, kills this kid's parents, and now we get to play as the kid.
I like
As
listening
mentioned,
about
his
them.
name is Emil, and he is, I'd say without a shred of hyperbole or exaggeration, the worst protagonist in any piece of fiction in any medium I have had the displeasure of knowing.
Uncle Abba.
What do you want? Get the hell out of here.
He
you
is
little
straight
nuisance.
bitch made.
I'm sorry.
He is the biggest pussy-ass bitch. I simply don't know how else to say it. So Emil goes to live with his aunt and uncle in Lewin. Of course, they hate him, and I don't blame them. The whole town has a problem with Emil, and I don't blame them. In reality, Emil is hated because he refuses to swear fealty to Lloyd the Great, and this is kind of an interesting bit of friction for the story. Lloyd is basically seen as a god to these people, regardless of any perceived wrongdoings, but Emil has first-hand experience of Lloyd's terror. Emil is bullied when this guy shows up to help him.
I said go.
Look, man, I know you're just trying to help, but trust me, Emil deserves this. And look, I'm not a fan of bullying.
It's all about making love and peace in the world, sugar bear.
By nature, I'm not a violent person, but honestly, I feel a powerful urge to take Emil's lunch money and slam him into lockers. Can't we just agree that Emil should be the lone exception to the general anti-bullying sentiment?
We can start off as
no.
friends, right? Watch this, Lise. You can actually pinpoint the second when his heart rips in half. And now.
I mean, look, positive reinforcement isn't working for this kid. He needs wedgies, he needs swirlies, he needs to be coming home to cyberbullying on MSN Messenger.
No, he
Anyway, the
doesn't.
guy who saved Emil is named Richter, and I guess he's supposed to be the cool, hardened badass, but then he drops this gem.
Courage is the magic that turns dreams into reality.
Oh my god, let me clarify here. That's not a good line. That's a bad line. What really stands out for me is that this game will reference this shitty line about 1,000 times before the credits roll.
Courage is the magic that turns dreams into reality.
It's like the motto for the game. I knew that would happen when I first heard it, and I was like, no, please don't use that as your motto. I mean, the Dwarven vows in the original game were cheesy, but at least there was a shred of self-awareness there. They knew it was lame. Richter drops this cringe fest with the straightest of faces. It's supposed to be cool.
Just try to do your best to be a man.
Never let a guy fresh out of the salon wearing a woman's fur coat and sexy librarian glasses question your masculinity. Anyway, watching Emil interact with Richter is just painful. I mean, even Richter starts feeling bad for the guy and treating him like a child.
Hey, don't fall behind.
I'm sorry.
What do you think you're doing walking in front of me?
Sorry.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
I'm not angry with you.
This is how Emil is with everybody. He's just insufferable.
Thank you for lending your efforts along with the Chosen for our time.
It was nothing.
And look, before anybody points it out, I'm aware that unlikable protagonists can be an intentional choice in these types of games. I mean, Luke from Tales of the Abyss is made to be unlikable, but at least he's just short-tempered. I can identify with that to a degree. I don't mind playing as an immature character, but making you play as an obnoxious, whinging coward isn't subversive or interesting, which is especially true when you consider that Emil, spoiler alert, undergoes no character development throughout the entire experience, but more on that later. I have to say, as a positive, it's kind of interesting seeing these locations from the original game all topsy-turvy. Something's happening with the world's climate, causing strange weather patterns, and it results in Lewin's Lake completely drying up, areas like Flanoir and the tumbling ice being totally melted, and the desert of Triet looking like Mongolia or some shit. I actually like that. Let it be known, I'm perfectly okay with the game moving away from Symphonia as long as it's done with intention and not incompetence. So at some point during this prologue, Emil meets Marta, and what follows is an insufferable character dynamic to match the insufferability of Emil's character.
It's nothing.
Oh my gosh, you're blushing. You are such a jerk.
Courage is the magic that turns dreams into reality.
Oh, I hate him so much.
What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough to stop him.
Marta is just horny all the time and has undiagnosed BPD. That's basically her entire personality. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but not by much. She's in love with Emil. That's right. Here's your Tails OTP. Not exactly what you wanted, right? Marta is an ex-member of the Vanguard, a Silverantian resistance outfit fighting against Tetheala's encroaching influence. But she's since given up and went on the lam, because she's got Ratatosk's core lodged in her forehead. Ratatosk is the summoned spirit of the great Carlon tree and the Lord of Monsters. He's imprisoned in that core, waiting to be reawoken. That's why Marta has teamed up with Tenebrae, who's probably the most tolerable character in the entire game. He's known as the Centurion of Darkness. See, like I mentioned, Centurions are like summoned spirits, but they aren't summoned spirits. The reason they were never mentioned in the first game? I don't know, but I imagine it had something to do with Symphonia 2 being a completely different entry in the series before a bunch of clueless suits and producers from Namco decided at the last minute they needed to retrofit the world of Symphonia over top of the game to make it a sequel rather than a standalone title. But of course, that's just conjecture. So while Emil and Marta are the quintessential hormonal teenagers in love with each other and hating each other at the same time, Tenebrae is like their babysitter. He's very logical, calculating, kind of sarcastic. His presence on screen is welcome simply because I can only take about 5 minutes of Marta and Emil before I start screaming. I'm not really sure why, but Emil agrees to help them out by protecting Marta as a Knight of Ratatosk. This gives Emil split personality disorder, and now he's an unbearable clown 50% of the time and an edgy r/atheism moderator the other 50%. Goody. They refer to Emil becoming an asshole as Ratatosk mode throughout the game, and it's just hilarious to see him start acting like what a 14-year-old weeaboo considers cool.
And what about the Centurion's cores?
Shut up! We're the ones who need to find all the cores. What do you care?
He's just missing a Black Veil Bride's shirt. That would tie the whole thing together for me. You go through the whole first dungeon before finding out that it's apparently the basement of the Tower of Mana. Okay, could have fooled me. Just more evidence that the whole game originally probably had nothing to do with Symphonia. At that point, you go to Asgard and won't leave for like 62 hours, so get used to it. You actually meet Colette from the original game. This begins a long line of Dawn's writers gravely misinterpreting the intent and personality of the original cast. Because where Colette wasn't stupid originally, but perhaps kind of naive, she's just like mentally challenged in this game.
Doggy.
I believe I said my name was Tenebrae.
Oh, you don't like me calling you that?
Doggy?
No, it's just that my name is...
I've got it. I'll call you Mr. Doggy.
Mr.
How does Mr.
Doggy.
Doggy sound?
Anyway, this meeting sets a bad precedent because Colette has her original voice actor. That will not carry over for any of the returning cast aside from her, so don't expect them to act or sound the same as they once did. We're introduced to a variety of villains at this point, none of which have any of the gravitas of the original villains, nothing even close to the Renegades or Grand Cardinals. I mean, we've got Lloyd, although he's less of an immediate threat, and then there's Alice, who's just another obnoxious teenager.
Oh, Mart's coming? Then I'll leave the Centurion's course to you, Hockey.
She make the funny anime face, and then Richter is like kind of a villain, but also Emil's new adoptive father. Move over Dirk, there's a new dad in town. I think the big problem is simply that nothing interesting happens. Over the course of the entire story, there's so many moments that they could seize upon to have an actual villain or some kind of static introduced to add weight to the story, but they end up having this massive sampler platter of different things going on that all distract from one another. Marta hates Colette, Richter's a bad guy but also a good guy, Lloyd's in the background causing mayhem, there's a battle being fought between the Vanguard and the Church of Martel, Emil keeps going Ratatosk mode, Marta has daddy issues, Alice is stalking us, we've got to save Ratatosk. I don't know, there's just way too much going on. This is where Lloyd served such an important purpose in the original game. When things became too unwieldy or difficult to explain, lovable dope Lloyd was always there to distill things down to their simplest essence. We know where we need to go, we know what we need to do, everything else is just icing on the cake. Our protagonists are a bunch of scatterbrained freaks here, they don't help me understand anything at all. Throughout the entire plot, things are spread too thinly for me to ever give a shit. The overarching problems are easily forgotten about, and the immediate problems are so insignificant that they don't offer much by way of distraction. But hey, that's just one man's opinion. Maybe you really cared about the arsonist frog. Actually, that sounds kind of sweet when I say it out loud. The problem is magnified when you consider that everything in this damn game requires a cutscene. Everything. I mean, we're not talking Metal Gear Solid 4 level, but very close. And at least the cutscenes are entertaining in that game. Everything from the most minor, insignificant explanation for something you didn't care about from some inane character interactions requires a cutscene here. And when something manages to squeak out of a cutscene necessary level, it's a skit. So many goddamn skits. It's unbelievable. In the original game, skits mattered because they offered...
Yeah, Tales of Vesperia was really dialogue heavy. I actually kind of liked that part of it. They talked all the way through it like a fucking bunch of nattering idiots. I think in the end it was just an AI writing a script way back then. It was like 2014. I think they had an AI writing a script. And it was like, okay, it was fine. But yeah, like they just natter on about nothing at all. And they see things in the environment and they natter on about that. And it's just like, yeah, these guys talk all the time in cutscene, and the dog talks to the dude, and the dude talks to the girl, and the girl talks to the dude, and they talk to the dog, and it's just like, it's cool, but it's like, and I liked it, actually. It was very dialogue heavy, and I liked that style. I thought it was okay. I'm trying to get this big money. Trying to get this big money. Made so much money today, even with the donations. I made like 130 mil or something, which is great because yeah, I'm gonna pay for Master at Arms with that. I mean, I meant to go get I have to go. I'm gonna go get Master at Arms when this ends. Now this rogue, I don't wish to fuck with him, and I'm not going to. If he doesn't mess with him, I won't mess with him. I have no wish to fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? Everything around here is dead. I killed everything. Yeah, guess we can go in further. All Panthers, but they're saying Stranglethorn Tiger. He's pulling like all of them. I have no interest in messing with you, sir. Normally I would fuck with him. I could fuck with him right now and kill his ass. Is he gonna live? Is he gonna live? I don't know. My god, I want to mess with him so bad and then go AFK for a while. Is he gonna live? Is he gonna live? I don't know. Here it comes. Sorry, bud. Yoink. You thought I wasn't gonna do it? I did. He's probably so mad. I don't care. I frankly don't care about that. I couldn't resist it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, you see like a rump roast like dangled in front of you, and you're hungry, and you're like, "Well, I could not do it. I could just not do that." You know, I suppose I could just not do that. Like for a while, I'll work back here. He'll never find me. But I'm gonna sit for 5 minutes. I'm gonna play other games, and I don't care. I don't care. Like I might see him again. I'll gank him again. I'll come back in 5 minutes and gank him again. Fuck him. That was particularly evil. We had this unspoken thing, and I broke it. I'm sorry, I did break it. I'm terribly sorry. You'll never find me. I don't know what time of day it is. It's 2 in the morning. It's still too early. You know, I could chop a bunch of trees and build upwards in a big building with stairs and stuff. Yeah, like stairs going upwards. I could just build in a big fuck building. Floor after floor after floor after floor. Hop up floor. Hop up floor. Hop up floor. Yep. I'll just poke out the top of it. And I go up a floor with wood. Yeah. Like wadang, 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 wadang. And then I'll build another base. I have to do this pottery stuff that they want me to do, and I like the system, but I don't really want to learn it.
Just like you finish a cutscene and there's a skit. You finish that skit, there's a skit. You walk 3 feet after finishing that skit, there's another skit. And rarely do they have anything to offer. I mean, here, watch this one.
There doesn't seem to be any sign of young Paul.
This place is way too dangerous for a child. We've got to find him fast.
Yeah, I hope he's alright. Well, let's hurry up and start looking.
See, we already knew that. We'd already established that. It's the whole reason we're here. So why was it necessary? It's a shame to skip them because unlike the original game, they're fully voice acted in English. I should care enough to watch them, but I don't because they have nothing to offer that I haven't already established. A lot of times when you enter new areas, the game will reintroduce characters from Symphonia and have them join your character for a bit to solve some issues. As I already mentioned, they didn't get any of the original cast outside of Colette back, and boy did they miss the mark with these new voice actors.
Significant other? Yeah, maybe me and Persea could...
What the fuck is that? What is with the nasally tone? That isn't even something Genus would say. He knows Persea's like 28 years old. What, did you just pick one scene from the original where Genus has a crush on Persea and decides that's his entire character? What a joke. It's just awkward the way old characters interact. It literally reminds me of that Family Guy meme where Peter's like, holy crap, is that Regal Bryant from Tales of Symphonia?
My name is Persea Combatir.
How did you live last
Persea
time?
was one of our companions on the
Did he
journey of
heal
full
you?
regeneration.
Oh my god.
But what are you doing in Altamira?
Every single time, characters will interact by saying, what are you doing here? Long time no see, and then just immediately move on.
Hey, Regal, how'd you end up with these kids anyway?
Well, you see,
I never imagined we would run into each other again in this manner. Did you come here looking for Lloyd?
Centering their focus on Emil and Marta, it's the complete opposite of what I, as a Symphonia fan, want. Emil and Marta should be the vehicles for us to explore the original cast, not the other way around. What have they been up to since the original? How have they developed as people? The answers to these questions are simply disappointing. They all look the same, they act like flanderized versions of their normal selves, and they've accomplished nothing. I found it particularly insulting when Rain calls into question Lloyd's character and insinuates that he could be behind the slaughter at Palmacosta. What a slap in the face. We literally watched Rain perform what she believed was a self-sacrifice because she wholeheartedly believed in Lloyd and his ideals in the original.
My soul will live on in the world you create, but if your ideals die, then my hope dies as well. Living on without hope is worse than death, don't you think?
Why are there like earthquakes going on?
If you don't understand, then make use of your remaining life to think about what it means for a person to
3:30.
live.
In Dawn of the New World, every character just throws the baby out with the bathwater and says, doesn't sound like Lloyd, but I guess you never know. I, as the player, have more faith in Lloyd than his comrades from the original game. That's just pathetic. A huge misstep from the writers, and a big go fuck yourself for fans of the original. This isn't a game for you people. Well, who is it for then? The story is too boring and referential to attract a new audience. The original game's characters are handled with the opposite of grace. I honestly couldn't tell you the target audience for this game. The 3% of fans from the original with astronomically low standards, maybe? I don't know. The whole thing just sucks.
So now will you stop ignoring me?
Oh, shut up, Emil. Just shut up. I can't believe they wasted Johnny Young Bosch's talents on this character. It's honestly a travesty.
He has to talk in this upward pitch the whole time, you know, to sell the fact that his character is a puss boy.
So his incredible voice work skill isn't being used anywhere close to its potential. Till Emil goes into Ratatosk mode, which is good for a chuckle here and there, but ends as quickly as it starts.
There won't be a problem if we kill them all.
Emil, you're in Ratatosk mode again. Pull yourself together.
I'll also take the opportunity to point out that Marta's voice actor, Laura Bailey, is fantastic under normal circumstances, but boy, she does not have much of a script to work with here.
Answer truthfully. Who do you like more, me or Colette?
Oh, I like her. I love her voice. Yeah.
In regards to the original Symphonia,
What are you talking
cast,
about?
I have to ask, why does every character have this weird
What are you
nasally
talking
tone
about?
to their
It's
voice?
like Bobby Hill, but they don't mean to be. What are you talking about?
It can't be. All my memories are of Visalia. I don't know this place at all.
It's like a voice I'd do if I were making fun of the original characters. It's a weird, unflattering impression, which, coupled with the completely out-of-character dialogue, makes the whole game feel like a weird fever dream. It's like a sick mind has cobbled together what it believes will stand in for the original game, but it's not right. Nothing about it is right. The voice actors sound like narrators for an industrial machinery commercial. It's the most static, overly uptight delivery.
From what I heard from Bird, Lloyd is headed for Flanor. Apparently it was very recent.
Mighty M's mobile pressure washer trailers are the perfect solution for on-site cleaning. Custom built with an industrial pressure washer, you can clean dirt and grime anywhere and anytime.
These are friends that save the world together. Why are they not connecting on any kind of emotional level? It's just lazy writing. And speaking of lazy, why is Regal's character still using the portrait from the old game? He's not wearing that outfit anymore. Oh, never mind. I guess they found a way to make it work afterwards. God, this is so crap. The longer I spend playing Dawn of the New World, the more I've come to hate everything about it. The characters are all googly-eyed walnuts, dungeons are overly simplified, this monster collecting minigame is shitty and unnecessary. This is a game meant for Nintendo Wii's target demographic. I don't know how else to say it. Structurally, the whole, hey look, it's those characters and locations you remember from the previous game thing can work. I mean, look no further than Metal Gear Solid 4, where you revisit Shadow Moses Island from the original game. The layout is exactly as you remember it, but the context in which you're there is totally different. The puzzles and challenges are novel, and of course there's a significant visual upgrade over the original game, which is not the case in Dawn. Yes, it's fan servicey, meant to capitalize on nostalgia, but there's enough fresh content to justify its inclusion as something entirely new. Even revisiting Kamurocho in the Yakuza games for the umpteenth time manages to avoid feeling like a cop-out. The experiences you're going to have in each game are so wildly different than the previous, the city becomes a comforting connecting thread between the games rather than a lazy repurposing of assets, even though that's arguably what it is. Dawn of the New World just feels soulless. Nothing new, exciting, or noteworthy happens in any of these areas. I get the same level of excitement just looking at a walkthrough map of the old areas on the internet. Yup, there it is. Just as I remember it. Of course, at this point, you've got to ask yourself, why not just play the original game? What does Dawn have to offer over that experience? Well, I'd like to give you a straightforward play-by-play of the experience, but it's just one completely inane plot beat after another. Emil stamps his feet and goes to cry at the local inn. Marta and Emil have lover spats. Tenenbaum says, "Oh my," or "How rude," with a tone and energy pilfered from C-3PO and the Olsen twins, respectively. And the newest guest star bastardization of the original game steps into act
Why are they out in the
completely
middle of the
accordance
day?
with their
What the
established
hell?
traits.
Oh,
It's
am I
also
being
tiresome.
attacked?
I think
Oh
what
my
separates a well-written JRPG from a poorly written one is sometimes difficult to discern. I mean, these stories are often so all over the place, and there are a lot of cultural hurdles that prevent traditional Western-style narrative analysis from applying in the same way. There are so many characters and villains. Oftentimes, the story doesn't so much follow
I like
the
the combat in
traditional
this game,
three-act
actually.
structure as a 28
It's
act
base,
one.
but
And
I
that's
don't
all
mind
okay.
it.
Those are things that JRPG fans love about the genre, and anybody could come to enjoy those quirks if they get into this style of game. Though many JRPG stories, good and bad, share these qualities, there's one particular marker I use to tell if a story is good. Am I curious? Do I want to learn more about the world? Do I
No.
want to know about the characters'
No.
pasts, their
No.
relationships to one another? What
No,
will
the
become
answer
of
is
them?
no.
I may cringe at some
No.
ludicrously over-the-top villain's monologue
No.
or scratch my head in confusion
answer is
at
no.
a particularly busted piece of localization, but that shouldn't necessarily diminish my curiosity. The only thing that could reliably do that is boredom and frustration, and boy do those two words characterize Dawn of the New World story better than any length of analysis
He's
ever could.
enjoying
It is
this. He's
so
like, this piece of
fucking
shit game.
boring, because nothing
Yeah.
interesting happens. They refuse
Nothing
to
ever
move in
happens.
any direction that could result in some kind of tangible
Resolution
conflict.
or
To have
something,
created
yeah.
a story that I not only don't care about, but has actually driven me into a negative headspace is a talent in itself. It's mediocrity as an art form, and mediocrity is worse than bad. A bad game is entertaining. A boring
Yeah,
game is
mediocrity is
torture,
worse
and by
than
God
bad.
is this boring. I'm not sure what stage of grief I was suffering when they brought up Niflheim. Finally, I thought, we're going somewhere. Niflheim was a concept introduced in Symphonia, a demonic world creeping its way into this one, and was used as the backdrop of an obscure side quest. And this is where Dawn should have exercised its strengths, expanding on and representing a concept introduced in the original game, allowing it to develop and become a threat in itself, and pursuing that plot thread, allowing a new generation of Symphonia
I'm making so
protagonists
much
to
money.
take the wheel, so to speak. But of course, it goes nowhere. Dawn of the New World has an amazing way of throwing out anything interesting from the original game. I mean, there's no tofu, no infighting or bro moments among party members, other than Marta and Emil's endless tiff. None of those little cutscenes where you unlock a new mode for the Sorcerer's Ring, no sword dancer, no devil's arms, no costumes, no fun minigames. Even titles have been severely stripped back. Remember titles? You earned them in the original game, gave you stat boosts. Nothing major, but a fun reward that resulted in bonus attributes or costumes. Now you've got a very small handful of titles like Prince of My Dreams, Marta's Knight,
land.
and Sensitive Girl. There
Oh,
you
God.
go. That's about all the development Emil and Marta get. Emil is a dork, Marta wants to fuck Emil,
Please
goes
land.
no further than that.
Please
the story
land.
culminates in a flaccid
Oh,
gauntlet
yeah.
of battles with each enemy more damage spongy than the last, against some big bads who have never really been introduced and have no prior relevance to the overarching plot.
Scary, but
The
I
ending
did it.
sucks. I couldn't even make it to the grade shop before shutting this game off. Playing for one more minute would have been insulting. Well, I suppose it's no secret that I didn't like Dawn of the New World, but that doesn't really do my feelings justice. Its existence is offensive to me. It's a completely irredeemable game. Usually when I have a bad time in these games, I can pick apart some redeeming qualities, but outside of the art style and some
No!
okay music
The
and a
last
plot
one
hook that
killed
had
me.
potential,
Jesus
I've got
Christ.
no
This
time
is
for
such a
Dawn of the New
long
World.
walk.
It's
I want to
completely disrespectful
respawn
to
again.
not only its source material,
God
but
damn it, I
also
walked
the
all the way
player's
back
time
out
and
there, too.
intelligence.
Oh
It's left
my
such
God,
a
fuck.
bad
It's probably
taste in
better
my mouth
dead
that I'd
anyways.
feel like a long break from the Tales series is in order. In my Symphonia review, I spent the better
Yeah,
part
like
of
I
2.5
don't know.
hours
I want to
explaining
watch a
my
Tales of
positive
Arise review again. I don't know. I thought Arise was okay, but I don't know. In the end, I was like, eh. And I don't want some like corpo fucking review here. I want to see like an actual gamer. Show me an actual gamer. Tales of Berserrian, no. Oh yeah, Scarlet Nexus. Yeah, I remember that. Yep. Tales of Arise by IGN. MK Ice and Fire. Nope. Evolution of Tales games. It took me 1 hour to learn this. Am I running? No. This was Lazy Peon's impression. Yeah, let's see what Lazy Peon
Tales of Arise
says.
is a heavily story-driven and fully voice-acted JRPG from Bandai Namco that's recently released on Steam. Tales is a long-standing JRPG franchise with the first game dating back to 1995. This is my first time playing a Tales game, and I decided to give it a try as I've recently been enjoying the JRPG aspects of Final Fantasy XIV. Tales of Arise features instanced zones, instanced battles with a unique action combat system, a talent system,
oops, paused it.
The ability to switch characters mid-fight, multiple difficulty options, and a bunch of hidden collectibles throughout the world. Just to reiterate, this is a first impressions video featuring condensed footage from my first 3 hours playing. Due to the heavy story focus, I didn't want to get too far and spoil the story too much. But before we get into it, a quick word from today's sponsor. Mir 4 is a brand new free-to-play cross-platform MMORPG available on Android, iOS, and Steam. Explore the large Asian fantasy world of Mir, where you can partake in chill monster hunting, gathering and crafting, or join a powerful clan to participate in large-scale PvP in the form of castle sieges, where the ruling clan wins economic benefits until overthrown. Choose between 4 different classes: the Warrior, Sorcerer, Taoist, and Lancer, each of which have their own distinct combos and playstyles. Immerse yourself in the world with graphics powered by Unreal Engine 4, and fight to capture the Hidden Valley, a weekly large-scale PvP event that's core to the Mir 4 economy. Successfully capturing and holding the valley yields epic rewards of Darksteel and collectible taxes from territories. Another unique aspect of Mir 4 is its free-for-all loot system for special monsters, in which anyone has the right to claim loot. After a special monster is killed, a treasure chest will spawn and needs to be protected for 30 seconds before being looted, which means you'll need to be ready for PvP or have the help of your guild. Click the link in the description below to play Mir 4 for free on Android, iOS or PC. Download now. Anime intro right off the bat. One sec, I need to see if this is an actual anime. So it's not based off an anime TV series or anything. The intro just kind of made me assume that it was. Tales of Arise, let's go. I'm glad the big exclamation mark was there just to make sure that's the first thing my attention is brought to upon opening the game. Difficulty options going from story, normal, moderate, hard is the hardest. I just play normal, I guess. Input queuing time, this is to do with the combat. I'm not too sure what would be more difficult, long or short. I'm sure we can adjust this later on. Camera speed, a bunch of other stuff. Just watch this anime cutscene to learn about the story. Very impressed with the quality of the cutscenes right off the bat. So this alien race has basically come down to this planet and enslaved everyone, taken over. Ooh, nice art style. Did even kids have put to work? Good voice acting as well so far.
Thank you, Iron Mask.
That's okay, Cole. Are you hurt?
And we're in the game. So my character cannot feel pain. So now I can run. Shift is sprint. Jump with spacebar. M, open the map. So these little stars are the places I need to go. So I seem different to the other slaves. They've all got these things called spirit cores. My character also doesn't have a face. These green things on the map are people I can talk to get dialogue and story from. Dude, I've got a rock for a pillow. It's not comfortable, is it? We're pushing the train. Could we not just drive the train? Full anime cutscene mode. Seems like we've got some rebels. And there's a girl tied up.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Let's hope it doesn't go full hentai mode now. Don't want to get demonetized. Oh? Ooh, is she a trap? I don't trust her. Okay, jump off the mountain, that's okay. It's quite cool how the art style changes from in-game to the full anime. Okay, looks like we're escaping. Okay, so if people touch her, they die. That seems a little bit OP. Okay, so she's not a bad character. She's just unintentionally electrocutes anyone she touches. Feel sorry for this lady's boyfriend. Okay, we got ourselves a weapon. So I'm intrigued to see what the combat's like. Level 6 Caliga Armored Swordsman. Press Q to do normal attacks. You can string 3 normal attacks together, but by learning certain skills, that limit can be increased. You can also attack in the air. R, E, or F for other different skills. 1, 2, 3. Dodge. Press E. Ooh, I broke him. Okay, the combat's going to take a little bit to get used to. F ability. And he's dead. So whenever you come across an enemy, it's like old Final Fantasy style, where you go into an instanced encounter. Dodge.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm getting used to the combat. I can actually dodge with right click as well. I'm getting used to it. It's not bad at all. Oh. My character can touch her without feeling a shock. Looks like my character's the only person qualified to make her his waifu. We're gonna work together, are we? So let's do R into
Jesus Christ.
into
How is he this powerful? What?
Okay, yes, because I use different abilities, it was more effective. Controls are a little bit bizarre. So now we've gone all comic book style cutscene. Sometimes you can press control and you get these bonus dialogues called skits. And another anime cutscene.
Look out!
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
She got shot with an arrow. Is she dead? Okay. We can channel her fire.
Fuck Blizzard and their imbalance in 2024.
Interesting story.
The Master Core. He was embedded within her all along.
You befriended Shion.
5 mobs in, he's 30% health when I open, and he still wins. And it's
I wonder
just
if we can switch between characters for combat.
ridiculous.
Yeah, pretty
The
cool
fear lasted
environment.
15
Land of brimstone
seconds.
and swirling ash. So the Renans make humans work and slave away to harvest their astral energy. That's why these people have those things embedded in them. And this astral energy is stored in something called the Master Core, which this lady has stored inside of her chest. Which is why she's so powerful. Should we fight these little things? Let's do it for fun. Level 7 Armadillo. Big damage. Okay, so the camera just kind of locks onto these things itself. You don't really need to move the camera yourself too much. Pretty good early impressions of the game so far. Quest complete. And we've unlocked a skill panel. I can also use SP to unlock some skills as well. I've also got a skill panel for Shion, who's got her own separate SP points. So when you rest, you can make some meals. Porridge. Consume. Select cook. Shion. That's it, we'll have the lady cook. Nice.
Fucking delicious.
And we're at the entrance to the Fagan Ruins. This looks kind of high-tech, almost like a spaceship.
Listen, I get it. You care how you look. But we've got places to...
Now she's looking good. Now she's a battle waifu.
What is it?
My character wants to smash, but unfortunately for him, he can't feel anything.
No.
So it'd be no use. So we're coming to save the slaves. They're all being slaughtered. My character is fucking pissed. So there has to be breaks in between your combos in this game. You can't just infinitely combo things. You need to reset. They're all dead. All that's left are crying children. Not good, not good. Starting to worry about how your weapon's holding up. Luckily we have a blacksmith. Yes, we need to sort out this sword. It looks like shit. Okay, so I can craft a crude sword, which looks pretty terrible, or a long sword. Craft and equip. That's better. At least our sword's not covered in rust now. So this is why you explore the zones and gather, so you can craft better weapons, obviously. Okay, so this is the castle, is it? Epic. We're on our way to slay the first lord. What's this? Little owl. Dog ears acquired. Okay. A little cosmetic, I guess. Seems like there's lots of little things to explore in this game. Oh no! Oh my god, good thing there's an invisible barrier there. We're gonna reach into her chest. So give her a good old grope. Get that sword out of her boobs. Nice. Now I look cool. 2 swords on my back. Blazing sword. Big damage. Yeah, the combat's definitely getting more enjoyable. Oh, we're doing a double strike together. Okay. Well, that thing looks dangerous. She's telling me to stay clear of it. Fuck you, I won't do what you told me. Oh, dude, that's a boss. We're gonna want to dodge the fuck out of this thing. Bit of a taster of what this boss battle coming up is gonna look like. Dodge! Double strike. Nice. Oh my god, super damage. Comboing the fuck out of this thing. Oh, it's gone like Super Saiyan mode. What the hell is it doing? New mechanics, I guess. Big combos. Oh, god. I'm on like one hit. Oh, she's dead? Okay, this fight's not over yet. Big damage, and we got it. Wow, okay, it's my first boss fight down. It looks like we're now about to take on the first real boss. The first lord. He's a big boy. Dude has a big axe. I think he's compensating for something. Why is there no anime music playing? I was kind of expecting it, to be honest. Ow! That almost one-shot me. Do a strike on him. Wait, he had so much health left. Did we really finish him? No, there's going to be a phase 2. He's broke my mask. Okay, he's summoned an elemental. Oh, yo, this looks epic. Oh, but I should try and avoid his attacks though, shouldn't I really? I think we need to bait him into getting attacked. Bro, I'm dead. How am I parrying it? We slayed it with a cutscene. Nice. We need to stop him. Oh shit, big damage. Burn. Doesn't sound good. Oi! Finish him! Finish him! Go! Okay, we got him. And that's also killed the elemental. Get killed by budget Ragnaros. Let's suck the monster into the sword, I guess. Our sword's gonna get even stronger. Very cool. Oh, transition to CGI cutscene. Oh, now my character remembers his name. Okay, story getting interesting. And it's time for an anime intro again. I guess that's the end of chapter 1 or something. So that's 1 out of 5 lords defeated, 4 more to go. I guess we're going to head to a new zone now. So I guess with every lord we defeat, we're going to get more of our memory back.
Ready to heal me. It's because of you that I can wield the blazing sword.
Okay, calm down, mate.
Don't just close in on me like that.
Compliment.
Yeah, don't bother, dude. Just say thank you. Come on.
What now?
Yeah, definitely sense a change of biome is coming soon. Entering the new zone, looks like it's going to be snowy. Very cold indeed. We just come across a merchant, he can help us craft accessories. I've already got pretty good accessories though. But later on it seems like I can enhance those accessories. Oh, it's a boss fight. Bureau Agent Law. Wait, what? I can switch battle character? No way. Oh my god, why has the game not taught me to do that? So you can switch battle character by pausing the game and then pressing Q or E. The game never taught me that. I didn't skip any tutorials, it just didn't teach me that. That's absolutely bizarre. Okay, so now I can play as Shion. So I'm testing out the game's auto fight system, just letting it purely auto to see how effective it is. It works, it's functional. You can be very hands-off and lazy if you want to. So I'm about 3 hours in at the moment and I feel like I've got a decent enough first impressions of the game and its core mechanics. I don't want to go too much further as this is a very story-driven game and I'm worried about kind of ruining the story for you guys. So let's wrap it up there with the pros and cons. So after playing Tales of Arise for a few hours, my first impressions are as follows. I've really enjoyed the story so far and found everything to be well explained, whilst also having aspects of mystery that make you want to play more to figure everything out. The way the story is delivered is fantastic. The cutscenes are very diverse, great voice acting.
What happened there? You like threw the spear or something dumb?
Fresh, and the full anime cutscenes are actual TV show anime quality. Visually, I think the game looks really nice, vibrant, cel-shaded graphics. The combat system really grew on me over time. I especially liked the combo system, the responsiveness of the iframe dodge and the ultimate attacks. The user interface was clean, and I liked that the game wasn't 100% linear. Even though it's an instanced world, there were opportunities to wander off the beaten path, take on additional bosses, find treasure and owls that unlock extra cosmetics. It feels kinda odd that it's a full price single player game with DLC costumes that give you bonuses. I get why this is a thing in MMOs, as a flex or something to stand out from the crowd, but I don't see the point of it for single player games. The biggest thing that annoyed me with Tales of Arise was the camera. There's no option to zoom in or out whilst exploring the world. Sometimes it's super close, sometimes really far. I was trying to get a good screenshot for the video thumbnail, but the camera made it a massive pain in the ass, and there's also no screenshot mode. The targeting feels a bit annoying in combat with multiple enemies at times. Perhaps there's a setting to improve this somewhat though. Overall, Tales of Arise feels like a really easy game to recommend to fans of JRPGs, anime and Final Fantasy games. The story has been great so far, the gameplay's fun, and you unlock things at a nice pace to keep things feeling fresh. As someone who's only completed a few JRPGs, I've enjoyed it a lot so far and want to play more. But that's it for this video guys. Let me know your thoughts on Tales of Arise or any other Tales games in the comments below. Is this a franchise you'd recommend? What other JRPGs should I check out? Social media on screen and links in the description. Thanks for watching, I hope you all had a successful day, and I'll see you again really soon.
Thank you, Lazy Peon, for the extra content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Ever since I played Dragon Quest,
thank you for that guy Biss. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Something about it just really draws you in. The characters are so bombastic and well made. Sylvando, my boy, if you guys have already played Dragon Quest XI already, you know what I'm talking about. The voice acting is always impeccable. Just listen to Yangus from the 8th game. You what, mate? You what?
You're talking to none other than Yangus, the legendary bandit.
And even though the main character / protagonist in the Dragon Quest series has never had a voice actor, that doesn't make them any less their own character. You do get to name the protag whatever you want, so in a way, I think the developers want to make you feel like you're going on a quest with all these other characters, while still making the protagonist have his own sense of identity. And this is just me talking about the Dragon Quest series in general. Dragon Quest XI is a whole other beast with tons of new features added. This game took me 120 hours to completely beat from start to finish. 120 hours? That's like 4 games put together, my god. The amount of content you're going to get out of this game is insane. And now with Dragon Quest XI's or the Definitive Edition's release, you'll be getting even more out of the game than ever before. They added in a 2D mode that you can play through the entire game in if you really want to get back into the spirit of the older games, and honestly, it looks like a completely different game because of it. I would commend them a bit more if they custom made the 2D mode specifically for the definitive version, but let's be honest, the 2D mode was available on the 3DS version and it probably didn't take them too much effort to port it over into a bigger release. One gripe that a lot of people seem to have with the Definitive Edition though is the fact that the graphics have been downgraded from the original release. To be completely honest, I didn't really notice the downgrade in graphical fidelity all that much. To others, people thought the difference was night and day. Maybe it's just because it's been a while since I played the original version of the game, but I really don't think it's the biggest deal. The Definitive Edition is definitely the version you should be going for if you haven't played Dragon Quest XI before, as it has the most bang for your buck. However, if you've played through the game once before, I think this Definitive Edition is a really hard sell. It's essentially the same game, and I think this would have been better off as a DLC rather than a standalone release. I also think people who bought the original version of the game should be getting a free upgrade to the Definitive Edition. You really are buying the same game twice here. To sum it up, if you haven't played the game before, it is 100% worth getting the definitive edition. If you have, unless another playthrough of a 120-hour experience really strikes your fancy, then I'd say shy away. The game itself, though, is great. If you like JRPGs, you're gonna love Dragon Quest XI. Something about it just takes you away into another world, and it's so easy to get lost in the game's soundtrack, especially now that it's orchestrated in the definitive version. And it is the perfect game to play for a couple hours before heading off to bed. But then you just keep going, well, one more hour until 1 AM, and then you wake up all tired and shit, but oh boy, was it worth it. Another thing that really gets you into the spirit of adventure in Dragon Quest is the fact that the main hero's sword changes as you get weapons throughout the game. You start out the game with a simple soldier's sword on your back, but up until you progress through the story a bit more, you get a cooler sword, like an iron sword, and you can see the sheath and the handle change. And so you start looking a little cooler, and then by the end you're getting all this sick looking weaponry that just really shows off how much stronger you've become. There are also a ton of outfits that you can get for each character that are distinctive to each one of them. I love this game. I love the fact that it shows progression through changing your appearance. I think that's something huge that all JRPGs should have nowadays, and it seems like such a small thing, but no, honestly, cool, it helps enhance the whole experience.
Yeah, my whole thing is, does it change their gear? Yeah.
Anyways, guys, you know what to do.
Cool if it looks
you haven't
good.
played the game, buy it. If you've already played it,
this was not the review I wanted. I wanted just a normal fucking DX9 review or whatever, DX11 review. So view count, sort by view count, Dragon X Dunk View. Okay, video game Donkey. Okay.
Hates RPGs. This is a universe. Everybody in the entire world hates RPGs. This is a universally accepted fact. So why would I ever subject myself to a game that nobody enjoys? Well, it has a funny blue guy. This is how I pick what games to play. Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Elusive Age S Definitive Edition is a PlayStation 2 game with the combat of an NES game. You embark on an epic journey around the world, assembling your party of heroes in an attempt to acquire the 6 Dragon Balls. If there was a program that could generate JRPGs automatically, this would be the default product. You have your comedically over-the-top voice acting.
What? That's ridiculous!
You have a guy who gets amnesia. You have people getting mind controlled. You have a cringe-worthy stripper character in a game aimed at children. All of this stupid shit is here. But what sets Dragon Quest apart is its restraint. It's not going for insane twists. It's more about taking time to set up these episodic scenarios and then slightly challenging your preconceptions. Turns out, and this is gonna blow your mind, turns out you are the chosen one. Yeah, the Luminary, and only you can save the world. I know, that's pretty crazy. I think this is the first game to do that. The protagonist is a stupid purple dumbass who can't talk and needs a haircut. The true main character is actually Sylvando, who is a circus performer that helps you fight a gigantic sandworm, and then you have to defeat him in a big horse race. Also, he is the gayest man of all time. Morning, darling! I'm talking Mondo gay, you know what I'm saying? He's like a big, loud-ass gayzilla. He sails around the world with a naked muscle dude and then dresses you up like a peacock and starts leading a gay pride parade so that he can go beat the shit out of a dragon with a speech impediment. Sylvando is as awesome as he is obnoxious. There is also a grandpa character who is a magic wizard but is also a master of karate and is also the king. Also, he likes to have a porno magazine. For me, Dragon Quest XI is 2 games of varying quality duct taped together. The first half, which is a lot of fun, and the second half, which is grindy and kind of lame. For the fun half of the game, I would walk around these scenic landscapes and fight a monster every time I discovered a new one. The enemies of Dragon Quest are by far the best part about the series. The slimes. Oh, the slimes. How can you not love these guys? This is so cute.
Monsters!
They even turned him into a controller. It's the worst shit I've ever seen. Look at the toe. Look at the. Look. He's the bat. Oh, the bat. He is so goofy. Come on, you gotta give it up for these bats. Pluck, pluck, pluck. How you not gonna like pluck, pluck? Come on. Pluck, pluck. Oh, but then you gotta stump chump, ladies and gentlemen. You have masterful characters like Fun Ghoul and Devilman that jumps out of a treasure chest. It's the animation that really brings them to life. Look at this crazy motherfucker called Cruel Cumber. He's a big ass cucumber, and when you beat him, his spear flies into the air and impales him. Not only are there no random encounters in this game, the enemies in the world are so easily avoided that who you fight is entirely in your hands. I would go into a dungeon with 70 monsters and fight maybe 6 of them just to see the new enemy designs, and this playstyle was completely valid until a certain point. When I hit the octopus boss, he just did not give a fuck about me. He started one-shotting every guy in my party on every single attack. This is where Dragon Quest said to me, no, you are playing this game wrong. This is now World of Warcraft. Go and grind XP for 3 hours. In the back half of the game, the pacing is slowed down to the point of tedium. You are going to hear this song a lot.
Is it over? Can I walk?
I can understand the laid-back appeal of this type of combat where you just sit back on the couch, tap a button and breeze through enemies, but the shit is beyond excessive. The game would be so much more enjoyable if you just fought 10 or 15 tougher enemies and then go on to the boss, instead of having to farm hundreds of punching bags that present zero threat. It is so blatant about wasting your time. Let's say I need 1,000 XP to level up. Well, how much is this guy worth? 2 XP. What about old Platypunk? 8 XP. 5 XP. Whoa, now this guy's pretty big, 25 XP. Come on now, what about Bongo Drongo? 33 XP. 35, 20, 22, 37. Then you run into a metal slime. Wanna know how much he's worth? 2010 XP. Who the fuck makes this game? Dragon Quest XI is toothless and charming. I wanted more beautiful music, more wacky characters, and less filler combat. It's 25 hours worth of game stretched out to 40. It kinda sucks, but on the other hand, you can fight a guy called Booga. I love it and I hate it, so I guess I'll just barely give this one a 3 out of 5. Just out of respect for Booga.
I think the thing I originally watched was Kotaku. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't want the IGN review. Let's listen to The Escapist, I guess. Loud. Shut up, you. Thank you, The Escapist.
I like to think I'm always keen to try new things, as long as it doesn't involve my bottom. Trust me, whatever you think I'm missing out on, I'm quite content with the maximum amount of entertainment value that can be extracted from my butthole being doing crosswords on the toilet. Nobody else is talking about your butthole, yards. I know, I'm just saying. Anyway, the point is, I'd never played a Dragon Quest game before, but I thought I'd give the new one a go, which obviously means I can't say if it's a good Dragon Quest game, but I can certainly compare it to other games and to objects being pushed at my butthole. One thing I did know about Dragon Quest going in is that Japanese people go double downward dog bonkers for it. Like unofficial public holiday every time one comes out. Bonkers, putting it in impact terms right up there with terrorist strikes and dead princesses. But having played Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Elusive Age, and yes, I am so going to slowly pervert that subtitle as this review goes on, I am now slightly concerned about Japanese, as I would about a school friend who confides that they have a crush on the dinner lady, knowing they're going to be driven to suicide by mockery within a week. By me. Like the dinner lady, Dragon Quest's appeal seems to lie in it being a nice, comfortable, unthreatening place, always good for an extra helping of dumplings if you put in the right words. The plot of Dragon Quest XI, Emissions of an Infected Arse, is you are in generic RPG Swords and Sorcery fantasy world, east of Java. You are the last surviving heir of a deposed royal house who was found as a baby and adopted by peasant farmers. There's a weird birthmark on your hand that magic occasionally comes out of, and you grow into a strong, handsome lad with a girl's haircut. So when you come of age, your adoptive parent takes you aside and says, look, let's not beat around the bush. You couldn't be more obviously a destined fantasy hero if your high school graduation picture was painted by Boris Vallejo. Sadly, there doesn't seem to be any global crisis going on at the moment that would require a destined hero, so why don't you just wander around the countryside for a bit, and destiny will presumably strike at some point. I'm not being dismissive here, that's literally how we start. You go to the royal castle on the off chance that a kidnapped princess needs rescuing, but get thrown in the dungeon because the king's played too many Elder Scrolls games and thinks that's just what you do with destined heroes. We break out within minutes and the plot becomes go from city to city looking for the person who isn't one of the 5 or 6 endlessly repeated NPC models, recruit them to your party, then do whatever they want to do until the next one comes along. By this method, we enlist to our cause a toddler, 2 hotties, an old man, a comedy stereotype of a homosexual, and an actual homosexual. And after the last party member joins, they say, "What do you mean Destiny hasn't struck yet?" Alright, let's just gather the 6 Destiny balls, that'll wake the fucker up. I only had 3 or 4 days to play the game in, so I was under no illusion that I'd finished the fucking thing, and I dropped out after the 3rd or 4th ball, about 20 hours in, and still no sign of a big villain. A couple of Darth Vaders, but no Palpatines, you know. But you can see what I mean about comfortable and non-threatening, at least the plot is. Couldn't say the same for the visual design. The characters all remind me of those anime cosplayers who wear masks with anime faces drawn on to look more open quotes authentic. The kind that look like if you woke in the night and saw them at the foot of your bed, it'd be the last thing you experienced before blackness and the sound of tearing cartilage. Well, let's be accepting of cultural differences, which are presumably why pressing start doesn't open the pause menu but turns on auto run mode. I wouldn't think an auto-run mode would be much use in an RPG. The overworld can be big, but it's full of random encounters, so it's not like you can just point yourself at your destination and then nip off for a quick tea ceremony. Gameplay-wise, Dragon Quest XI Errors of an Illicit Anus embodies a nostalgic if it ain't broke, don't mentally progress past the age of 12 attitude with a simple, heavily text-based, retro turn-based combat system. Although you can move your character freely around the battle space, possibly as a joke, it seems to be a feature put in for very superstitious people who want to convince themselves that serpentining will actually affect whether or not malicious chimp A will whiff his handful of feces attack, or for very easily amused people who want to stand behind the enemy during battles so that their alert, hunched forward pose can become part of a hilarious, suggestive tableau. The funny thing about random battles in Dragon Quest XI Elegies of Eddie the Eagle Edwards is that you only ever get into them because you choose to. Random enemies only notice you if you accidentally stumble up one of their nostrils, and you can run faster than them anyway. Even during the what I will only call stealth sections, if a small dog nervously pissing on a cello is a string quartet, the armed fanatics convinced that you are the spawn of Satan get winded and stop pursuing you after chasing you the approximate length of my dick. You can literally sprint unmolested through an entire dungeon and back just to use the save point before you take on the boss. But if you don't get into random battles, then you'll be severely underleveled for the fights you have to do. So while the game doesn't force us to run a gauntlet of cricket bats to the arse, it has laid a cricket bat down in front of us and locked the door with a special mechanism that will only open if we fill a jar with our tears. I think it's fair to say the Dragon Quest XI Erections of an Aggressive Emu isn't going to light any fires as an innovative or challenging work. I mean, it's not even half-heartedly clicking an empty barbecue lighter, but that's precisely not what it's setting out to do, and you know what? I think I respect that, as I sailed inexorably through this entirely obvious plot that at times feels like we're playing a D&D campaign that the DM is making up on the spot in the brief moments when he can get off the phone to his divorce lawyer, visiting the standard environments, grasslands, desert, ocean, grasslands, ocean again, fighting twee monsters that all seem carefully designed to be potentially made into plushies to sell on Etsy. I felt myself being taken in. I was sinking down into a cozy warm bath where I could doze blissfully off to a fluffy dream world where no perceptions are being challenged but everything's just nice. But I think it worth mentioning that I could only enter this state after I had muted the music, or to give it its proper name, the fucking music. Yeah, I get the game's dedicated to the retro nostalgia thing, hence the bleep bloop 8-bit battle sounds, and that's why a lot of the music sounds like it came from a 16-bit era MIDI synthesizer, but it also sounds like someone took that synthesizer, turned the blarp setting to 100%, and proceeded to stomp on it like a grape in a French vineyard. It's minute-long loop after minute-long loop of string and brass sections honking like pigs queuing up to have their throats cut. Let that be the lesson, viewers. Cozier place as the past may seem, don't forget it also contains potato famines, Hitler, and synth music.
Comments on the Dragon Quest XI video asking what my thoughts.
Oh, damn it. Go back. Rogue Galaxy, that's an interesting one. Tales of Grace, Zillia, Vesperia. Okay. Gotta compress. And then I gotta get over and compress and mine again. What? All I did was table. God damn it. Wow. Wow. Odd. I need to do something real quick once we compress. Here we go. That was cute. Stupid ass fucking hunter. to compress. And oh. I want you to scoop this very well. I'm sorry, yeah, the cosid. Yeah, the cosid. That's what I want. Cosid. Yeah, that guy. I'll take this one because he's healing. Easily reach. I guess I'll have to fight to him. I get to those bodies, but I can't, so I'm just gonna open. Shit. Pop aggro. I'm gonna give up. I'm gonna give up for now and go turn in. It got kind of stressful, and I didn't really want the like. It's during prime time. It's so stressful. I'll come back at a different, like earlier in the day when it feels like I'm not being stomped by prime time idiots all day. It's okay. I mean, you know, I'm not. I didn't die a lot. I've actually got done pretty well. Got got quite a bit of a level. Yeah, I didn't see like a lot of throughput there. I'm just gonna vendor and
Best deals in all of
auction
Stormwind, my friend. Won't find any better. Now, what can I
and
help you with?
post. And I made some good progress here. I have some pages, and I did fairly well here. Oops. Meant to sell that shield and those gloves. Actually, I don't know. Well, yeah, I'm going to definitely vendor the money.
Best deals in all of Stormwind, my friend. Won't find any better. Now, what can I help you with?
Yep, it's good. And so, okay, yeah, we'll go vendor. And yep. The coastal container. And I'll take everything in the cargo container. Yep. Stack. And, yep. And I will take it out of here. Yep. And we will take it home.
Warp drive active.
Yep. And I can, like, compress and
Best deals in all of Stormwind, my friend. Won't find any better. Now, what can I help you with?
Docking request accepted.
Safe travel.
yes. Looks good to me. This was some good progress today, but I did not intend to play WoW all day today. It was not really my goal. Is that guy dead? Yes, he is. Yeah, that's far too much money for that. Now I've got to break the bank buying waters, and that's going to be fun. Oh, I'll probably have a lot of money in the mailbox maybe, though. We'll see. Yep, nice. Not a lot of money, but some. Yep, nice, enough to buy waters. I'm gonna have to train soon. I'm gonna have to think about that. I gotta save up.
Welcome to my inn, weary traveler. What can I do for you?
Moonberry juice, huh? Sounds good to me. We'll buy 100 of it. Yeah. A whole big fucking stack of it. Yep. There we go. And good. And so there was that. 5 gold gone like that. And now I have no money to train or anything like that. But when I make sales, I'll have some. go. There we go. There we go. Fidget Story is good. Got my health bar back. I'm starving, but that's alright. I've got berries and stuff. Yeah, I'm just gonna eat these. And oh, I'm being hurt by something somehow. How is that possible? Oh god, I'm dead in here somehow. How is that possible? Well, can we... I don't have a... I don't have anything. Why is this thing inside my base? Can it just walk through walls or what? Why is this thing in my base? Oh, no. I'm gonna need to, like, craft a spear. It's so stupid. I can't believe the game is doing this to me. Well, what can I do? Respawn. I suppose deaths don't really matter. Not really. I'm gonna lose all my food, but that's alright. That's recoverable. What do I do? There's a spear. Okay, you. I want to fight you. Yeah, I want to fight you. Yeah, you. Die. 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 Why did my camera change? Die, you. Die. You're not supposed to be able to get in here. Oh. I will fight you again. You stupid cheaty thing. You got... I broke my spear or whatever. Oh, God. Oh, no, I killed him. I killed him. Nothing. But, oh, well, I killed him, though, and that's the main thing. Now I've got to make a fucking... Gotta make another spear, and I'm walking into the wall, so I'm going to stop you. Stop. Okay, so, yeah, with that... I will sign off of WoW, I believe. I need to make a spear. I'll make a couple spears for base defense. Hey, there's those stones I was looking for. I was like, where the hell did those things go? So, okay, here we go. Yeah, so cool. We're going to make I'm all hurt and fucked up, I think. Something's going on outside the base, I think, is what's going on. Well... Yeah, I'm gonna, get some firewood. Yeah. And I'll burn some firewood. Yeah, where's my lighter? There it is. I am tired and beaten. I'm gonna sleep. Yeah. Because that was just insane.
Where is it ye would like to go, lass? For just a few coin, my griffins can get ye there faster than even the swiftest horse. Or the Alliance.
I want to put those pages away. I'm gonna put them in my bank. I didn't think about that. How's this going? Good. She's full, however, and dumping. There's 70 million. Fucking Christ. Good yourself. So coming back, coming back, coming back, coming back, coming back. Yeah, going back to get Sky. Then you compress and stack all. And rim.
Welcome to my inn, weary traveler. What can I do for you? Go with honor.
No one's ever stolen anything out of here. Not in the whole history of the whole history. Go with honor, friend.
I wonder if you can just buy all the pages. Yep, looking good. Gonna spend the rest of the time on WoW just farming and fishing because I need money. And yeah, and then I'll probably like lie rested for a couple of days because it was nice having rested, but it sucks when it's gone. My base was rated in Rust, but I mean, I've lost like a lot of my desire to play the game. Yeah. Honestly, I'd rather play Fallout 76 than Rust, I think.
These great
I paid for
beasts
76.
know
I
paths
didn't
that
pay
you
for
can't
Rust.
find on foot. They'll get you there fast and maybe show you something new at the same
We're
time.
gonna go to Sentinel Hill to that like really quiet spot, and I'm just gonna fish a lot and kill like alligators and shit that just quietly level very slowly in the background. And I believe I will load Disco Elysium, and so we will go and put that up. Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium, and we'll put this in the title. Oh, Steam input. This game has native support for Steam input. The system Steam uses to translate your physical inputs. Native your will show actions instead of a native support standard. Okay, cancel. Just cancel whatever. Just play. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, whatever. Oops, sorry about the frames. I was Alt-Tab trying to get Disco to run. Here we go. Your auction of Jungle Remedy, so cool. Yes, window, but you aren't making it maximized. for some reason. Yeah, I don't think it probably matters. Right? Nope. So I will change my title. And we will go up here. Disco Elysium. And EVE Online. Oh god, why am I not in cheetah form? What the fuck? Should have been in cheetah form. What the fuck?
The bear's eyes are still glowing. That's fucking weird. That was very weird. I think that's SETI. Oh, I need a salad, I guess. Yeah, it's like 11. I want that. Damn it, why are you here?
take my fishing. Aw.
cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine. This the metal feels probably some kids. A thick layer that's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts. Lanky, weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the star of Pericarnassus, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Pericarnassian church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards. That's Kuno under the graffito. You know this to be... This coin-operated viewer, your money disappears into the coin slot. The curtains on the display open. The lenses, it looks as if it was abandoned quite some time. This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing. You have no clue. So many...
The asteroid is depleted.
Trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Logic error. She's not sleeping right now.
Pigs come to take me out, trying to snuff me out.
What's that sound? Is it me dying? Something's outside? It is 9:30. My spear, I don't have a spear, but I do have those rocks. Yeah, I'll make a couple. I'll make like 5 spears here. Just gonna turn it off now. And I'll kill them all, but it'll take some time. I think he might be shooting one of my walls, which isn't good. I don't know though. You're annoying though, that sound. Whatever that sound is. Turn it off. Did it go away or? No, it's still going. What is that sound?
If anything,
oh, he's throwing a rock.
You're afraid she'll take you out one day.
Then why are you sneaking up on me like that?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
Oops.
Sorry, I don't have time for this. I just want to finish my cigarette and be gone.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything to spare. Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. My name? My name is Martin Martinez.